Hello everyone, this is Shadow. Due to copyright restrictions on YouTube, I can't publish many of the audiobooks you love. That's why I've created a special paid service where you can enjoy over 300 high-quality audiobooks from platforms like Webnovel, Pocket FM, Audible, Wuxia, and more. Each novel comes as a one-time purchase, no subscriptions, no hidden fees. After payment, you'll receive full access via Telegram, along with all future updates for that novel. You'll find a wide selection of your favorite genres and titles, always in premium audio quality. Check the full list of available novels in the description. DM me now to get your favorite stories in audiobook form and start listening today. Also, you can request any novel so I can turn into audiobooks. Check out our Patreon for more details.
Chapter 301X Another Black Player. Chapter 301X Another Black Player. Additional Chapter 1. Please give me a monthly ticket. Alexei and X have now arrived in Kathmandu, Nepal. The purpose of their trip is Baron Mordo of Kamartaj. Like everyone else, the archival materials obtained by Alexei and X did not provide a detailed introduction to Kamartaj, but it clearly stated that Baron Mordo, Karl Mordo, the Grand Mage of Kamartaj. X looked at the portrait of Baron Mordo in the file and a meaningful smile appeared on his face. Seeing this, Alexei asked, "What's wrong, X?" Alexei explained, "The great wizard we invited seems to be a black man." Hearing this answer, Alexei's eyes rolled. He had heard his daughter Natasha mention that their leader Smith Doyle had an unknown nickname, Hunter. It even led to the director of SHIELD, Nick Fury, not daring to meet with Smith Doyle in private, for fear that the other party would shoot him dead. Alexei grinned and said, "That's really interesting. I hope he chooses to refuse to participate in the battle for the Dragon Balls. Then it will be interesting. But magicians, I didn't expect this group to actually exist. Mr. X, have you had any experience with this group before?" Mr. X shook his head. "I haven't come into contact with any. I haven't seen any magicians in New York, but I have seen quite a few magicians." The two of them walked and talked, and soon they came to the door of a room. Before Alexei could go forward and knock on the door was opened and Baron Mordo appeared in front of them. "My name is Karl Mordo, please follow me." Alexei and X looked at each other, and then they went into the house. Walking into the room, Alexei asked, "You actually knew we were coming to find you?" Baron Mordo nodded. "Yes, he must be here because of the Dragon Ball incident." Alexei looked at Baron Mordo in surprise. He didn't expect this mage to be so capable, so he said, "We are here on behalf of the Dragon Ball tournament staff. We would like to confirm with you, Karl Mordo, whether you will participate in this Dragon Ball tournament." Baron Mordo nodded and said, "I will participate in the battle for the Dragon Balls." Alexei took out the gold coin representing the ticket to the Dragon Ball battle, handed it to Baron Mordo, and introduced the relevant matters of the Dragon Ball battle. "We need to confirm the content of your wish with you. If the wish involves evil or destroying the world, you will be disqualified from making a wish even if you win the championship." After hearing Alexei's words, Mordo asked curiously, "Can any wish really come true?" Mr. X then said, "Evil wishes, those involving destruction and the like, will not be granted, so not every wish will come true." After hearing the other party's answer, Baron Mordo began to think, and at the same time, he also guessed the purpose of Master Ancient One asking him to participate in the battle for the Dragon Ball. Why does making a wish for the dragon sound so unreliable? And is the other party's wish really without any price? Could Shenlong's wish resolve the alien invasion? If not, could it strengthen the defenses of Earth's 3 holy temples? Or could it simply strengthen Earth itself? If this is a test from Master Ancient One, what kind of wish should I make? Or do I need to understand this organization related to Dragon Ball and determine whether this so-called dragon god is related to gods and demons from another dimension? In an instant, countless thoughts flashed through Baron Mordo's mind. And for this dragon that could fulfill any wish, this wish should be considered as breaking the balance of the world, right? Seeing that Baron Mordo did not speak, Alexei asked again, "I wonder what your wish is?" Baron Mordo said, "If any wish could come true, I hope the dragon can resolve the invasion of Earth by the alien demons. If that's not possible, then strengthening the defenses of the 3 holy temples is also acceptable, or strengthening Earth itself." Alexei and Mr. X were a little surprised to hear Baron Mordo's wish. They didn't expect that the other party would be so selfless and have such lofty wishes. However, the invasion of demons from other dimensions, the defensive barriers of the 3 major holy temples, these things contain a lot of information. Alexei said, "Okay, I've registered your wish. Also, as a contestant, you will have no more than 10 spectator spots. We'll pick you and the spectators up before the game begins and take you to the competition venue." Baron Mordo nodded, then watched the two leave. As the two left, Baron Mordo reported to Master Ancient One about the battle for the Dragon Ball and the number of spectators. The other side, Smith Doyle brought Fox to a remote mountain village in Australia. There was only a lonely mud house and a lonely old tree not far away. This was where Tina and Gilgamesh lived in seclusion. When we arrived in front of the house, there was a sign hanging on it with the 4 big words "Kiss the Chef" written on it. Fox looked at the sign above and frowned slightly. Opening. A branch in such a ghost place, could it be a shady shop? Based on Firefox Fox's many years of experience in Assassin's League, these restaurants opened in the wilderness are basically black shops. This place is neither on the highway nor on the main road into the city, but in the desolate Gobi Desert with no village around. No one will believe you if you say it is not a black shop. As soon as the two walked into the yard, they saw a strong Asian man wearing an apron and with his arms covered in flour, opening the door and walking out. The one who showed up was none other than Gilgamesh, Ma Dong-suk from One Punch Man, a member of the Eternals. "A guest is coming, what would you like to eat?" Gilgamesh glanced at the man and woman in front of him, his eyes fell on Fox and he was stunned for a moment, then turned his head to look at the house behind him and exclaimed, "Tina, Tina, come out." As Tina's friend for thousands of years, Gilgamesh knew his eternal friend very well. He could tell at a glance that Fox and Tina were definitely not the same person. After all, their temperaments and the aura they exuded were completely different, but they looked exactly the same. This situation also aroused Gilgamesh's interest. He wanted to call Tina out to see this human who looked like Tina's twin. At this time, Tina heard Gilgamesh's cry and walked out of the room. "What's wrong? What problem did you encounter?" Request recommendation votes and monthly votes for automatic subscription. End of this chapter. Chapter 302 Tina. Chapter 302 Tina came out and saw 2 people at the door and said, "A guest has arrived." As soon as Tina finished speaking, she looked at the 2 of them. When she saw Smith Doyle, she didn't feel anything, but when she saw Fox, she felt like looking in the mirror. However, the next second, Tina's pupils turned white, and she had a permanent demon attack on the spot. The next moment, the weapon instantly appeared in her hand. Tina, who was in a state of madness, stabbed Fox with the gun in her hand. The sudden change surprised Fox. She was stunned when she saw Tina coming out. Is this her twin sister who had been separated for many years? When he was little, he never heard that he had an unknown twin sister. Because he was thinking about this, and Tina's move was extremely fast, Fox couldn't react at all and saw the golden gun tip enlarged in his pupils. Gilgamesh's face changed as he cursed inwardly. Damn it, he's getting sick at this time. Although Gilgamesh was complaining, his hands were moving quickly and he hit Tina's shoulder directly. After Tina spoke, Smith Doyle's eyes fell on her. He immediately grasped Tina's changes and picked up Fox and retreated instantly. Boom! Smith Doyle and Fox instantly escaped from Tina's attack range, and Gilgamesh slapped Tina on the shoulder and was about to knock her away, but Tina's reaction was also first class. She stabbed Gilgamesh's attack with a gun in one hand and a shield in the other hand. Fox was out of danger at this moment and looked at Smith Doyle and said, "This guy actually attacked me." Then he took out the pistol he carried with him. Looking at Fox's weapon, Smith Doyle shook his head. "Put it away, it's useless to her." At this moment, Gilgamesh also used all his strength. He wanted to find an opportunity to knock Tina unconscious so that the opponent's eternal magic would end. Moreover, during the eternal magic period, Tina was unconscious and could only attack based on her combat instincts, so she could not exert much strength. Boom, boom, boom. Every time Gilgamesh's attack is blocked by Tina, there is a huge roar. Fox looked at the battle in front of her, was silent for 2 seconds, and put away her weapon. She knew that even with gunfighting skills, bullets and the like could not break the defense of the person in front of her. Smith Doyle said, "Be careful here, I'll go see what's going on." Smith Doyle instantly became furious and joined the battle directly. Facing the extra Smith Doyle, Tina swung her gun and swept past him. Gilgamesh didn't know Smith Doyle's strength, so he quickly said, "Be careful of Tina's attack. She's in a state of madness. I'll knock her out." Smith Doyle knew as much about Tina's situation as Gilgamesh did, and even more than the other. However, after seeing Fox, Tina instantly recalled the memories that had been erased and became ill. Smith Doyle squatted down instantly, avoiding Tina's sweep, and then took advantage of Tina's open chest and directly hit her with a shoulder. Boom! Tina was knocked away by Smith Doyle's shoulder, as if a cannonball had directly penetrated her and Gilgamesh's loving kitchen. After knocking Tina away, Smith Doyle did not relax, because he found that Tina's defensibility was higher than he expected in the previous contact. Gilgamesh looked at the pierced love kitchen and gave Smith Doyle a thumbs up. It had been so many years, but this was the first time he had seen someone knock Tina out, and he was truly impressed. However, the next second, Tina, who was knocked away, rushed over again with an axe in one hand and a sword in the other, and completely destroyed their residence. Tina instantly rushed in front of Smith Doyle, and chopped him down with the axe in her hand. Tina's attack was so fast that Smith Doyle dodged the attack with a full-strength move. However, before he could counterattack, Tina slashed at him with the longsword in her other hand. Gilgamesh was not watching at the moment. When he saw Tina attacking Smith Doyle, he rushed over and shouted, "Tina, your opponent is me." Gilgamesh appeared next to Smith Doyle, and a weapon similar to an armor condensed on his arm, and he slapped Tina's sword. Clang! Tina's sword was knocked down, and Gilgamesh raised his palm again and rushed towards Tina. Seeing this, Smith Doyle flew up and shot 2 lasers from his eyes. Magic light eyes. 2 lasers hit Tina, knocking her back again. Gilgamesh took the opportunity to appear behind Tina and knocked her unconscious with all his strength. Bump! Seeing Tina faint, Gilgamesh breathed a sigh of relief, then turned his head to look at Smith Doyle in midair. When did such a strong man appear on Earth? He looks a bit like Igris. Gilgamesh carried Tina, looked at the only remaining table in the yard, placed Tina on it, and said, "The crisis is over, come over here." At this time, Smith Doyle came over with Fox. Looking at the unconscious Tina, Smith saw that his attacks did not leave any damage on Tina, including the laser shot out by the magic eye and the full-strength collision. It seems that the Eternals are much stronger than what we see in the movies. Fox looked at a face that looked similar to his own and asked, "What happened to her just now? Why did she suddenly attack me?" Fox was very unhappy at the moment. This woman who looked similar to him not only had powerful strength, but also attacked him. At this time, Gilgamesh said apologetically, "I'm so sorry. I didn't expect Tina to suddenly become ill when she saw you. This is a kind of permanent demonic insanity. During the onset of the disease, it will suddenly attack and injure people. Fortunately, no accidents have occurred. By the way, I wonder who you two are?" Smith Doyle said, "I'm Smith Doyle and she's Fox." Fox then took over and said, "I'm a staff member of the Dragon Ball competition. I'm here to check the status of the Dragon Ball holders and to confirm whether they will participate in the Dragon Ball competition." Hearing about the Dragon Ball, Gilgamesh smiled, "Great, I finally got you guys. But the owner of the Dragon Ball is Tina, and now we need to wait for her to wake up. Request recommendation votes and monthly votes for automatic subscription." End of this chapter. Chapter 303 Distribution completed. Chapter 303 Distribution completed. At this moment, Gilgamesh found a jar of fine wine from the collapsed house and said, "This is the aged wine I brought from Asgard. I have kept it until now." Fortunately, it was placed against the wall on the other side and was not damaged. Gilgamesh found 3 more cups and poured one each for Smith Doyle and Fox in the yard. Hearing that it was an aged wine from Asgard, Smith Doyle and Fox both became interested. Smith Doyle said, "Asgard's aged wine, it's quite old." Gilgamesh nodded and said, "It's been there for over 1,000 years. It was left behind when I helped them fight the frost giants last time they invaded." Smith Doyle took a sip and felt that it was indeed extraordinary. It seemed that he should find an opportunity to ask Thor to send a batch, or go to Asgard to experience the delicious food and wine of the divine realm. Fox looked at the wine in front of him, which was shining with golden light. It was a product from more than 1,000 years ago. He wondered if he would get drunk to death if he drank it. Fox took a sip and immediately felt the fruity aroma all over the place, while at the same time he seemed to have endless energy all over his body. Gilgamesh looked at Fox in surprise. This reaction was wrong, it was a bit like that of an ordinary person. He thought Fox might be similar to Smith Doyle, just a little weaker, so he directly took out the Asgard's aged wine. "I'm sorry, but you can't drink any more of this. Your body might not be able to handle it and you might pass out from the alcohol." As he spoke, Gilgamesh took the drink from Fox and began to explain. "I thought this lady's physical condition was about the same as yours, just a little weaker at most. Fortunately, she only took a small sip." Fox, sitting on the bench next to Smith Doyle, also felt a little drunk. "It's okay, it's not your fault, it's just that I'm too weak." Smith Doyle glanced at Fox. As time went by, Fox's power and gunfighting skills were no longer of much use when facing a strong enemy, and the symbiote did not choose the opponent. It seemed that if he wanted to strengthen Fox's strength, he needed to work on his chi. It seemed that he had to ask the cat immortal for help. "How long will it take for Tina to wake up?" Gilgamesh calculated the time and then spoke, "It will take some time, we can chat for a while first." Seeing that it would take some time, Smith Doyle did not refuse and started chatting with Gilgamesh. I don't know if it was because he hadn't seen other people for a long time, or because of Dragon Ball, but Gilgamesh was very talkative and talked about a lot of things with Smith Doyle. Also, because Smith Doyle himself had some knowledge of both the Marvel Universe and Asgard and was able to follow up on the other party's topic, this made Gilgamesh even more eager to communicate. What? Thor Odinson has come to Earth too. Haha, I wonder if the little brat back then still remembers me. Smith Doyle smiled and said, we can ask him then. Just then, Tina yawned and woke up from the table. She looked at herself in a daze as she lay on the dining table in the yard, with Smith Doyle and Fox sitting on one side and Gilgamesh on the other. What happened? Am I sick again? Tina pointed at the collapsed house and said. Gilgamesh smiled and said, it'll be fine if you wake up. Tina jumped down from the table and then stared at Fox. It really seems like it's like looking in a mirror. My name is Tina, what's your name? Looking at Tina in front of him, Fox shook hands with her. I'm Fox. Fox then spoke, if I hadn't learned your age from Gilgamesh, I would have thought you were my twin sister. Tina smiled after hearing this, then sat next to Fox and said, then just treat me as your sister. We look really similar. Hearing Tina's words, Fox didn't know what was going on in his mind, then a smile appeared on his face and he shouted, elder sister. Smith Doyle shrugged his shoulders when he saw the scene. Women's friendship always comes so inexplicably. Gilgamesh didn't think there was anything wrong with Tina's act of recognizing him as his sister, nor did he care at all. If he hadn't known that Tina had no boyfriend and no children, he would have almost suspected that she was the other person's blood descendant, and that she had reverted to her ancestral form and looked like that. Gilgamesh raised his glass and spoke, cheers to Tina for having a new sister. The four of them raised their glasses and drank them all, except that Fox's drink was replaced with ordinary beer. After everyone talked with Tina for a while, Fox also told them the purpose of their visit. Tina, I came here mainly to confirm with you whether you will participate in the Dragon Ball battle and what your wish is. Tina heard Fox's words and said, after obtaining the Dragon Ball, I have been waiting for your arrival. Of course I will participate in the battle for the Dragon Ball. My wish is that the Dragon God can cure my eternal demonic madness. After hearing Tina's wish, Fox and Smith Doyle nodded. Fox continued, okay, I've registered your wish. Also, as a contestant, you will have no more than 10 spectator spots. We'll pick you and the spectators up before the game begins and take you to the competition venue. Gilgamesh heard that there were 10 spots available, and after a moment's thought, he said, Tina, do we need to notify all the tribesmen to go and cheer you on? Tina thought for a moment and said, this is a great idea, but do we have time to gather all the tribesmen? Smith Doyle said, from the time you are notified of ticket issuance to the start of the competition, you will have no more than 5 days. After hearing that there were only a few days left, Tina looked at Gilgamesh and said, it depends on luck. It doesn't matter if any of our tribesmen come. After Smith Doyle and Fox completed the distribution of the Dragon Ball battle tickets, they said goodbye and left. The other side. Things went very smoothly and simply for Bulma and Melina, because Tony had participated in a Dragon Ball battle before and they were all acquaintances. Bulma didn't waste any time. After informing them that the game was about to begin and leaving 2 gold coins for tickets, Bulma chatted with Tony about scientific research for a while and then took Melina away from Tony's villa. 3 days later, the people who were responsible for distributing the tickets for the Dragon Ball tournament gathered again at the Assassin's League headquarters and summarized the wishes of their respective contestants to Smith Doyle. Request recommendation votes and monthly votes for automatic subscription. End of this chapter. Chapter 304. The second Dragon Ball battle is about to begin. Chapter 304. The second Dragon Ball battle is about to begin. Assassin's League headquarters. In the conference room, Smith Doyle looked at the collected wishes and didn't expect that Black Panther T'Challa would have such an idea. It was really interesting. It seems that the other party is completely unaware that those people are discriminating against Xiao Huang in the name of racial discrimination, but such a wish is no problem at all for Shenlong. Smith looked at the next contestant's wish again. The great wizard Mordo hoped to destroy the demon from another dimension, which the dragon could not really do, but there was no problem with strengthening the magic circle of the temple and strengthening the earth. When seeing Thor's wish, Smith Doyle actually smiled. This man really loved his brother so much that he even planned to use the Dragon Balls to resurrect Loki. Unfortunately, Loki was not dead. He should have already defected to Thanos and was ready to conquer the earth and take away the Tesseract. As for Su Wenwu's wish to resurrect his wife and Tony's wish to resurrect his parents, Smith Doyle was not surprised. Tina eliminated the eternal demon, and these wishes should not be a problem for Shenlong. Smith Doyle read through the wishes of all the contestants and then said, all contestants' wishes are acceptable, and we can proceed to the Dragon Wish segment. For this Dragon Ball battle, I'm going to change the rules. I'll cancel the free-for-all in the first round and move directly to a 1v1 ring match to determine the final champion. As for the tickets, each ticket is equivalent to a life. The winner of the competition receives the opponent's ticket, and the loser loses his or her ticket. The person who ultimately obtains 7 tickets is the champion of this competition and has the right to make a final wish to the dragon. After hearing that Smith Doyle had modified the format of the second Dragon Ball contest, everyone understood that there was no possibility of cheating in this competition. Even Tony Stark, who already had 2 tickets, would need to fight 5 more times to win the championship, instead of just winning 2 games like last time. Yes, we will inform the contestants of the new competition rules on the way. Smith Doyle nodded, then looked at Eddie Brock, who was called over temporarily, and said, "Eddie, your job for this Dragon Ball competition is to host the tournament. I will provide you with a detailed list of the contestants." Eddie was a little excited. He didn't expect that he could become the host of this Dragon Ball battle competition, and it seemed that all the contestants were at least extraordinary people. "Boss, I will definitely do a good job hosting the competition." Smith Doyle nodded and continued, "To ensure the safety of all participants, I will serve as the referee of the competition. Medically, treatment cabins and wax baths will be available for contestants to use. Alright, everyone, please prepare to take the contestants and spectators to the competition venue." Everyone nodded and said, "Yes, boss." The meeting ended and everyone left the conference room. Then planes took off from the headquarters of the Assassin's League and headed for the contestants' locations, on an island in the Pacific Ocean where the Dragon Ball battle takes place. Compared to the end of the last competition, construction work on the island has not stopped in the past year, and the entire island has undergone considerable changes compared to a year ago. At this moment, Smith Doyle and Booma came to the ring of last year's finals. The ring was basically broken into pieces in the last game. Looking at the newly rebuilt arena, Smith Doyle nodded in satisfaction. Compared to the previous brick paving, this time the arena was entirely constructed of gold titanium alloy. If it weren't for the military's prohibitive price for lesser adamantium and the limited availability of vibranium in Wakanda, he would have replaced the arena with those 2 metals. By then, the vast majority of contestants would have been unable to destroy the arena. "How's the overall setup going?" Bulma looked at the expanding arena and the audience seats in the distance, then spoke. "In the audience area, we used virtual projection technology so that everyone in the audience area can clearly see the progress of the game through the virtual projection screen above their heads. At the same time, the Hummingbird Robot's 10,000X camera allows for real-time access, ensuring that every exciting moment of the game is not missed. As for the strong spectators, they can also watch the competition directly on the ring." Hearing Bulma's words, Smith Doyle nodded. The other party had taken into consideration both ordinary people and extraordinary people among the spectators. "What about treatment?" Bulma pointed to the White House behind the ring and said, "Based on the treatment chamber you left at headquarters, I developed 3 simplified versions. Although the healing ability is not as strong as the original version, it is already the best choice for everyone participating in the competition." Thinking of the weakened version of the treatment cabin developed by Bulma, Smith Doyle knew that this was another flagship product of the Universal Capsule Group. Its effect was no worse than the future Dr. Zhao Heilan's Cradle of Life, and it was even better in saving lives. It seems that in this competition, all the contestants can fight to their heart's content. The 10 Rings Gang headquarters. Selena and Michael came here again on the League of Assassins passenger plane. After being modified by Bulma, the plane can perform vertical takeoff and landing, similar to the Airbus one of SHIELD, but much smaller in size. Looking at the 10 Rings Gang below, Selena walked down from the hatch and said, "Su Wenyu, the owner of the Dragon Ball, is officially notifying you that the Dragon Ball battle is about to begin. I will be taking you to the competition site now. As a Dragon Ball battle ticket holder, you may bring no more than 10 spectators with you to the battle." Hearing Selena's words, Su Wenyu's face showed joy. The battle for the Dragon Ball was finally about to begin, and the hope of resurrecting his wife was right in front of him. Behind him stood the 10 spectators he had already selected. These people, in addition to his children Su Shanki and Su Xialing, were the 8 most capable men under his command, including the Death Merchant. "Everyone, come with me and resurrect my wife." The 10 Rings Gang warriors waved their arms and shouted, "Resurrection! Resurrection! Resurrection!" Looking at the shouts of his men, Su Wenyu nodded with satisfaction. He would definitely win the championship this time and would not repeat the mistakes of his children. He would definitely win this battle. Then Su Wenyu brought 10 spectators onto Selena's passenger plane, which then took off vertically and flew directly to the island in the Pacific where the competition was held. End of this chapter. Chapter 305, Changes in the Rules of the Game. Chapter 305, Changes in the Rules of the Game. The other side. Wakanda, fake. Wesley and his father Cross arrived outside the Wakanda Palace on Airbus 2. At this moment, Chaka, Chala, Shuri, members of the Royal Guard and even Chala's girlfriend also appeared here. Looking at the vertical takeoff and landing passenger plane, everyone's expressions were somewhat complicated. It seemed that the Assassin's League, the organization that owned the Dragon Ball, was even stronger than they expected. However, after Wesley and Cross left last time, Chala mobilized all his energy and quickly found out the identities of Wesley and Cross. Naturally, the Assassin's League and the Universal Capsule Group surfaced. Chala told his parents everything about Dragon Ball without hiding anything. Regarding the Dragon Ball battle, Chaka decided to let his son Chala participate after the meeting. After all, with the vibranium suit in hand, he believed that even if he couldn't win the championship, he would have no problem protecting himself. As for the spots to watch the game, the royal family can be said to have come out in full force this time, including Chala's father, mother, girlfriend, sister, and 6 members of the royal guard. Looking at the falling plane, Surue had a guess. Could it be that the technology of the Universal Capsule Group came from the Dragon Ball Wish? It seems that only a portion of the technology outside has been demonstrated. Passenger aircraft capable of vertical takeoff and landing are not yet widely used in civilian applications. At this time, the hatch opened and Wesley and Cross walked out. Wesley's eyes fell on Chala, who was holding a jet black leopard helmet. He didn't see anything special about the helmet, so he said, "Chala, the holder of the 6-star Dragon Balls, the Dragon Ball battle is about to begin. I invite you to the competition venue. As the holder of a Dragon Ball battle ticket, you may bring up to 10 people to participate in this Dragon Ball battle with you as spectators." Chala nodded and said, "I'm ready. These people around me are just spectators." Wesley took a quick look and saw that there were exactly 11 people including Chala, so he said, "Everyone may board the plane now. By the way, contestants, don't forget to bring your Dragon Ball and Scramble battle tickets." The other side. The 2 contestants, Thor and Tony, did not receive the full quota of 10 spectators like the other contestants. Tony boarded the plane directly in his battle suit with Pepper Potts and Happy, while Thor boarded the plane with his girlfriend Jane Foster and her best friend Darcy Louise. On the plane, Tony looked at the modified passenger plane and said, "What technology does a passenger plane use for vertical takeoff and landing?" The metal of the fuselage doesn't seem to be made of the same material as a normal passenger plane. Melina shook her head and said, "I'm not very clear about the details, but I heard it involves hover cars and arc reactors." After hearing this, Tony roughly understood the situation and said, "It's a good idea. It seems to be Bulma's invention. I really don't know where Smith got the blessing to get such a precious girl." Pepper Potts on the side also agreed with Tony's opinion. "This is exactly like having a Tony, and Tony works hard to develop products for the other party." Melina didn't respond to Tony's words, but just smiled. The other side. At this moment, Fox took Airbus 7 to the location of Gilgamesh and Tina. Smith Doyle did not come with them because he had to go to confirm the situation at the competition site. As the plane landed, Fox walked out of the cabin and saw that there were more than just Tina and Gilgamesh on the Eternals side. Instead, all 10 Eternals were present. Smith Doyle had given Fox a brief introduction to the Eternals when he left last time. This time, all 10 people were able to gather because Gilgamesh informed them that Tina was going to participate in a competition to cure her eternal demonic state. After hearing that she could cure her eternal demonic state, and considering they hadn't seen each other for 1,000 years, they finally decided to accompany Tina to the competition as spectators. Ginger looked at Fox, who came out, and couldn't help but say, "Gilgamesh, you really weren't lying. She really does look like Tina." Fox looked at the 10 people in front of him, fully understanding their identities as Eternals. He fixed his gaze on Tina and said, "Tina, the holder of the 7 Dragon Balls, the Dragon Ball competition is about to begin. I invite you to the competition venue. As the holder of a Dragon Ball competition ticket, you may bring up to 10 people to participate in this Dragon Ball competition with you as spectators." Looking at Fox's serious face, Tina smiled and said, "Everyone, let's go." The Eternals nodded and followed Tina onto the plane. As the plane took off, all the contestants headed to the competition venue. Inside the plane, everyone began to explain the rules of this competition to the contestants. Tony saw Melina talking about the rules of the game and interrupted her. "I participated in the last competition. There's no need to explain the rules. I understand them all." Melina shook her head and said, "Mr. Stark, the rules of this competition are different from the last time." Tony didn't expect the rules of the game to change, so he said, "I didn't expect that the rules would be changed. Tell me." Seeing that Tony stopped interrupting, Melina continued, this competition will be held on an uninhabited island in the Pacific Ocean. The location remains unchanged. This competition adopts the 1v1 arena battle format, with a total of 6 participants. They will be randomly divided into pairs to compete, and the winner will receive the loser's ticket coins. Those with 0 ticket coins will be eliminated. Those with ticket coins will continue to compete until the owner of 7 coins emerges. They will become the champion of this Dragon Ball competition and be eligible to make a wish for the Dragon Ball. Tony was a little surprised when he heard this. It seems that this time they are considering a long-term battle. Fortunately, I upgraded my battle suit. Melina continued, as for the Dragon Balls in your hands, you need to hand them over to us for safekeeping. After hearing the staff explain the rules, everyone understood the rules of this competition. It was very simple, just a 1v1 ring battle, but the champion needed to play 6 games. After hearing this, Su Wenyu was also a little surprised. This was different from the previous battle for Dragon Ball that he learned from his children. Soon Su Wenyu asked, 6 people and 7 tickets, what about the remaining ticket? Selena explained, 1 contestant won 2 Dragon Balls and has 2 tickets. Su Wenyu couldn't help but sigh at the other party's good luck, and at the same time was a little speechless to his daughter. She got 2 tickets last time, what a good opportunity. If he had been allowed to participate last time. End of this chapter. Chapter 306 The game is about to begin. Chapter 306 The game is about to begin. 6 Airbus planes successfully arrived at the competition site. Soon all the contestants and spectators got out of the planes and then entered the audience area under the guidance of the staff. As everyone arrived and took their seats, a helicopter flew above the ring. Eddie Brock, who had transformed into Venom, did a very cool spinning jump from the helicopter and jumped directly from a high altitude without any support. After landing, Eddie then took Venom into his body. Ordinary people in the audience were all surprised by Eddie's performance, and were curious about the identity of this person. At this moment, Eddie came to the center of the competition ring with a microphone in his hand. Tony in the audience raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect that Eddie Brock, who sold him the Dragon Balls, would appear on the ring in this way. What surprised him even more was that the opponent was Venom. At this moment, Eddie, the host, said, welcome to all the contestants and spectators who have come here to watch the game. The second Dragon Ball competition is about to begin. I'm the golden host of this competition, Eddie Brock. Darcy Louise in the audience pulled Jane Foster and said, Jane, he's Venom, the new superhero that has emerged in New York. Oh my god, he's the host of this competition. It's really surprising. Chala's family looked solemn. They didn't expect that even the host of this competition was a transcendent being. The standards were unexpectedly high. The expressions of the people in the audience were different. Some were in admiration, some were frowning, and some were indifferent. Eddie held the microphone and continued, now, let me introduce to you the 6 contestants participating in this Dragon Ball competition. The first contestant is the Archmage from Kamartaj, Karl Mordo. A virtual screen appeared above the ring, with a huge photo on it, and the person in the photo was Baron Mordo. Karl Mordo, also known as Baron Mordo, is a great wizard practicing in Kamartaj. He possesses powerful magical powers and has extensive combat experience. If you think magic is just magic, you're in for a big loss. At this time, the lights on the ring shone on Baron Mordo in the audience. Because it was a task assigned to Mordo by the Ancient One, he did not arrange any fellow disciples as spectators. He was the only contestant among the 6 Dragon Ball holders who came alone. Everyone present looked towards Baron Mordo's position. Tony laughed and said, I didn't expect there really were magicians. I thought it was just a trick of the magic troupe. Pepper Potts reminded, Tony, this is an enemy you've never encountered before. You must be careful and cautious when fighting. Sue Xiling said to her father, there were no magicians in the last match. I know nothing about their methods. Su Wenyu thought for a moment and said, they should be similar to the methods of wizards and witches. I had contact with this group before I met your mother. Although they have considerable abilities, they are not very difficult to deal with. Tina and the other Eternals glanced at him and then stopped paying attention. Ordinary magicians posed no threat to them, only Chala looked grave. Magician was such an unfamiliar term. He wondered if their attack patterns would be like those in the novels. Darcy on the side was a little surprised. Oh my god, I didn't expect there would be magicians among this group of extraordinary people. It's really surprising. Jane Foster also spoke, yeah, that's the first time I've heard of it too. Before, I thought it was a character in a fantasy story. Thor looked at Baron Mordo curiously, then said, I didn't expect that there is a magician's legacy on Earth. It's really surprising. The audience seats included not only contestants but also high-level and core members of the League of Assassins, including vampires and werewolves. Ivan Vanko also came to the audience seats because he wanted to learn more about the extraordinary people and Tony. At this time, after Eddie Brock introduced Carl Mordo, he began to introduce the second contestant. The photo on the screen changed, and Chala's photo appeared on the virtual screen. Chala, the Crown Prince of Wakanda. Perhaps those present here are unfamiliar with Wakanda, a country that once produced vibranium. Captain America's shield was once made of vibranium, and it possesses extremely powerful defensive capabilities. Also, Chala, as a contestant, is also a very powerful transcendent. At the same time, the searchlight shone on Chala in the audience, and sitting next to him were his family and friends. Seeing the searchlight shining on himself, Chala, wearing a Black Panther suit and holding a helmet, smiled. After hearing the word vibranium, Ivan Vanko and Tony Stark turned their eyes to each other. After witnessing the power of secondary adamantium, Ivan Vanko has always wanted to obtain the material from the military, but General Ross simply refused to sell him secondary adamantium. It is not impossible for him to get it, but that would require converting Bimex into a military robot, and this condition is naturally impossible to agree to. This also made Ivan Vanko set his sights on vibranium. He has received some information that one of the black market arms dealers has vibranium, but he doesn't know how much vibranium the other party has. At this moment, those who knew the value of vibranium looked at Chala with some curiosity, while Thor, Su Wenwu, Tina and others who did not know the specific defensive power of vibranium glanced at it and did not care. They did not find any threat in Chala. As for Tony and Ivan Vanko, they quietly used the combat power detector to check each other's combat power. The combat power of just over 20 points did not attract their attention at all. The so-called powerful extraordinary person was just the weakest among the extraordinary people. However, they also paid attention to the helmet in Chala's arms. They had some guesses about the materials used, but they were not very sure. After all, major countries around the world believed that Wakanda no longer had vibranium. The werewolf-level vampires who arrived at the scene at this moment looked at the two black contestants who appeared one after another with a playful expression on their faces. You have to know that their leader was full of disgust towards this race. The fact that they were able to land on the island alive, and one of them even brought 10 black people with him, was really thanks to the battle for the Dragon Ball. After all, when they first joined the Assassin's League, they were screened to see if there was any black blood in their group. Soon the searchlights went out, the photos on the virtual screen changed again, and Eddie Brock began to introduce the third contestant. Request recommendation votes and monthly votes for automatic subscription. End of this chapter. Chapter 307, Finale Su Wenwu. Chapter 307, Finale Su Wenwu. Tony Stark, the only contestant in this competition who possesses 2 Dragon Balls, has been called the superhero Iron Man, a playboy, a genius scientist, and a billionaire. He is also the only contestant participating in the Dragon Ball contest for the second time. I hope that this time Tony can get what he wants and win the championship. After all, in the last competition, Tony Stark unfortunately missed the championship due to some reasons and only won the runner-up. At this time, the lights on the ring shone on Tony Stark in the audience. At this moment, Tony was wearing an iron suit with his visor open, and beside him were Pepper Potts, Happy and others. Thor was a little surprised that this Tony Stark had participated for the second time. However, it seemed that he would return empty-handed. After all, this time it was Thor who was participating, so naturally Tony would have no chance of winning the championship. At the same time, Thor also admired the other party's luck, but he didn't know whether this luck was good or bad. Including the previous games, the other party had obtained at least 3 Dragon Balls, but he didn't have the chance to make a wish every time. I don't know if it was a bit cruel, Jane Foster said curiously. I didn't expect him to participate a second time. Considering Tony Stark's worth, I really don't know what kind of wishes he needs to fulfill. Darcy also shook his head. I don't know either. Logically, the other party shouldn't have any wishes that need to be fulfilled. Could it be that he wants to resurrect his parents who have passed away many years ago? Throughout the competition, except for Chala and Ivan Vanko who paid more attention to Tony Stark, the other contestants did not care about this Iron Man who relied on his battle suit, and all believed that he was not a big threat, including Su Wenwu. However, the only thing that everyone who knows the rules knows is that they need to defeat Tony twice, but they don't know which lucky person will be the first to be matched with Tony Stark. As the searchlight moved away, the photos of the people on the virtual screen in front of him changed again, and Eddie Brock introduced the fourth contestant, Thor Odinson, the son of King Odin from the Aesir, the thunder god Thor. He is also the prototype of the thunder god Thor from Norse mythology on Earth. He possesses extremely powerful strength. After hearing Eddie Brock's introduction, everyone present immediately exclaimed, and many of the audience even stood up and looked towards Thor Odinson's position. At this moment, the searchlight was shining on Thor Odinson. He stood up calmly in his battle robe and waved to everyone. However, Thor felt a little regretful in his heart that his friends, the three warriors of Asgard and Sif, could not come to the scene to cheer him up. I hope Heimdall will pay attention to my competition and publicize my heroic deeds in Asgard. Thor didn't know that since he came to Earth, Heimdall had been paying attention to his every move and reporting it to King Odin, including the fact that Thor had not collected any Dragon Balls since he came to Earth and qualified to participate in the competition, and had always been with his girlfriend. King looked in Thor's direction, then said to the Eternals around him, "Do you think this guy Thor still remembers us? But I didn't expect him to come to participate in the competition." Igri said to Tina, "Tina, it seems that Thor will be your final enemy in this game." Tina thought of Thor's performance in resisting the frost giants and said with a smile, "I'll show Thor how a real warrior fights." And Tony Stark also started to complain, "Damn it, besides magicians, even Norse gods appeared." Then Tony directly used the second-generation combat power detector to lock onto Thor, and then started the combat power test, and then the next second Jarvis' voice rang out, "Sir, the opponent's combat power exceeds 500 points, and the combat power detector module is damaged." Like Tony, those who used the combat power detector included Ivan Vanko and wealthy people from the vampire clan such as Selena, Marcus, Shu Rue, and Su Xialing. The result was naturally that the combat power detector exploded and the module was damaged. Su Rue looked at the broken second-generation combat capability detector and said, "Brother, you are in danger. His fighting power is off the charts." Su Wenyu, who had acted as if he didn't care about his opponent from the beginning, now had a serious look on his face when Thor appeared, especially when his daughter's second-generation combat power detector exploded. He also knew that the opponent's strength was above 500 points, but the exact number was unknown. It seemed that the first opponent who needed to be taken seriously had appeared. Looking at the excited people in the audience, Eddie's mouth curled up. It was a wise decision for him to sell the Dragon Ball. He didn't expect that even mythological figures would be attracted to it. Even though the searchlight was moved away, the photo of Thor Odinson on the virtual screen changed again. Su Wenyu, the leader of the Ten Rings gang, is a powerful transcendent who has survived for over 1,000 years. He is the father of the previous contestants Su Xialing and Su Shanqi and possesses extensive combat experience. At the same time, the searchlight hit Su Wenyu, and everyone also saw Su Shanqi, Su Xialing and others standing beside him. When they first heard that Su Wenyu had lived for thousands of years, everyone present looked at him in surprise. They thought that he must be a powerful being to have lived for so long, and the host's words also proved this. However, after hearing that he was the father of Su Xialing and Su Shanqi, those who knew and had seen the previous villa withdrew their gazes. It was really because Su Xialing and Su Shanqi performed very poorly in the previous session, which made everyone think that Su Wenyu's strength was not that strong. Or, Su Wenyu had strong strength among ordinary extraordinary people, but he was just a supporting role in this competition. In addition, the combat power detectors of everyone in the audience were scrapped because of Thor, so naturally they had no idea what kind of strength Su Wenyu had. However, contestants such as Thor, Baron Mordo, Tina, and Chala attach great importance to Su Wenyu. After all, he has lived for thousands of years. Unless he is an immortal species with no strength, his strength must be terrifying. Among them, Baron Mordo was very curious about what made Su Wenyu live so long. You know, even the wizards of Kamartaj had a limited lifespan, unless they were extremely powerful like the Supreme Being or evil beings who used black magic. Having only seen the werewolves and vampires in the previous competition, he was not optimistic about Su Wenyu's strength. Request recommendation votes and monthly votes for automatic subscription. End of this chapter. Chapter 308 Enemies Meet. Chapter 308 Enemies Meet. As the searchlight moved away, the photo of the last contestant appeared on the virtual screen. Today's final contestant is Tina. This Eternal has been mistaken for Athena from Greek mythology many times, and the city of Athens was built for her. Furthermore, the Weapon Master, a symbol of battle and wisdom, is the only woman in this competition. After hearing what the host Eddie Brock said, Tina was a little surprised that Smith Doyle knew them well enough to know that she was often mistaken for Athena. Tony Stark was relieved to hear that Tina was just mistaken for Athena. Why is the battle for Dragon Ball getting more and more outrageous this time? Last time it was just people like Vampire Bruce Banner, but this time it was either magicians or related to Norse mythology or Greek mythology. Although it was a mistake, the city of Athens was built for this woman. Thinking about the construction time of the city of Athens, it makes people numb. This is another immortal species. At the same time, everyone present was confused about the Eternals, as they were another newly emerged race. As an ordinary person, what should Tony do about these supermodel guys? It seems that he can only use full firepower to cover them. I just don't know how many divisions these so-called gods can match. Pepper Potts covered her mouth and exclaimed, "My God, Athens was built in the 8th century BC, and this Tina actually lived for over 4,000 years. Happy was also shocked and said, "This world is so magical." Chala side looked at each other in confusion. What was going on with these contestants? Was this really Earth? I haven't entered some fantasy world, have I? Although Chala is very confident in Wakanda's technology and vibranium, he is really at a loss when facing these mythical figures whose combat power is over 500 points. If it weren't for the organizer's promise to protect his life, Chala would have planned to go home. What fairness among African brothers? This thing is not worth risking his life for. On Su Wenyu's side, Su Xiaoling and Su Shanqi also widened their eyes. The contestants this time were all legendary figures. They wondered if aliens would also come to participate in the competition next time. At the same time, they looked at their father with some concern. At this moment, Su Wenyu's expression was also very solemn. The rivals in this Dragon Ball battle had been upgraded from 1 to 2. It seemed that he would need to go all out to win every victory in the next games. Thor was stunned for a moment when he saw Tina appear, and then he saw the other Eternals and immediately recalled the memory of coming to Earth with his father to fight against the Frost Giants, among whom was the Eternals who were about to join them to fight against the Frost Giants. I didn't expect they were still on Earth. I thought they had left here or had grown old. Jane was surprised and said, "Thor, have you seen them?" Thor nodded and said, "When Earth was at war with the Frost Giants, they joined us in the fight. I remember my father taught Gilgamesh how to brew wine. I didn't expect their lifespans to be so long." After Eddie Brock introduced all 6 contestants, he said, "All the contestants have been introduced. Next, the participants for the 1v1 arena battle will be randomly selected." 6 avatar frames appeared on the virtual screen. These avatar frames were divided into 3 groups, 2 by 2, with the word versus written in the middle. Soon, photos of all the contestants appeared in the avatar frames, and then the next second, the photos quickly scrolled. A few seconds later, Eddie shouted, "Stop." As Eddie said stop, the scrolling photos slowly stopped, and finally the photos were completely frozen. Tony Stark vs. Su Wenyu, Tina vs. Chala, Thor Odinson vs. Karl Morta. Looking at the results appearing on the virtual screen, Eddie shouted loudly, "The first round of match list has appeared. You lose if you fall out of the ring, you lose if you surrender, you lose if you lose the ability to resist, and you lose if you can't get up within 10 seconds after falling to the ground." To ensure that all contestants can safely use their full strength, the referee for this competition is Smith Doyle. When a real life-threatening situation arises, Mr. Smith Doyle will rescue the contestant, which of course means the person being rescued loses the competition. Hearing Eddie's words, everyone present was surprised. In front of these contestants with exaggerated strength, Smith Doyle still had the confidence to ensure his life safety. Then how strong was he? Although many people were full of doubts in their hearts, no one spoke up to refute it. Now, please welcome the contestants of the first event to the stage. Tony Stark closed his mask, then flew Iron Man directly onto the competition ring. Seeing this, Su Wenyu on the other side flew out the 10 rings in his hand, and he also took off into the air and came to the ring very gracefully. Seeing the way Su Wenyu came on stage, those who had not been optimistic about Su Wenyu were also stunned. This was completely different from the power displayed by Su Shanqi and his sister before. At this moment, Smith Doyle, as the referee, appeared between the two and said, "The second Dragon Ball contest, the first ring battle begins now." As Smith Doyle finished his words, he immediately withdrew from the ring, leaving the competition venue to the 2 people. However, he did not leave far away. Instead, he used the air dance technique to float outside the ring, ready to rescue at any time. On the stage, Tony Stark and Su Wenyu did not immediately start fighting. Tony only said, "According to the previous introduction, you are the leader of the 10 Rings gang?" Hearing Tony Stark's question, Su Wenyu spread his hands and asked, "What's the problem?" When introducing Su Wenyu's identity just now, Tony thought of the organization that had once held him hostage, the 10 Rings gang. The other party and Obadiah conspired to almost kill him. If that group of people had not been so smart as to want his missiles, there would be no Iron Man today. Tony said in a cold voice, "Members of your organization once kidnapped me. I originally thought I had eliminated you, but now it seems you are just a small leader. After hearing what Tony Stark said, Su Wenyu also remembered that a few years ago there was indeed a small leader who said that he had discovered a very good technology, and a superhuman attacked their base. However, at that time Su Wenyu was looking for a way to resurrect his wife all over the world, so he just sent the small leader away and continued to devote himself to the research on resurrecting his wife. However, according to his understanding, his subordinate Zara seemed to have died shortly thereafter, but he was not sure the specific reason. Request recommendation votes and monthly votes for automatic subscription. End of this chapter. Chapter 309 I don't care about right or wrong. Chapter 309 I don't care about right or wrong. Su Wenyu waved his hand and said, Zara, who arrested you, is already dead. I have no intention of asking about the specific right and wrong. If you want to blame everything on me, then I will take responsibility for it. For Su Wenyu, before he met his wife Yingli, overthrowing regimes in various countries was commonplace, and kidnapping a small wealthy man was naturally not a big deal, even if this wealthy man had become a superhero. Tony's face darkened when he heard Su Wenyu's words, and then he said, since you accepted it, I will also cut a hole in your chest so that you can feel the pain I felt. But don't worry, your life will not be in danger in this match. In response to Tony's words, Su Wenyu curled his lips and said, Little devil, show us your true strength with your own hands. Pepper Potts in the audience also covered her mouth. She also remembered the video she had seen on Tony's office computer. She didn't expect that the other party was actually Su Wenyu's subordinate. They actually do such things. Such an organization must not allow them the opportunity to make a wish, otherwise who knows what their ambitions will be. Come on Tony, beat this guy. Those in the audience area who knew the history of Iron Man remembered that before Tony closed the weapons manufacturing department, he seemed to be kidnapped and was rescued by Smith Doyle. Unexpectedly, the leader of the organization that kidnapped him also became a contestant in the Dragon Ball battle. Thinking about the last time Tony fought for the Dragon Ball, he got a Dragon Ball from the other party's children. Tony and the Ten Rings gang really have a great connection. In the arena, seeing this, Tony stopped communicating with the other party and raised his hand to fire a palm cannon at the other party. This move was also to test the other party's strength. After all, it would not be good to kill the other party instantly with a big move. Boom. However, in response to Tony's attack, one of the 10 rings in Su Wenyu's hand flew out and easily blocked Tony Stark's attack. Seeing the palm cannon being hit, Tony's expression immediately became serious. After all, Su Shanky and Su Xiling had no ability to block such an attack. At this time, Su Wenyu did not stop after blocking Tony's attack, but quickly approached Tony Stark, and the 10 rings on his arms emitted a blue light. Seeing this, Tony did not take off, but raised his hands and fired palm cannons directly at Su Wenyu. He wanted to see how fast this man's reaction was. Ding, ding, ding. Facing Tony's palm cannon attack, Su Wenyu simply flew out a 10-ring weapon to block all of Tony's palm cannons. Looking at Su Wenyu who was still charging towards him with the palm cannon, Tony smiled. The next second, 2 rows of micromissile launch pods rose from Tony's shoulders. In an instant, countless micromissiles rushed towards Su Wenyu at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, the satellite missiles arrived in front of Su Wenyu. Boom, 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 boom. The micro-missile exploded instantly, and the flames directly enveloped Su Wenyu. Su Shanky and Su Xiling, who were watching the game at the moment, were extremely nervous. Su Xiling even shouted, "Father!" However, the Death Merchant and other members of the 10 Rings gang did not care. After all, unlike Su Shanky and his sister, they understood better how powerful their leader was, and these micro-missiles could not hurt the leader's skin. Before the smoke from the explosion had even cleared, a blue flying ring burst out from the smoke and crashed towards Tony. There was a sound of metal collision, and Tony was directly knocked out by the flying ring. Fortunately, the propulsion device was activated in time to unload the force, so he was not knocked out of the field. Looking at the fault information of the hit point displayed by Jarvis, Tony Stark's face suddenly darkened, and at the same time he regretted not wearing the secondary adamantium suit. As for how he knew it was secondary adamantium, it was the information he learned from Bulma. At this moment, as the smoke dissipated, Su Wenyu appeared in front of everyone intact, and at the same time, the flying ring that attacked Tony also flew into his hands. Everyone in the audience was surprised by Su Wenyu's performance. They didn't expect Su Wenyu to have such extraordinary strength. Iron Man's missiles didn't cause any damage and he almost knocked his opponent out of the field with one move. At the same time, everyone's eyes fell on the 10 rings on Su Wenyu's arms. On Tony's side, he flew directly into the air in the Iron Man suit. Then he saw the armor on his back opened, and Tony threw bombs towards Su Wenyu one after another. Having confirmed that his opponent was not an ordinary person, Tony naturally stopped holding back and threw all the bombs that he had not used last time on the ring. Boom, 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 boom. Before Tony got close to Su Wenwu, bombs had already been dropped along the way. When he flew right above Su Wenwu, he dropped the bombs as if they were free. Boom, boom, boom. There was a violent explosion, and flames enveloped the entire arena. Fortunately, the audience area was far enough away from the ring, so everyone was mostly watching the virtual screen. Otherwise, ordinary people would not be able to withstand the shock wave and heat wave caused by the explosion. Eddie Brock had already hidden in the direction of the audience area. Looking at the fire on the ring, he was once again glad that he did not participate in the competition, otherwise the explosion of the bomb would have directly destroyed Venom. Festus from the Eternals saw Tony's performance and said, "I didn't expect that Earth's technology has developed to this level. Even single-person mechas have appeared. This is really beyond my expectations." Circe asked, "How does it compare to your technique?" Festus shook his head and said, "You're still a long way from catching up to me." As the person in charge of technology among the Eternals, Festus has enough confidence in his own technology. He can create a more powerful mecha with his bare hands, but the opponent's core energy still makes him curious, as it is different from the clean energy used by Stark Industries. The explosions on the ring continued until Tony Stark dropped all the bombs. At this moment, the solid arena built by the combined attack was completely destroyed by Tony Stark's saturation bombardment. After Tony had thrown all his bombs in the air, he saw that the referee Smith Doyle had not entered the arena, and he knew that his opponent was not dead. "Jarvis, can you scan the target?" "Sorry, sir. The arena is ablaze with red light. Thermal scans are completely ineffective. Furthermore, the combat power detector module has been scrapped and cannot be locked using life energy. P.S. There are still 2 chapters before 12 o'clock. Please give me some monthly tickets. These are the last 2 days for double monthly tickets. Request recommendation votes and monthly votes for automatic subscription." End of this chapter. Chapter 310, Aerial Bombs Exchanged for Tactical Nuclear Bombs. The People of New York thank you. Chapter 310, Aerial Bombs Exchanged for Tactical Nuclear Bombs. The People of New York thank you. Additional 2. Jane Foster, who was in the audience, watched Tony throw the bomb and said speechlessly, "He's really a scoundrel. If he brought a bunch of small tactical nuclear bombs, how many people would be able to defeat him with this kind of projectile method?" But Darcy Louise has a different opinion. He's Iron Man, and his main reliance is on armor and ammunition. After all, without the armor, he's just an ordinary person, not a Superman. But your suggestion is very good. If the aerial bombs were replaced with small tactical nuclear bombs, Iron Man's strength would definitely be taken to a higher level. At this moment, Smith Doyle, who had the ability of Piccolo, had an extremely developed hearing and could hear clearly the conversation between Darcy and Jane. If Tony replaced the aerial bombs with tactical nuclear bombs, it would be really scary to think about it. However, on the one hand, the government would never agree to such a weapon with high pollution and high damage area. On the other hand, Tony himself could not accept it. After all, the attack range of the aerial bombs can be controlled. Even if it is a small tactical nuclear bomb, the damage range will be great for New York. On the stage, as the bomb exploded and burned, Su Wenwu used the 10 rings to create a blue protective shield that completely blocked Tony's attack. Looking at the flames outside the protective shield, the 10 rings in Su Wenwu's hand vibrated and emitted a blue light wave that swept across, and the burning flames were instantly extinguished. As the flames of the explosion died down, Su Wenwu's figure reappeared in front of everyone, and Tony Stark, who was flying high in the sky, also showed a happy expression on his face, and immediately aimed at Su Wenwu. He immediately put his arms together, and 2 red lasers shot out from his wrists and headed straight for Su Wenwu. As for the laser beams that could penetrate the Hulk, Tony didn't believe that they couldn't penetrate Su Wenwu's defense. Fuck. The red slender laser collided with Su Wenwu's protective shield. The blue protective shield, which had not changed at all under the explosion of the bomb, showed a ripple after coming into contact with Tony's laser beam. Seeing this, Tony immediately increased the energy output until the laser beam module on his wrist was completely overloaded, and then he had to stop. As the laser beams died down, Su Wenwu smiled slightly and said, "I thought you were so close to breaking my defenses." Su Wenwu waved his hands, and the 10 rings were directly retracted and the protective shield on his body was torn off. Then he slapped the ground with his palm. Su Wenwu flew directly into the air and reached the same height as Tony. The 10 rings in Su Wenwu's hands formed a line and chopped directly towards Tony Stark. It happened so quickly that in the blink of an eye the attack was in front of Tony Stark. With no time to retreat, he could only protect his face with his arms to block it. Clang! Boom! Su Wenwu's 10 rings hit Tony Stark's suit. Sparks flew everywhere and Tony was pulled from the air to the ground. Tony fell from a high altitude. Although the ring was destroyed beyond recognition by Tony's bomb, the outline and edge of the entire ring could still be seen. Tony Stark, lying on the ground, looked at the information displayed by Jarvis. Except for the chest area, red lights were lit in many places on the arms, legs, etc. of the entire armor, indicating that a malfunction had occurred. Tony looked up and saw Su Wenwu still in mid-air, and said, "Jarvis, aim at Su Wenwu and direct all your energy to his chest." Fire. The next second, a white light lit up on the chest of Tony's armor, and a thick beam of light shot out directly towards Su Wenwu. Facing Tony's attack, Su Wenwu immediately used 10 rings to form a line to block the laser shot by Tony. The laser fired from the full-power chest cannon came into contact with the 10 rings. After a stalemate of 1 second, the 10 rings in the front were seen flying out. Then 3 10 rings flew out in succession, and the energy of the laser shot by Tony was completely exhausted and extinguished. Su Wenwu did a backflip and landed smoothly. Looking at the 10 rings flying out in the distance, he waved his hand, and the blue light on the 10 rings lit up and instantly flew back to Su Wenwu's arm. Tony Stark was also somewhat helpless when he saw Su Wenwu, who was unharmed. At this time, Jarvis reminded him, "Sir, the arc reactor still has 40% of its energy left." Seeing that the suit was reporting repairs everywhere and the energy level was only at 40%, Tony didn't insist on facing the unharmed Su Wenwu. Before the other party came over, he spoke directly. "I surrender." As Tony admitted defeat, Smith Doyle appeared between the two of them, then grabbed Su Wenwu's arm and said, "The winner of this competition is Su Wenwu." Following Smith Doyle's announcement, the audience immediately burst into cheers. Although the first match was not long, everyone still felt Su Wenwu's strength, especially since this battle exceeded most people's expectations. Tina looked at the victorious Su Wenwu, looked at the 10 rings on his arm, and said, "His weapon is a little unusual." Gilgamesh nodded in agreement. "This is a good opponent, but I don't know if the enemy you are waiting for is also very powerful." At this moment, no one dared to underestimate Su Wenwu, but some people were curious why his 2 children were so weak when Su Wenwu was such a powerful father. At this moment on the virtual screen, one of the 2 Dragon Balls next to Tony Stark's avatar moved next to Su Wenwu's avatar, indicating that 2 Dragon Balls have been obtained. Tony Stark on the ring had already stood up and told Jarvis, "Jarvis, have the satellites airdrop and arrange for the number 42 suit made of secondary adamantium." At this moment, on the Seraph satellite outside the Earth, an elliptical object that looked like a lifeboat was launched directly from space towards the location on Earth where Tony was. The speed was so fast that it even started a flame. However, in the battle just now, Tony had deeply realized that the ordinary gold titanium alloy was too weak to protect against these opponents. Even Su Wenwu could dismantle his suit, so how strong would Thor and Tina be? So Tony decided to use a battlesuit made of secondary adamantium alloy. Only in this way could he effectively resist the opponent's attack instead of being easily dismantled. Fortunately, he had collected 2 Dragon Balls before, so he still had a chance to compete. Soon Tony and Su Wenwu both walked down from the ring and returned to their seats in the audience area. Tony Stark even opened his battlesuit and walked out. Request recommendation votes and monthly votes for automatic subscription. End of this chapter. Chapter 311 Tina vs. Black Panther. Chapter 311 Tina vs. Black Panther. Smith Doyle frowned slightly as he looked at the broken arena. He had originally thought that the arena made of blue bricks was not strong enough, so he replaced it with titanium alloy. He didn't expect that Tony would blow it up. Would he need adamantium or vibranium next time? Thinking about his own abilities, Piccolo's magic can change clothes, but it cannot restore the entire arena. Fortunately, he was well prepared and immediately notified Bulma in the backstage. After receiving the information, Bulma immediately dispatched a large number of robots. These big white robots quickly tidied up the ground of the original arena and laid new alloys. The entire arena was completely new in an instant. At this moment, Eddie Brock returned to the new ring and couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the ring under his feet. Technology changes life, and the purpose of the Universal Capsule Group is also reflected at this moment. The first game is over, and the second game will begin. Please welcome contestants Tina and Chala to the stage. Seeing that it was his turn to go on stage, Chala also stood up from his seat. Chaka beside him comforted him. "Go son, you won't be in danger with vibranium with you." Her younger sister Surui also said, "Show off the Black Panther's strength and surprise them." Chala nodded, put on the Black Panther helmet and ran towards the ring, then did a front flip and landed on the ring. Chala, who had taken the heart-shaped grass, was not slow. He moved very quickly in his battle suit, running at a speed of 100 kilometers per hour. However, compared with the previous performances of Su Wenwu and Tony, there was nothing eye-catching about him. But at this time, Tony and Ivan Vanko in the field had their eyes on Chala's suit. An idea came to both of their minds at the same time. Could it be made of vibranium? The other side. Tina, who has super strength and can fly, jumped directly from the audience and landed in the center of the ring. Compared to Tina's stage performance, Chala is far inferior. Eddie, the host, left the stage, and referee Smith Doyle came between the two and said, submission, loss of combat power, being on the ground for more than 10 seconds, or falling out of the ring are all considered losses. The second battle for the Dragon Ball begins now. As Smith Doyle finished his words, he disappeared from the ring. When Chala heard the start of the game, he immediately charged towards Tina. As a person without much mystery in the field, he naturally understood that if he wanted to win, he had to attack first. Only in this way would he have a chance. Tina looked at Chala running towards her, her expression didn't change at all, and her body didn't move at all, she just watched him running towards her. Chala ran at full speed and quickly closed the distance between the two. Although the ring was large, it was nothing with his speed. Looking at Tina who did not move, Chala's already dark face inside his suit became even darker. Did this woman look down on him? You didn't even want to take a fighting stance. Since you looked down on me, don't blame me for being ruthless. In an instant, sharp blades popped out from Chala's hands and grabbed Tina in front of him. Chala didn't know that his agile movements seemed extremely slow in Tina's eyes, and he didn't need to prepare in advance at all. Tina looked at the sharp claws that appeared in front of her, the corners of her mouth curled up slightly, and she dodged Chala's attack by turning sideways. At the same time, she transformed a double-edged sword through energy in the next second and slashed directly at Chala. Clang! In Chala's eyes, Tina's figure was extremely fast. She dodged his attack in an instant. At the same time, a long sword inexplicably appeared in her hand, and then she flew out the next second. The energy sword collided with the vibranium suit. Although Chala's Black Panther suit blocked the attack, it was also knocked away by Tina's super strength. At this moment, the ordinary people in the audience exclaimed, "How fast!" The next second, a picture-in-picture screen appeared on the virtual screen, with 100 times slow motion turned on. It showed Chala attacking Tina, who easily dodged it and chopped him off with a sword. My god, how did that long sword appear? It's amazing. So cool. Marcus looked at Selena and asked, if you participate in this competition, do you still have the confidence to win the championship? Selena shook her head. I don't need this match. Even last time, Tony Stark didn't run out of ammunition in the first round. I couldn't withstand those bombs. Marcus smiled and said, sometimes luck is also a part of strength. At this moment in the ring, Chala, who was knocked out by a sword, stood up again. Because of his battle suit, no one saw his ugly face. Too fast, too powerful. If it weren't for the Black Panther suit, that one alone would have been enough to kill him. But Chala couldn't afford to lose face by letting him give up, so he decided to charge towards Tina again. Seeing Chala rushing towards her again, Tina didn't even bother changing to a more powerful weapon. She even dispersed the double-edged sword and then charged towards Chala. Tina arrived first after starting later. In the blink of an eye, she rushed in front of Chala and punched him directly. Looking at Tina who suddenly appeared in front of him, Chala did not take Tina's fist head-on but rolled to the side to avoid it. Under the inertia of running, Chala rolled over to avoid Tina's attack, but he was unable to keep his body still. He rolled quickly to the other side of the ring and finally stopped with the help of the sharp claws on his hands. However, Chala left 10 deep marks on the alloy ring on the ground. Looking at the traces left by Chala on the ring, Tony Stark and Ivan Vanko could directly confirm that Chala's suit was definitely made of vibranium. After all, the ring was made of titanium alloy, and it was not so easy to destroy it. Tina looked at Chala's embarrassed look and said with a smile, just admit defeat. You're no match for me. After hearing Tina's words, Chala did not choose to admit defeat, but said, even if I'm no match for you, I will fight with all my might. Hearing that the other party rejected her request, Tina decided to make a quick decision. She didn't know when she would become permanently possessed, so it was better not to waste time. In that case, I will personally escort you out of the ring. As soon as she finished speaking, Tina appeared in front of Chala and punched him. Request recommendation votes and monthly votes for automatic subscription. End of this chapter. Chapter 312, The Show-Off Team. Chapter 312, The Show-Off Duo. Facing Tina's attack, Chala raised his arms to resist. Boom. Facing Tina's punch coming from above, even though Chala blocked it with his arms and was wearing a vibranium suit, he was still knocked to the ground by the punch, and his body collided violently with the alloy ground. Before Chala could react, Tina kicked him directly, sending him flying. When he reached a height parallel to her line of sight, she punched him hard in the abdomen. Bump! There was a muffled sound, and Chala flew out like a cannonball. Boom! Finally, after Chala flew out of the ring, he fell to the ground and rolled for a while before stopping. Everything happened very quickly, and the winner of the second game was decided in a flash. If both sides performed well in the first game, this one ended in a crushing manner and at an extremely fast speed. At this moment, Chala also got up from the ground. He thought he would fail, but he didn't expect to fail so quickly. The only thing to be thankful for was that under the protection of the vibranium suit, he did not suffer any substantial harm. Smith Doyle appeared on the ring, raised Tina's arm and said, "Second ring battle, winner is Tina." As Smith Doyle made the announcement, the people in the audience applauded. Tina looked at Smith Doyle with some surprise. The speed at which the other party appeared just now was not slow at all. Thor, the god of thunder, said with a smile in the audience area. "I knew Tina's victory was no surprise. That opponent was too weak. She didn't even need a weapon." Jane Foster held Thor's arm and said with a smile, "Yeah, it's over quickly. It will be your turn soon." Thor waved Mjolnir in his hand and said, "Victory is mine." Tony sighed. Tina is really lucky to have met such an opponent. If I were to meet this Chala, I would also be able to win. Looking at Tony, who had taken off his suit, Pepper Potts said worriedly, "Tony, your suit is damaged. Do you need to give up the rest of the game?" Tony looked at the watch on his hand and said, "No need, my equipment is here." A flaming red device appeared in the sky above his head and flew towards where Tony was. At this moment, some people in the audience also saw the red aircraft appearing in the sky. Darcy pointed and shouted, "What is that?" At this moment Tony walked out of the audience area and opened his arms. The aircraft in the air scanned Tony's wrist, and then the aircraft unfolded to reveal a set of Iron Man suits. Soon Tony successfully changed into the new suit. Seeing that Tony actually launched a new battle suit, all the contestants knew that Tony was not going to give up the next game. However, everyone also had an idea in their minds, that is, the previous battle suit did not withstand the attack. Can the new battle suit win? Tony smiled and looked at Pepper Potts and said, "New suits are coming." Smith Doyle did not stop Tony from transporting the suit. After all, it was not a violation. If Tony had used this method last time, he would not have lost. Eddie Brock came to the ring again and said, "A truly spectacular battle, worthy of the powerful female warrior who was mistaken for Athena. Now begins the third ring match. Please welcome the contestants, Thor the Thunder God and Archmage Kalmud." Following Eddie Brock's announcement, a circle of light appeared on the stage. The next second, Baron Mordo walked out of it and said, "Our lineage is called the Mystic Mage, thank you." As Baron Mordo walked out of the teleportation circle, the portal behind him closed. Seeing Karl Mordo's appearance, everyone present was stunned for a moment before immediately cheering and shouting, "Oh my god, is this the ability of a secret mage? So cool. Can this portal go anywhere?" When Thor saw everyone marveling at Mordo's appearance, he thought that he couldn't do anything so fancy. He couldn't possibly summon lightning, right? Lightning, maybe give it a try. Thor raised Mjolnir, and lightning and thunder immediately appeared in the sky. For the glory of Asgard. Then Thor swung Mjolnir and flew onto the ring with the help of Thor's hammer. After landing, he held Thor's hammer high and completed his transformation under the illumination of lightning behind him, changing from casual clothes to Thor's exclusive battle suit. Seeing how Thor Odinson ascended the throne, Jane Foster in the audience became a crazy fangirl, her eyes full of love. Darcy Louise next to her was also full of envy, as she also wanted to find a strong and handsome boyfriend. Thor, Thor, Thor. The audience also gave warm cheers to Thor Odinson's appearance. Ginger looked at Thor's performance and said, "I didn't expect that this guy Thor would become so showy now." Tina smiled and said, "At least it's interesting, isn't it?" Several other people also nodded. As the host Eddie left the stage, referee Smith Doyle came between the two and said, "Submission, loss of combat power, being on the ground for more than 10 seconds, or falling out of the ring are all considered losses. The third battle for the Dragon Ball begins now." As Smith Doyle finished his words, he disappeared from the ring. Karl Mordo did not dare to underestimate Thor, the god of thunder. There was an introduction to Asgard in the books in Kamartaj, which naturally included Thor's family. Karl Mordo waved his hand, and an orange-yellow magic light shield instantly condensed in his left hand. Thor saw the change in Karl Mordo and immediately launched an attack. He pointed the hammer of Thor in his hand towards the opponent's position. The next moment, thunder appeared in the sky and instantly struck Karl Mordo. At this critical moment, Karl Mordo held up a magic light shield above his head to block Thor's lightning attack. Seeing that his attack was blocked, Thor was not discouraged at all. While the protective shield above the opponent's head had not dissipated, Thor immediately swung Thor's hammer and smashed it to the ground. The next second, countless electric currents attacked Karl Mordo from the ground. You can defend against the sky above your head, but can you defend against the ground below your feet? At this moment, Thor seemed to see Karl Mordo being knocked to the ground by him. Victory belongs to Asgard. Request recommendation votes and monthly votes for automatic subscription. End of this chapter. Chapter 313 Baron Mordo and 039's Trick. Chapter 313 Baron Mordo's Trick, Happy Lava Festival, Extra 3. At this moment, everyone in the audience area looked at Karl Mordo with some concern. Is he going to be defeated so soon? As expected, compared to the Norse god of thunder, Karl Mordo, a wizard without any legendary status, was still much weaker. Legendary status, mythical and legendary characters such as Athena and Tina, Thor, Merlin the wizard, etc. At this critical moment, Karl Mordo dissipated the defensive magic in his hand, and at the same time, orange magic light appeared on the shoes on his feet. Karl Mordo jumped up, and yellow discs appeared under his feet like steps. Karl Mordo took 2 steps at a time, moving in a semi-arc in the air while approaching Thor. Because he left the ground and moved, Thor's thunder on the ground did not hit Karl Mordo. Karl Mordo approached Thor, and an energy rope appeared in his hand. Mordo swung the energy whip and lashed towards Thor. Thor waved Mjolnir to block, and saw the energy whip instantly wrapped around his arm. Karl Mordo pulled hard, trying to get Thor to let go of the weapon in his hand. However, the next second, Thor half-crouched, pulled his arms hard, and with such great force, he pulled Karl Mordo down from the air. Just as he was about to have a close contact with the ring, Karl Mordo opened a portal under him and disappeared after falling into the portal. The entrance to another portal appeared above Thor's head. Karl Mordo rushed out from another portal and attacked the sturdy Thor Odinson with a neck lock. At this moment, everyone in the audience area was also very excited watching the battle on the virtual screen. There were thunder and changing weapons. Apart from anything else, the visual effect was indeed very good. However, some people soon felt that something was wrong. Shouldn't the wizard throw fireballs, thunder and the like in novels? Why does the Karl Mordo in front of us give us a feeling of melee combat? Is he a melee mage? In the arena, Karl Mordo wrapped his hands around the magic rope, locked Thor's neck, and pulled back with all his strength, hoping to suffocate Thor and disqualify him from the competition. Facing Karl Mordo's attack, Thor suddenly lunged forward. Under the huge force, Karl Mordo was brought directly to the front. Thor grabbed Mordo's back, pulled him down and threw him forward. Looking at Karl Mordo being thrown out, Thor was not satisfied, and directly threw Thor's hammer towards the opponent. Karl Mordo, who was thrown out at this moment, was secretly happy when he saw the Thor's hammer thrown by Thor. He instantly opened a portal in the path of Thor's hammer, and on the other side of the portal was the Sahara Desert. Thor's hammer pierced into the portal in an instant, and Karl Mordo immediately closed the portal. When Thor saw that the hammer had disappeared, he immediately shouted, "Where did you put my hammer?" Then he stretched out his hand and saw Mjolnir, who was far away in the Sahara Desert, immediately flying quickly towards the direction where Thor was, and the speed was so fast that it brought up countless mock rings. Thor was relieved when he sensed that Thor's hammer was still on Earth. As long as it was still on Earth, it would fly back in no time. If it was teleported outside the 9 realms, it would be really troublesome to recall it. Karl Mordo stopped, looked at Thor Odinson in front of him, and said, "Now, let's get into the real fight." After saying that, Karl Mordo slammed the ground, and the entire ring swept towards Thor like a wave. The sudden change made Thor almost lose his balance. At the same time, he soon discovered that there was no trace of the people in the surrounding audience area. However, it was Karl Mordo who immediately opened the mirror space after teleporting Thor's weapon. Thor had just steadied himself when he saw the ring under his feet moving again, moving directly towards Mordo. Looking at Thor who was being sent over, Karl Mordo condensed a magic long sword in his hand and chopped at Thor. Clang! The magic sword collided with Thor's wrist guard, and brilliant sparks flew. However, just as Thor was about to counterattack, the ring under his feet pulled him back, directly increasing the attack distance. Outside the mirror space, everyone in the audience area was staring in surprise. Because of the mirror space, Thor Odinson and Karl Mordo disappeared from the ring. No one present knew what had happened or where the two had gone. Seeing that neither of them showed up after a few seconds, they immediately started discussing in low voices. "Why are they all gone? It's not shown on the screen. We can't see it at all." At this time Surue said, "Brother, is this the magician's method?" Chala also shook his head. "I don't know, and I haven't had any contact with this group. But the referee didn't take any action, which means the fight isn't over yet. Perhaps the two are fighting somewhere we don't know about. Surue sighed, this competition really opened my eyes. The Chaka couple standing by had a look of worry on their brows. They had never expected that the water in this world was so deep. It was really beyond their imagination. At this moment, Ivan Vanko, who was standing next to the audience, walked over to the area where Chala was. He took out his business card and said, "Greetings, King Chaka and Prince Chala. I'm Ivan Vank, CEO of Vank Industrial, and of course, I also have the superhero title of Whiplash." Chaka took Ivan Vanko's business card and said, "Hello, Mr. Ivan Vanko." Ivan Vanko said, "You know, like Tony, I became a superhero through the armor. There is a high demand for materials. I wonder if you still have any vibranium. I would like to purchase some. Of course, you can ask for anything. I will definitely help as long as I can." Ivan Vanko didn't know that Wakanda had a lot of vibranium, and thought that even if he used it, there might only be a little left. If he could buy vibranium through Wakanda, he wouldn't need to contact any black market arms dealers. After all, with his current identity, he didn't want to have too much to do with those black market arms dealers. Before Chaka could say anything, a powerful sound of breaking air was heard from a distance. Everyone looked closely and saw that it was Thor's hammer flying back and crashing towards the ring. Crack! A sound like breaking glass was heard immediately, so loud that it reached the ears of everyone present. P.S. I wish all my fellow book friends a happy Laba festival. Today is also Pencil's birthday, so I'm asking for blessings. Today is also the last day of double monthly tickets, so I'm asking for birthday monthly tickets. I'll go to dinner and there are still 2 chapters before 12 o'clock in the evening. Request recommendation votes and monthly votes for automatic subscription. End of this chapter. Chapter 3:14 Breaking the Darkness with Thunder. Chapter 3:14 Breaking the Darkness with Thunder. Everyone's attention was drawn to Thor's hammer on the ring. Thor's hammer kept hitting the void, as if it was going to break something. At this moment, in the mirror space, Thor was trapped by Karl Mordo's mirror magic. Although he had divine power, Thor did not have control over his own thunder power. The lethality of having Thor's hammer and not having it was completely different. Therefore, in the mirror space, Thor was trapped by the inverted earth and the arena. Karl Mordo looked at the trapped Thor and said, "If you admit defeat, I will let you out. Otherwise, you will be alone in this space until the battle for the Dragon Ball is over." Thor struggled to break free, but the destruction could not keep up with the mass that was converging to trap him. "You want me to surrender? That's impossible." Karl Mordo advised, "My wish is to stop the invasion of the Earth by the dimensional demons. I have no selfish desires in protecting the Earth. Since you are no match for me, why are you unwilling to give up and admit defeat?" Thor had already sensed Mjolnir, and he kept summoning Thor's hammer with one hand, and said, "You have your wishes, and I have mine. And you may not be able to defeat me. If you can really do it, why don't you knock me out and throw me out?" Thor was not wrong. Karl Mordo was indeed not sure that he could defeat his opponent, so he wanted to persuade him to admit defeat. He had also noticed that the mirror space was under attack from the outside and could be broken at any time. "Since you refuse to admit defeat, then stay trapped inside and wait for the battle for the Dragon Balls to end." However, just as Karl Mordo finished his words, the sound of glass breaking was heard. Mjolnir broke through the mirror space and drilled in directly, and came directly to Thor's side. Thor held Mjolnir in his hand and shouted, "Thunder shatters the darkness." The next moment, a bolt of lightning struck down, destroying everything around Thor that was trapped, allowing Thor to escape completely. Karl Mordo looked at the way Thor's hammer appeared before Thor and said, "Just stay here by yourself." After saying that, Karl Mordo directly opened a portal and was about to leave the mirror space. Thor raised Mjolnir and slammed it hard on the ground beneath his feet. Endless power of thunder was released through Mjolnir. Crack! Instantly the mirror space exploded and was destroyed by Thor. The instantaneous explosion of the mirror space, coupled with the backlash of the shattered space, directly blew Karl Mordo away. From the perspective of everyone in the audience, they saw Thor's hammer smash open a space and rush in. Then the next second, the space on the ring shattered like glass, and Thor Odinson and Karl Mordo appeared on the ring again. Thor was unharmed holding Thor's hammer, but Khalil Mordo was inexplicably sent flying backwards. No one present knew what kind of battle had taken place between the two, but the current situation clearly showed that Thor had the upper hand. Karl Mordo flew backwards and saw Thor rushing towards him with Mjolnir in hand. He immediately opened a portal in Thor's path, ready to send Thor and himself out of the ring, so that he would lose the match. This time, he placed the other portal on the ground. As long as Thor stepped on the ground after closing the portal, he would lose the match. However, this time, Thor and Mjolnir did not rush directly into the portal. When he saw the sparks appearing from the portal, he immediately changed the direction of Mjolnir's flight, took off vertically, and landed in front of Karl Mordo, smashing him with one hammer. What? Karl Mordo screamed and was knocked away by Thor's hammer, falling outside the ring. Karl Mordo used his body to block Thor's hammer, and after landing, he vomited blood on the spot. However, it was obvious that Thor did not use his full strength, and there was no power of thunder attached to the hammer. However, the power of Mjolnir's hammer alone was terrifying, and Karl Mordo was not feeling well. Seeing that he had fallen outside the ring, Karl Mordo immediately used the healing magic and white magic to recover from his injuries. Smith Doyle ignored Karl Mordo after he saw him start treating his injuries. Instead, he appeared on the ring, raised Thor's arm, and announced, "The winner of this ring battle is Thor Odinson. Let's give applause to the winner." Although everyone present didn't know what happened in the special space, the performance of Thor's hammer as if it shattered the void still shocked many people, and they immediately gave warm applause. Thor then returned to the audience area, and Eddie Brock, after asking Karl Mordo if he needed treatment, learned that he could handle it himself, so he arranged for staff to send him back to his seat in the audience area. Eddie Brock returned to the ring and announced loudly, "The first round of the Dragon Ball battle has concluded. There are now 4 contestants remaining: Tony Stark, Tina, Su Wenwu, and Thor Odinson. Let us give a warm round of applause to the 4 contestants who have entered the second round." Pa, pa, pa. The people in the audience naturally did not hesitate to applaud, even though Tony Stark was the only one with only 1 Dragon Ball left among the 4. As the applause died down, Eddie Brock continued, "Everyone, please look at the big screen. The second round of contestant matching is about to begin." Soon, the avatars of the 4 people on the screen began to spin rapidly, and finally stopped slowly. Tony Stark vs. Thor Odinson, Tina vs. Su Wenwu. As the list of opponents for the second round of the ring battle appeared, Eddie immediately announced, "The second round match list has been released. Considering that we just finished the previous round of arena battles, we will give everyone half an hour. The second round of the ring battle will begin in half an hour." Tony saw that he would be fighting against Thor Odinson next, but he was not worried. So what if Thor was just an opponent for him to test the performance of his experimental suit? The suit was made of secondary adamantium alloy, which made Tony full of confidence in the upcoming game. After seeing that his opponent was Tony, Thor became more confident. After all, he had seen Tony's games. He was no longer worried about those aerial bombs and other means. Victory was waving to him. Tina and Su Wenwu, on the other hand, paid more attention to their opponents. The performance of both sides did not reveal the bottom line of their respective strengths. They believed that the next battle would be a head-on battle. Request recommendation votes and monthly votes for automatic subscription. End of this chapter. Chapter 315 Power Bank. Chapter 315 Power Bank. Ivan Bank continued with the previous topic and said, "King Chaka, what do you think of my suggestion?" Chaka naturally wouldn't reveal that he had vibranium, but instead said, "This Black Panther suit is a suit that has been passed down from generation to generation in Wakanda, so it has been preserved. But we're out of vibranium in our country. The last bit of it was stolen by a bandit named Ulysses. Otherwise, I'd be willing to trade vibranium for some resources to develop our country." After hearing Chaka's refusal, Ivan Banco didn't know whether what the other party said was true or false, but he knew that Ulysses had vibranium in his hands, and the other party had indeed stolen a large amount of vibranium. "That's a shame. I don't need much vibranium, just to upgrade my suit. It seems I need to find another way." Watching Ivan Banco leave, Chaka and his son Chala looked at each other and didn't say much. Although Chala has lost the game, they will not leave immediately. They also want to know more about the situation in the extraordinary world of Earth and the upper limit of the strength of other contestants. Half an hour passed quickly. Eddie Brock announced, "The second round of the Dragon Ball contest begins now. Please welcome contestants Tony Stark and Thor Odinson." Tony Stark flew onto the ring in his battle suit, while Thor climbed onto the ring waving Mjolnir. Smith Doyle looked at the two of them and said, "I won't repeat the rules of the game anymore, the game begins now." Thor looked at Tony in front of him and said, "Give up, Tin Man. I can't imagine how mature you will become after I strike you with the power of thunder." Thor was naturally giving a kind reminder. After all, in his opinion, Tony's alloy armor was the best conductive material. Tony was not willing to be outdone and taunted. "You, the theater actor who stole my mother's cape, don't think you're invincible just because you defeated a magician. You're the one who should admit defeat." Obviously, when it comes to foul language, Tony is even better. He not only scolded Thor, but also Karl Mordo in the audience. Seeing this, Thor sighed and threw Thor's hammer directly at the opponent. Boom! Thor's hammer flew out quickly and hit Tony directly, knocking him away, but did not knock him out of the ring. However, compared to the previous suit, which could not be repaired after being hit by the 10 rings, this time the suit was made of the secondary adamantium attack, and although it was knocked away by Thor's hammer, it was not seriously damaged. Looking at the intact suit, Tony said to himself, "Bring it on." Thor recalled Thor's hammer and took a few steps towards Tony, while quickly spinning Mjolnir, ready to deliver a powerful blow that would knock him out of the ring. At this moment, in Thor's eyes, Tony was hit by Thor's hammer. Even if the suit was not scrapped immediately, it should have malfunctioned. After all, Su Wenwu's flying ring could dismantle the suit, so his own artifact Mjolnir should be even easier. Tony looked at Thor, who was spinning his hammer, and before he could fully stand up, he fired 2 palm cannons with his hands. Boom, boom. The defenseless Thor took 2 palm cannon shots and was knocked back several steps, which also interrupted the rotation and charging of Thor's hammer. Tony Stark took advantage of the victory and flew over and kicked Thor Odinson in the chest. The huge force made Thor fly backwards, and even the hammer fell out of his hand on the spot. It was obvious that Thor had taken Tony lightly. Thor stood up and immediately reached out to recall Thor's hammer. With Mjolnir in his hand, Thor stood up and raised the hammer high. Lightning flashed continuously from Thor's hammer. The next second, Thor pointed Thor's hammer at Tony, and lightning immediately hit Tony. 2 thick lightning bolts, one attacked Tony's face, and the other hit the position of the arc reactor on his chest. At the same time, sparks and lightning flew all over Tony's body. Tony blocked the lightning with one hand, but the lightning kept striking Tony. Thor stopped attacking after seeing that it was almost over. At this moment, Jarvis' voice sounded, "Sir, the energy has reached 400%. Tony was also stunned when he saw this and asked, "How could this be?" Then he launched energy attacks at Thor with his chest and hands at the same time. Boom! Thor didn't expect Tony to fight back, and was blown away, stopping at the edge of the ring. Seeing himself being defeated repeatedly and with so many spectators around, Thor got a little angry. He raised Thor's hammer and flew towards Tony. Seeing this, Tony also flew towards Thor. The two sides started fighting the moment they came into contact. Thor swung Thor's hammer and hit Tony's suit violently, while Tony grabbed Thor and flew into the sky, while the laser cannon on his chest fired from time to time. The two sides fought back and forth, from the ring to the gods, and Tony headbutted Thor. Bump! Thor was stunned for a moment and then suddenly slammed into Tony. The huge force separated the two and both fell onto the ring. Bump! The two men stood up again and flew towards each other again. Thor grabbed Tony's hands and began to wrestle. Thor originally thought that his strength was enough to deform the armor of the man in front of him, but he found that it had no effect. "Isn't this the same trick you used in the previous competition?" Thor didn't think there was such a big gap between him and Su Wenwu. It was just a matter of changing clothes and armor. The chest cannon on Tony's chest lit up and blasted Thor away. "Of course not that one, otherwise I might not have lost the last game." Thor got up from the ground and rushed towards Tony again. When he got close to him, he picked up Tony and threw him to the ground. Bump! Then he stretched out his hand to recall Mjolnir, but he was preparing to put the hammer on Tony. With Mjolnir's special features, Tony would definitely not be able to get up under Thor's hammer, and he would automatically win after 10 seconds. However, Tony's reaction was also very quick. Before Thor's hammer fell, the thrusters immediately ignited and flew out, flying towards Thor and punching the opponent on the head. Bump! There was a muffled sound, but it had no effect. Hateful! Thor swung Thor's hammer and hit Tony. Clang! Although Tony took the attack head-on and was not injured, he was still knocked several meters away by the huge force. Tony, who was knocked away, immediately raised his shoulder cannon and several micro-missiles rushed towards Thor. Boom, boom, boom. Thor put his arms in front of him to protect himself and took Tony's attack without suffering much actual damage. Request recommendation votes and monthly votes for automatic subscription. End of this chapter. Chapter 316 Tony vs. Thor. Chapter 316 Tony vs. Thor. Everyone in the audience was also surprised when they heard Tony's words. They didn't know what kind of material was used to make it so strong that it could withstand Thor's hammer and lightning without any damage. Surui asked curiously, "Is it made of vibranium?" Chalice shook his head. "It's probably not made of vibranium, and according to our intelligence, Tony doesn't want to be associated with black market arms dealers and is not interested in the vibranium in Ulysses' hands." Hearing that it was not made of vibranium, Surui's eyes became more interested. What kind of metal could have such strong defensive power? If it is not expensive or can be mass-produced, wouldn't it be easy to popularize it in all aspects? After all, the improvement of material science has a huge impact. A trace of worry also appeared on Chaka's face. If this kind of material became popular, it would no longer be so easy for Wakanda's weapons to break it. Ivan Vank was very clear at the scene that Tony Stark was using secondary adamantium, but he was very unhappy because he was not American. Even though Vank Industrial had the Universal Capsule Group behind it, the military refused to cooperate with him and refused to sell him this material, believing he was a threat. Unless he is willing to reform the Bimax army and open up the arc reactor technology, he will be begging for food on his knees, so he set his sights on vibranium. As for vibranium's weaknesses, he also has a way to deal with it, which is to make vibranium into an alloy similar to Captain America's shield and mix it with other metals. On the stage, Tony Stark opened fire at full power, and Thor, not bothered by it, used lightning to attack. Although some bombs were detonated in advance, more of them served as power banks, which made Tony's energy extremely sufficient, and the chest cannon attack that was originally a killer move became a normal attack. Every time Thor's lightning struck Tony, Tony would attack Thor with his chest cannon at full power. Relying on Thor's charge, Tony knocked Thor to the edge of the ring. Boom! Looking at the chest cannon attack heading straight for him again, Thor summoned lightning to strike Tony. Then everyone in the audience saw lightning jumping on Tony's body, and the laser shot out from Tony's chest was brighter, the beam of light was thicker and the attack lasted longer. This is impossible! Thor shouted and threw Mjolnir in his hand towards Tony. Bump! Tony was knocked away again. At the same time, due to continuous fighting, the secondary adamantium alloy also showed metal fatigue, and cracks appeared under this blow. At the same time, Jarvis also reminded Tony that the mecha began to be damaged. Tony was not surprised by this situation. After all, when he was sparring with Smith Doyle before, the sub-adamantium alloy could be shattered by the high-frequency and fierce attacks. Thor was not unable to do it either, but the opponent used thunder attacks more to replenish his energy. Ivan Vanko in the audience area touched his chin and thought. Although he did not have the arc reactor of the new element, he had a rough estimate of Tony's energy intensity. However, Tony's energy output in this ring battle was obviously beyond the standard. How did this happen? There's no second arc reactor on the suit, so it can't be powered by lightning, right? Tony, who was knocked away at this moment, stood up and immediately flew towards Thor, while the energy cannon on his chest shot towards Thor again. Tony was seen flying at a low altitude, with the energy cannon on his chest suppressing Thor from top to bottom, while Thor crossed his arms in front of him, enduring the attack of the energy cannon, and the wrist guards on his arms had begun to turn red. Every time Tony moved forward, Thor moved back a little, and soon one of Thor's feet touched the edge of the ring. Jarvis, push all your energy into your chest and blast it down for me. After Thor's recharging, Tony's energy was still more than 300%. Jarvis mobilized 100% of his energy and directly put it into his chest. The laser shot by Tony suddenly expanded a few inches, and the white energy penetrated Thor. Boom! With a violent explosion, Tony successfully blew Thor away. Thor fell outside the ring. As soon as he got up from the ground, he summoned Mjolnir and rushed towards Tony. Although it was very painful just now, it was not something that Thor couldn't handle. This time he wanted to smash the opponent's shell. However, before Thor could take off, Smith Doyle appeared in front of Tony and stopped him. Thor Odinson, you have fallen outside the ring. You lose this match. Hearing that he had lost, Thor was stunned for a moment, then looked down and found that he was actually standing on the ground outside the ring. He had not noticed it just now. Asshole. Thor cursed. He thought his loss was unfair and he forgot the rule of the ring. After cursing inwardly, Thor did not play tricks and turned to walk towards the audience area. He still had the qualifications to continue fighting, and he would not take the next battle lightly. Smith Doyle came to the ring, raised Tony's arm and announced, the winner of this game, Tony Stark. Following Smith Doyle's announcement, the crowd immediately gave him warm applause. Everyone was a little surprised that Tony won. After all, Thor didn't seem to be hurt. However, Suwon still looked at Tony Stark with some surprise. The battle suit he replaced this time had a higher defense. It seemed to be a special upgraded version. He just didn't know if there were any other battle suits that had strength or speed. As Tony walked out of the ring, Eddie Brock announced, "Please welcome the contestants for the second match, Tina and Su Wenliu." As the two men flew to the ring, Smith Doyle announced the start of the match. Both sides rushed towards each other without any hesitation. Tina held a shield in one hand and a spear in the other, and it was obvious that she was taking her opponent Su Wenliu very seriously. Su Wenliu naturally did not dare to relax at all. All 10 rings on his arms flew out, surrounding his body as he ran towards the opponent. After reaching a certain distance from Tina, Su Wenliu launched a 10-ring attack on Tina. Clang! Facing the flying 10 rings, Tina did not raise her shield to block it, but swept out the spear in her right hand and directly hit the flying 10 rings. The moment the spear collided with the 10 rings, a large amount of sparks burst out, accompanied by a huge sound like an explosion. Go with. Su Wenyu made a gesture and the remaining 9-10 rings all attacked Tina. Request recommendation votes and monthly votes for automatic subscription. End of this chapter. Chapter 317 Su Wenyu vs Tina. Chapter 317 Su Wenyu vs Tina. Facing the 9 flying rings, the shield in Tina's left hand disappeared instantly. She was seen holding a gun in both hands. The gun flew rapidly in her hands, stabbing, poking, sweeping and picking to knock the 10 flying rings away one by one. Ding, ding, ding. Every collision with the 10 rings produced a sonic boom, and some of the audience even covered their ears. Soon the Bimax robot appeared and considerately handed special earplugs to ordinary people present. Tina repelled all the flying rings, but did not show any sign of relaxation. Su Wenyu waved his hands, and the 10 rings that were originally scattered everywhere instantly came to life and attacked Tina from all directions. Ding, ding, ding. Although Tina danced the spear very quickly, Su Wenyu's 10 rings were not slow at all, and he attacked from multiple angles at the same time. Soon a flying ring broke through the defense and hit Tina's abdomen directly, knocking her out. Tina, who was knocked flying, thrust her spear into the ring, instantly piercing through the alloy of the ring, and relied on the strong resistance to stabilize her body. Su Wenyu waved his hand, and the 10 rings flew back again and merged into his arms. Tina looked at Su Wenyu and said, "Strong enough." Tina's conjured spear disappeared and she quickly rushed towards Su Wenyu. The moment she got close to Su Wenyu, she jumped up and smashed towards the flying 10 rings. Boom! Tina clasped her hands together and smashed the flying 10 rings away with a hammer, while kicking Su Wenyu fiercely. Under the tremendous force, even though Su Wenyu had the other 10 rings protecting him, he was still kicked away by Tina. Boom! Su Wenyu flew across half the ring before he could steady himself, while Tina rushed over again. Su Wenyu punched out with both fists, and the 10 rings smashed directly towards Tina. Tina immediately formed a huge shield in her hands to block Su Wenyu's attack. Then, the moment the shield landed, it turned into 2 long swords and slashed directly towards Su Wenyu. Su Wenyu's 10 rings formed a long line in front of him, blocking Tina's attack, but Tina's long sword turned into a giant axe in an instant and chopped towards Su Wenyu at the same time. Each of Tina's moves was powerful and extremely fast, and the light weapon in her hand changed its shape at any time. Sometimes Su Wenyu blocked the attack, but the weapon instantly changed from short range to ultra range, forcing Su Wenyu to resist with all his strength for a while. But as the two sides continued to fight, Su Wenyu quickly adapted to Tina's ever-changing attack methods. I saw 10 rings flying out from Su Wenyu's arms, and he held one in his hand and connected the rest into a whip and lashed directly towards Tina. Boom! Tina switched to a one-handed shield to block, but the moment the 10 rings touched the shield shattered into light spots and dissipated. Su Wenyu immediately turned over and whipped out again. Seeing this, Tina immediately conjured up a 2-handed shield to block it. Crack! However, the result did not change. Tina's shield was shattered again by Su Wenyu on the spot. Seeing this, Su Wenyu immediately threw out one of the 10 rings and attacked Tina in the face. Tina immediately took out a long stick and knocked Su Wenyu's 10 rings back. Looking at the 10 rings that were knocked back, Su Wenyu smiled, and then saw the 10 rings fly away at a faster speed. Boom, boom, boom. After fighting for several moves, Tina knocked back all of Su Wenyu's single 10 rings, but Su Wenyu also walked in front of Tina. Facing Tina's stick attack, Su Wenyu easily dodged it and grabbed the middle of Tina's stick. Tina looked at the stick that Su Wenyu was holding, and pulled it hard but couldn't pull it back. In an instant, the stick disappeared and turned into a one-handed giant axe. However, the moment the stick disappeared, the 5-10 rings on Su Wenyu's right arm flew out instantly and hit Tina's abdomen violently. Boom! Tina flew backwards at a speed faster than the speed of sound, with sonic booms and mock rings appearing around her. In the blink of an eye, she flew out of the ring and disappeared into the sky. Su Wenyu flipped his palm, and the 5-10 rings flew out and flew back to his arm at the speed of light. At this moment, Mockery, an Eternal in the audience area, immediately used energy to accelerate and instantly appeared beside Tina. He carried the injured Tina and returned to the Eternals in an instant. Looking at Tina with blood at the corner of her mouth, the Eternal leader Ajak appeared beside Tina and used healing magic to instantly heal Tina's injuries. It seemed like a long time, but everything was done in a flash, and the audience didn't even know that Tina had returned to the audience area. At this moment, Smith Doyle appeared on the stage, raised one of Su Wenyu's arms and said, "The winner is Su Wenyu." After a moment of silence, the audience immediately gave a warm applause. The battle between Su Wenyu and Tina was also fascinating to the audience. The two's bold and aggressive attacks made everyone feast their eyes and at the same time had a deep understanding of the strength of the two. At this moment, Su Wenyi's gaze fell on Tina in the audience area. He saw a very fast golden light flying out, and then Tina appeared in the audience area, and returned to normal in the blink of an eye. At the same time, he thought that it was possible that each of these Eternals had different abilities. With the speed just now, he could only withstand it and look for opportunities to counterattack. It was too fast and he couldn't keep up. Besides, there were healers, so didn't they also have members like tanks? Even though he has lived in this land for thousands of years, he still doesn't understand it all. Perhaps this Eternal clan is as secluded as Taro village where his wife lives. With all kinds of thoughts in mind, Su Wenyu walked down the ring and returned to the audience area. Su Xiaoling and Su Shanqi on the side simply didn't know how to express their father's strength in words. All this was really beyond their expectations. At the same time, they are full of curiosity about their dead mother. After all, when they were young, they heard that their mother defeated their father and finally gave up the power of the dragon for their father. So what is the power of the dragon? This thought appeared in the minds of the two people, and at the same time, they also became curious for the first time about Taro village, the village where their mother was born. Eddie came to the ring as the host. Thank you to all 4 contestants for a wonderful fight. Currently, Su Wenyu has obtained 3 Dragon Balls, Tina has obtained 1 Dragon Ball, Tony Stark has obtained 2 Dragon Balls, and Thor has obtained 1 Dragon Ball. Now begins the 4th round of the Dragon Ball battle. Let's see who our respective opponents will be. As Eddie Brock finished speaking, the avatars on the screen began to scroll, and soon the results appeared in front of everyone. Su Wenyu vs Thor Odinson, Tony Stark vs Thena, request recommendation votes and monthly votes for automatic subscription. End of this chapter. Chapter 318 The Strongest Thunder in History. Chapter 318 The Strongest Thunder in History. Looking at the newly released list of competitors, Gilgamesh reminded Tina, you only have 1 chance. If you lose again. Although he didn't finish speaking, everyone knew what the result was, which was that this Dragon Ball wish had nothing to do with Tina. Igris, who was standing by, crossed his arms and said condescendingly, then rob them. With our strength, there shouldn't be any problem. In Igris's opinion, all 10 Eternals were present at the moment. As long as they were willing to rush forward after the game, the so-called organizers would not be their opponents at all. You have to know that their team includes a mind-controlling druid, a tank Gilgamesh, a long-range shooter king, an illusion master water elf, a speedster Mockery, a Phostos who has some control and sealing abilities, Arthur who can change matter to dissolve attacks, as well as the warriors Tina and himself, and the leader Ajak who is the nurse. With such a perfect team for team fighting, he didn't think that the organizer, the Assassins League, had the strength to compete with their team. You know, their team has never failed since coming to this earth. Ajak, the leader, shook his head and said, we once agreed not to disturb the lives of the Earthlings, nor would we steal their things. If it weren't for Tina's eternal demonic madness, we shouldn't even be involved in this battle for the Dragon Balls. Ajak, who knows everything, has her own understanding. She knows that the Eternals are to ensure the birth of the new god. As for treating Tina's eternal demon, it is also to be able to complete the work better in the future. As for robbing the Dragon Balls from the Assassins League and starting a war because of this, she thinks there is no need for this. In addition, after living for so many years, Ajax has also developed some different views on life on Earth. Perhaps the emergence of Dragon Ball can change some of the current situations, but this requires a discussion with Smith Doyle. After hearing the Chief Ajax's refusal, Igris didn't say anything more, but his eyes fell on Smith Doyle. Then Gilgamesh spoke. According to previous introductions, this is the 2nd Dragon Ball contest, which means there will be a 3rd, 4th, and even more in the future. Even if you fail once, there will still be another chance. Tina also nodded and said, so many years have passed, and a few more years won't make a difference. If I fail this time, I'll find a way to continue participating next time. But I will give it my all this time. I am confident that I can defeat Tony Stark. Everyone nodded after hearing this, but the other Eternals present were also quite interested in the Dragon Balls that could fulfill any wish. The other side. Tony looked at the cracks left by the previous battle with Thor, which made him hesitate whether he needed to change into a new suit, because there was a 30-minute break. If he launched the suit stored in outer space, there would be enough time, but the remaining suits were made of titanium alloy, and this was the only one made of secondary adamantium alloy. Considering that his next opponent is Tina, Tony Stark chose to continue using this suit. After all, if he changed to another one, he doubted that Tina would tear it apart with her bare hands. However, he needed to avoid the opponent from continuously hitting the cracked areas during the battle. At this moment, Karl Mordo, as a loser, did not leave. He was still a little depressed about this failure. Although the organizer did not tell him which wish could be realized, but did not deny it, it meant that at least one of the 3 wishes could be realized. Perhaps he could talk to Smith Doyle and give his next wish to Kamartaj to strengthen the Earth's resistance to dimensional invasion. This might also be the purpose of the Supreme Being asking him to come here. However, I didn't expect that in addition to Kamartaj, there are so many powerful forces on Earth. If they can all be involved in the war in the other dimension, will it make everyone's life easier? Amidst the swirling thoughts of the crowd, Chaka had only one thought: the news of Wakanda's vibranium must not be leaked. Their abilities were still too weak. Black Panther's power was nothing to these people, like a highly protective tortoise shell. If they knew Wakanda had a vast supply of vibranium, and if they harbored any ill intentions, Wakanda would be in turmoil. Half an hour passed in a flash. Eddie appeared on the ring again with the microphone in his hand. Dear audience friends and contestants, the 3rd round of the Dragon Ball battle is about to begin. Now please welcome Su Wenwu and Thor Odinson to the stage. Su Wenwu and Thor both relied on their own means to get on the ring. Smith Doyle did not say anything extra. As soon as the match started, the 2 of them rushed into each other in an instant. Because there was only one Dragon Ball left, Thor didn't want to lose the chance to resurrect his brother, so he launched a thunder attack as soon as he appeared. He raised Mjolnir in his right hand and instantly attracted a large amount of thunder, which he directly struck at Su Wenwu, wanting to end the battle in one fell swoop. Faced with the thunder summoned by Thor, Su Wenwu did not choose to meet it, but used the 10 rings to directly prop up a blue protective shield. Boom, boom, boom. The 10 rings were flying inside the protective shield. Although Thor's thunder was powerful, it did not break through Su Wenwu's protective shield. However, Thor did not believe in evil. The divine power surged in his body, and with the help of Mjolnir, he continuously summoned thunder to strike Su Wenwu. At this moment, everyone in the audience was stunned. It was not a rare sight for them to see Thor summon thunder before. After all, he was the god of thunder. But this time, it took too long, more than a minute. The entire sky was covered with dark clouds, and thunder seemed to strike Su Wenwu for free. The number of lightning strikes in that second was simply impossible to count. For the glory of Asgard, Thor roared and summoned the thickest thunder in history, which instantly penetrated the entire ring. The next second, the alloy ring was instantly turned into powder and destroyed by Thor. Smith Doyle was also surprised when he saw this scene. He didn't expect that the thunder that Thor exerted with all his strength would be so powerful. It was almost as powerful as the one that would hit his sister in the future. Boom! Su Wenwu blocked the attacks in front of him, but failed to block the last thunder. The protective shield shattered and the 10 rings flew in all directions, while he himself lay on the ground, his whole body charred and turned into an afro. Looking at Su Wenwu lying on the ground, Su Xiaoling and Su Shanqi shouted, "Father! Request recommendation votes and monthly votes for automatic subscription." End of this chapter. Chapter 319, Thor and 039's explosive reminiscence of his brother. Chapter 319, Thor's explosive reminiscence of his brother. Everyone at the scene looked at Thor Odinson in surprise. They really didn't expect that after being knocked off the ring by Tony Stark, he could still have such a trick. The lightning that just penetrated the ring was really amazing. Even Tina exclaimed, "If it's thunder like this, I can't bear it." Gilgamesh said, "Su Wenwu is just too arrogant. He shouldn't have taken all the attacks head-on. He should have just interrupted Thor's spellcasting." The others nodded as well, and everyone began to wait for 10 seconds. At this moment, Smith Doyle did not intervene, nor did he enter the ring to announce the result of the match or start the degree, because in his perception, Su Wenwu's energy had not completely dissipated. Although it had dropped by 1 level, it was still a far cry from death. Sure enough, after a few seconds, the 10 rings scattered in all directions instantly returned to Su Wenwu's arms, and he stood up straight. "After all these years, you are the first person to break through the 10 rings defense and hurt me. I recognize you, little one." Thor was gasping for breath at this moment. The thunder attack just now consumed a lot of his energy, but when he heard the other party calling him little guy, he felt a surge of blood. Before Thor could retort, a 10 ring flew out from Su Wenwu's arm and attacked Thor directly. Facing the flying ring attack, Thor swung Mjolnir and knocked it back directly. Su Wenwu saw the 10 rings flying back and knocked them back again. This 10 ring was like blue lightning, traveling back and forth between Su Wenwu and Thor. Su Wenwu, with the help of each other's continuous attacks, walked towards Thor. After approaching Thor, Su Wenwu retracted the 10 rings he had shot, and Thor swung his hammer at Su Wenwu. Facing Thor's hammer attack, Su Wenwu smiled, calmly dodged, and kicked Thor at the same time. Bump! Thor was kicked several meters away by Su Wenwu. After stabilizing his body, he threw Thor's hammer directly towards Su Wenyu. Seeing that the flying Thor's hammer was not moving very fast, perhaps because it had no rotation acceleration, Su Wenyu thought that the opponent might be defeated faster if he lost his weapon, so he turned sideways and grabbed the hammer handle. The moment Thor grasped the hammer handle, a smile appeared on his lips. He was really brave to grab Thor's hammer, but Su Wenyu was stunned, because he did not stop Thor's hammer, but was dragged backwards by Thor's hammer. Seeing that he was about to be taken out of the ring area, Su Wenyu reacted immediately and let go of Thor's hammer, and punched the ground to make himself fly. Seeing Su Wenyu let go of Thor's hammer, Thor was a little disappointed. He originally wanted to rely on Mjolnir to directly lead his opponent out of the competition arena to win, but his plan failed. Then he waved his hand, and Mjolnir, which had flown out, instantly returned to Thor's hands. At this moment, Su Wenyu returned to the range of the ring. Although the ring was destroyed, they still knew its approximate range. Su Wenyu took a deep look at Thor's weapon, and thought in his heart that this must be a special artifact, otherwise it would be impossible for him to lift it with his strength. Regarding the scene where Su Wenyu was carried away just now, everyone also paid attention to Thor's weapon in their hearts. After all, everyone saw Su Wenyu's performance. He couldn't even hold the hammer, and the others present were not very confident either. Among them, Karl Mordo knew clearly the difference between Thor with Thor's hammer and Thor without it. Su Wenyu rushed towards Thor Odinson in an instant. Looking at the Thor's hammer swinging towards him, the 5-10 rings on his right arm immediately lit up, and he punched the Thor's hammer. Boom! The powerful force made Thor's arm numb, and his body couldn't help but retreat several steps. Su Wenyu stood up again. Thor continued to swing his hammer, and at the same time, thunder flashed on Mjolnir. The 5-10 rings on Su Wenyu's left arm flew out instantly and were put on his right arm. The 10-10 rings instantly combined together and bombarded Thor's hammer. Boom! With all 10 rings exploding, Thor couldn't even hold Mjolnir firmly, and Thor's hammer was knocked away on the spot. Thor did not expect the weapon to fall out of his hand. This was the first time someone knocked his Thor's hammer away. Seeing that he had successfully knocked Thor's hammer away, Su Wenyu naturally could not miss this opportunity and immediately punched Thor on the head. Bump! Thor didn't even have time to resist before he was knocked to the ground by Su Wenyu's punch, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Thor was hit by a punch mixed with the power of the 10 rings, and he lost the strength to resist and his body became weak. Su Wenyu lifted Thor up and said, "It turns out that the blood of gods is also red." At this moment, Thor's arms were hanging naturally, and it was obvious that the punch just now had caused him great damage. Su Wenyu's right arm with 10 rings hit Thor's abdomen, and 10 rings flew out and hit Thor's abdomen. In an instant, Thor flew out of the ring at supersonic speed, and even Mach rings appeared around his body. His speed was so fast that he reached the ring in the blink of an eye. Thor was knocked away and fainted instantly, and at the same time, he thought of the death of his brother Loki. At this moment, the scene of Loki falling into the abyss of the universe appeared in his mind, and at the same time he himself fell into the sea. After noticing that Thor had fallen into the sea, Smith Doyle immediately appeared on the stage and announced, "The winner of this ring battle is Su Wenyu." Following Smith Doyle's announcement, the audience immediately gave warm applause. Su Wenyu defeated the Asgardian god of thunder, and the brother and sister Su Xiling and Su Shanki were the most excited, as their father was one step closer to resurrecting their mother. As Thor fell into the sea, he recalled the memory of Loki's death and immediately roared, "Loki!" The next second, a bolt of lightning pierced through the sea from the sky and hit Thor as he fell into the sea. There was a flash of blue lightning in Thor's eyes, but he did not wake up. Instead, out of his obsession with his brother's resurrection, he flew into the sky and instantly landed on the ring, ready to attack Su Wenyu. Looking at Thor, who was surrounded by the power of thunder, Smith Doyle was also surprised and thought to himself, "What is going on? Why would the power of thunder awaken at this time?" Seeing Thor strike Su Wenyu with a bolt of lightning with his bare hands, Smith Doyle knew that he needed to fulfill his duty. Smith Doyle didn't hold back at all, and instantly burst out with all his energy, blocking Thor directly and grabbing the other's arm. Request recommendation votes and monthly votes for automatic subscription. End of this chapter. Chapter 320 Jarvis and 039's Substitute. Chapter 320 Jarvis's Substitute. Before Su Wenyu could use the 10 rings to resist, he was directly blown away by Thor's thunder. He also didn't expect that Thor would be so unsportsmanlike and attack him, an old man, after losing the game. At this moment, Thor relied on his own instincts and attacked Smith Doyle, who was approaching him. Smith Doyle grabbed Thor's arm with one hand, and with the other hand, he turned into a knife and chopped Thor's neck directly, and shouted, "Wake up!" At this moment, Smith Doyle instantly mobilized all his strength, even using the destroyer suit he was wearing without any reservation. Boom! With tremendous force, Smith Doyle easily broke through the power of thunder on Thor's body and came into close contact with the back of his neck. The next second, Thor was blasted into the ground and passed out, and his own thunder power also disappeared without a trace. Looking at Thor being blasted into the ground, Smith Doyle fished him out and asked the staff to send him back to Jane Foster in the audience area. Smith Doyle also breathed a sigh of relief at this moment. Thor had only activated a little bit of thunder power out of extreme anger, and it had not fully exploded, so he was knocked unconscious by his palm. When he saw Thunderbolt Thor, he was ready to transform into a giant ape. Fortunately, he realized that the other party seemed to be irrational, so he tried to knock him out, and he succeeded. Compared to Smith Doyle, who was relieved, everyone present looked at Smith Doyle in surprise. No one expected that Smith Doyle, as the organizer, could knock out Thor with just one move. You have to know that everyone recognizes Thor Odinson's strength. At this moment, everyone feels that Smith Doyle has the ability to ensure the safety of the contestants' lives. Tony was also surprised and said, "Is this Smith Doyle's true strength?" The Eternals also took it seriously. No wonder they had the confidence to hold the battle for the Dragon Balls. Even though they only made a slight move, they could already feel the opponent's strength. Karl Mordo was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that the superhero god would be so powerful. Chaka clearly felt the changes in the outside world. The other party's strength was beyond his imagination. At this moment, the people under Smith Doyle shouted, "God, God, God." Everyone was excited about the strength of their leader. The venom in Eddie's body also said excitedly, "This is the peak physique. If I work with Smith Doyle, I can't imagine how strong he and I will be." Eddie curled his lips and said, "Do you think the leader would be willing to accept you parasitizing him?" Venom's voice rang in Eddie's mind. "If it's Mr. Smith Doyle, I'm willing to transform into a suit of battle gear for him to use." Eddie was surprised. "Oh my god, you can transform into a battle suit." "I don't know why." Venom taunted, "You are too weak. Battlesuit mode is not suitable for you." At this moment, a large number of big white robots were quickly repairing the ring. Without making the audience wait too long, they completely repaired the ring and restored it to its original appearance. Eddie came to the ring and said, regarding Thor Odinson's post-match attack on a competitor, considering his unconscious behavior, he was given a serious warning. If he commits the same offense again, he will be disqualified from participating in the Dragon Ball contest for life. The organizers gave a serious warning to Thor Odinson for his behavior, and Thor in the audience area also woke up. He was a little embarrassed. He didn't know what happened after he fainted. He was also a little confused when Jane told him that he summoned lightning without using Mjolnir, because he found that he couldn't do it. Thor was also frustrated that he had lost the competition and had no chance to make a wish and revive his brother Loki. Fortunately, Darcy Louise reminded him that this was the second Dragon Ball competition and he could participate in next year's competition. Thor finally breathed a sigh of relief. The audience naturally had no objections to the organizers' words, and the winner, Su Wenyu, was very generous and did not pursue the matter. He had already obtained 4 Dragon Balls and only needed to obtain 3 more to be eligible to make a wish. Eddie continued, "Now, please welcome Tony Stark and Tina." Tina and Tony flew onto the ring and started fighting immediately after Smith Doyle said the match would begin. Tina rushed over on the spot. In the previous match between Tony and Thor, Tina noticed the cracks on Tony's suit. She also knew that the opponent's defense had been greatly improved compared to the first game, so every time Tina attacked, she attacked the cracks in Tony's suit. With her strong combat experience and extremely high attack speed, Tina made Tony exhausted. Jarvis, scan Tina's attack pattern and provide the best response. Tony knew that he was obviously no match for Tina, who was regarded as the goddess of war, in terms of blocking, so he was ready to hand it over to Jarvis. After receiving Tony's instructions, Jarvis immediately scanned Tina's every attack method and shooting habits. Ding, ding, ding. Relying on the hardness of the secondary adamantium alloy, Tony withstood Tina's rapid attacks. Although he also used palm cannons to fight back and tried to keep distance, he was unsuccessful. The cracks in his suit even widened a lot. Although he tried his best to avoid it, he was still attacked several times. Scan completed, response plan provided. Hearing Jarvis' words, Tony's mouth curled up slightly. "Leave it to you, Jarvis. Start the counterattack." As Tony handed over control to Jarvis, the armor's reaction speed immediately increased significantly. Iron Man grabbed the spear that Tina was thrusting at him, and at the same time he raised his other hand and fired a palm cannon. Tina instantly transformed an energy shield into a shield in her left hand to resist. Boom! The palm cannon's attack was directly blocked by Tina's energy shield and did not cause any substantial damage. Before Tina could draw out her spear, several micro-missiles bombarded her at the same time. Boom. 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 Before the missile touched Tina, it was directly detonated by Jarvis around her, and energy began to accumulate in his chest. Sizzle, boom. A beam of white light instantly shot out from Tony's chest. Boom. However, it was under the control of Jarvis, who directly used the power of the battlesuit to launch attacks at multiple locations at the same time, catching Tina off guard. At this moment, the smoke from the explosion enveloped the surroundings. Request recommendation votes and monthly votes for automatic subscription. End of this chapter. Chapter 321 Match Fixing Geneva Refunds. Chapter 321 Match Fixing Geneva Refunds. As the smoke from the explosion cleared, Tina's figure appeared in front of everyone. Tina's spear had disappeared and turned into a two-handed shield, but there was black smoke from the explosion all around her. However, in Tony's attack just now, Tina did not block the attack of the micro-bomb, but used her body to withstand it. However, at the moment when Tony's chest cannon was charging, she immediately formed a two-handed shield to block Tony's chest cannon. Seeing that Tina didn't seem to have any serious problems except looking a little embarrassed, everyone couldn't help but sigh that she was worthy of being mistaken for the goddess of war Athena, as even her micro-missiles couldn't cause any actual damage. Tina dissipated her shield, and the weapons in her hands turned into a long sword and a one-handed axe. That is, at the moment she dissipated her shield. A small machine gun rose from the back of Tony's suit, Zeus modified. Da-da-da. The firing rate of 10 bullets per minute directly formed a terrifying metal storm on the ring. Looking at the terrifying metal torrent, Tina stopped her charge instantly. Without time to change her shield, she could only drop the weapon in her hand and cross her arms to form a cross in front of herself. Ding, ding, ding. The bullets hit Tina's body, immediately creating violent sparks, but due to her strong body and the protection provided by her battle suit, the bullets instantly flattened and fell around. The metal storm shot out by Tony Stark not only hit Tina, but some stray bullets flew out of thunder and headed towards the audience area. Eddie appeared in front of him in an instant, and Venom unfolded a black curtain, blocking the flying stray bullets in an instant. Although Tina blocked the bullet, she was pushed back by the kinetic energy of the metal storm. On Tony's side, the reactor in his chest began to charge energy again, and it was fully charged after 30 seconds of machine gun fire. Boom! Because Tina crossed her arms in front of her, which also blocked her view, she did not notice the charging of Tony's chest cannon. By the time she reacted, it was too late. He used 60% of his body's energy in the chest cannon and blasted Tina away. The machine gun did not stop firing during the chest cannon attack, and it stopped after a full minute. At the same time, the machine gun was separated from Tony's suit and thrown aside, and was not recovered into the rear fuselage. At this moment, Tina was blown directly to the edge of the ring. She looked in a miserable state, and her arms that blocked the chest cannon were also injured. Tony sighed when he saw that Tina was not knocked out of the ring directly. These characters were really difficult to deal with. It seemed that his suit needed to be upgraded. Tina stood up from the ground and looked down at her injured arms. She had never thought that one day she would be injured by human technology. It was incredible. Then she looked in Tony's direction and said, "You are an ordinary person, and you can hurt me like this. You have to be proud of yourself. But that's all." However, before Tina finished speaking, her eyes suddenly turned white and stopped. It was Tina's eternal demon syndrome that suddenly broke out. Tony, who was present, didn't know what happened. Why did the other party stop talking midway? But she continued to speak without any loss. "I didn't expect the Eternals to have red blood like us. It seems the gods of Mount Olympus are the same as the Norse gods. As long as there is bleeding, it means that they will be killed." However, Tina did not respond to Tony's words and just stood there in a daze. At this moment, the Eternals in the audience reacted, and Gilgamesh said, "Oh no, Tina's eternal demon syndrome has recurred." Jinger asked, "Tina only has one Dragon Ball left. If she loses, she will have no chance." Akaris frowned slightly and asked, "Do you want to apply for a timeout, or let me help you?" Circe refused and said, "Don't make trouble. Do you want Tina to lose her chance forever?" Seeing this, Akaris crossed his arms and said nothing. Although Tony didn't know why Tina stopped and was even in a daze, he immediately had an idea. Tony fired a palm cannon at the open space next to Tina. Because he was not aiming at Tina and no one was approaching, Tina, who did not feel threatened, stood there straight without any movement. Tony, who saw the scene, immediately had a guess in his mind and said, "Jarvis, analyze how much energy is needed to destroy the ring beneath Tina without attacking her. Calculate how much energy is needed to make her fall outside the ring." Jarvis immediately scanned the alloy ring under Tina's feet and quickly gave a data. After attacking a point on the ring in front of Tina with a chest cannon, he used the energy generated by the explosion to knock Tina out. Tony didn't dare to hesitate after getting the answer. Although he only had 40% of his energy left and this attack required 30% of his energy, he still had to do it. Otherwise, if he missed this opportunity and waited for the opponent to recover, he would lose a lot. After all, the opponent only had a scratch-like injury so far. What could Tony do? The battle suit also had many alarms. Z-boom. Tony's chest cannon was instantly charged and attacked the ring under Tina's feet. Boom. The corner of the ring where Tina was standing was instantly shattered by the chest cannon, and the shockwave generated by the explosion also knocked Tina out. Because Tony did not get close, and the one he attacked was not Tina herself, Tina was trapped in a sea of memories due to her perpetual demon syndrome. Without any threat, she naturally did not have the instinct to fight. Then, in everyone's incredible gaze, Tina stood outside the ring. At this moment, everyone in the audience area was confused except the Eternals and Smith Doyle, who understood what was going on. Sue Xiling asked in confusion, "Father, what's going on with this Tina? Did they give up on purpose? Or did they reach some off-field agreement?" It was obvious that Sue Xiling was maliciously guessing about the two people's behavior. After all, she was running an underground ring competition and she couldn't understand these routines anymore. Su Wenyu thought for a moment and shook his head and said, "There must be something wrong with Tina's body, otherwise Tony wouldn't have won. But the next games will be between me and Tony Stark. Yingli, we'll meet soon." At this moment, everyone in the audience area started talking about it. No one understood what was going on, and some even suspected that the match was fixed. When Smith Doyle saw that Tina had already fallen outside the ring, he appeared directly beside Tony, raised Tony's arm and announced, "The winner is Tony Stark. Request recommendation votes and monthly votes for automatic subscription." End of this chapter. Chapter 322 Tony and 039's thoughts. Chapter 322 Tony's thoughts. As the winning result was announced, everyone knew that Tony Stark had won the game. Tony Stark did not stay in the ring, but returned directly to the audience area to rest. At this moment, everyone noticed something wrong, that is, Tina was still standing outside the ring without any movement. Darcy Lewis asked in confusion, "What happened to Tina?" The game was over, and she was still standing there. Thor Odinson glanced in Tina's direction and said, "There's something wrong with her. She probably didn't lose to Tony on purpose, but something went wrong with her body that we don't know about." After hearing Thor's explanation, Jane Foster nodded. After all, in the previous battle, although Tony launched a good attack, the damage to Tina was really small. In the close-up shot, Tina's wrist injury had recovered as before. Ginger looked at Gilgamesh and said, "What do we need to do now?" Gilgamesh spoke, "The best thing to do now is to do nothing and not contact Tina and let her recover on her own. The second thing is that I went over and knocked Tina unconscious and brought her back." Everyone frowned slightly when they heard Gilgamesh's words. Knocking Tina out and bringing her back in front of so many spectators was not a good idea. Ajak, the leader, spoke, "Circe, go tell the host not to let anyone touch Tina for now. See if she can recover on her own in half an hour. If you can't recover, Gilgamesh, you take action again and bring Tina back." After hearing the answer given by Ajak, everyone nodded. Then Sissy came to the host Eddie and briefly explained Tina's situation, which naturally included the half-hour request. Eddie Brock fed the information back to Smith Doyle, who nodded after hearing it. After asking the Bimax robot to repair the ring, he no longer cared about Tina. People in the audience area also started talking about Tina's situation, but seeing that the organizers did not take any action, they naturally could not do anything other than talk. Tony returned to the audience area and took out a new arc reactor from bodyguard Happy's briefcase to replace it. The one he had only had 10% of its energy. After replacing the new arc reactor, Tony looked at the three-dimensional map of the mecha displayed by Jarvis. Many areas on it had turned red, indicating that repairs were needed. In addition, the only weapons left on his body were the jammers and aerial bombs, as well as the laser beam on his wrist and the two armor-piercing high-explosive bombs on his arms. As for the other micromissiles, all 10 rounds of the Zeus machine guns have been used up, and the only weapons left that can be used in combat are the palm cannons and chest cannons that rely on reactors to provide energy. Tony was already having a headache when he thought that the next enemy was Su Wenyu. His attacks could not break Su Wenyu's protective shield, and the battle suit was definitely not able to withstand the opponent's attacks. It seemed that he needed to think of a way. Tony thought for a moment, then said, "Jarvis, deliver the Mark 40 from the satellite." "Yes, sir." Carl Mordo looked at the big white robot that was repairing the ring, and felt that the next step might be garbage time. After all, anyone with a discerning eye knows that Tony has no chance of winning against Su Wenyu, unless his opponent also encounters a problem like Tina and gives up the game on his own. On the other side, Su Xiaoling said, "Father, your next 3 opponents will be Tony Stark. This time we are going to be the champions." Su Shanqi said, "You will have to fight 3 more battles, but I guess Tony will definitely change his suit." Su Wenyu was not in a hurry when he saw this. With many years to live, he didn't mind wasting some time. 3 games is good. I can win steadily without losing my hard-earned advantage due to an accident. You have to know that he has won 3 games now and has 4 Dragon Balls while Tony only has 3 Dragon Balls. If the outcome is decided in one match, it would be the greatest injustice to him. After all, he has lived for so long and knows very well that avoiding accidents to the greatest extent possible and having enough tolerance for mistakes are the keys to final victory. On the other side, Tony had the opposite idea from Su Wenyu. He wanted to discuss with Smith Doyle whether the ownership of the 3 Dragon Balls could be decided in one game. If he won, Su Wenyu would lose 3 Dragon Balls. If he lost, he would not be able to make a wish, and Su Wenyu would win directly. In fact, what Tony wanted more was a decisive battle, but he only had 3 Dragon Balls, while the opponent had 4 Dragon Balls. Neither Smith Doyle nor Su Wenyu would agree to a single match to decide the final champion. Tony was also having a headache at the moment. Even if he could defeat Su Wenyu once by taking him by surprise, was there really a way to win the second game? Tony thought about it, and then found Smith Doyle. "Smith, I have an idea." When Smith saw Tony coming up to him, he asked curiously, "What idea?" Tony said, "I want to fight in the ring to decide who will get the 3 Dragon Balls. You can't let Su Wenyu and I fight nonstop." Hearing Tony's proposal, Smith Doyle looked at Tony, then thought for a moment and said, "In principle, I agree with your idea. After all, it's a bit embarrassing to let you lose 3 games in a row." After hearing Smith Doyle's words, Tony was speechless. What did it mean to lose 3 games in a row? "Man, can't I just strike him out twice?" Smith laughed, "As long as you have confidence." Tony's combat power detector could not detect Su Wenyu's actual combat power, but the upper limit of the combat power detector produced by the system was 2. He saw the depth of Su Wenyu at a glance. If he wanted to win, he needed to activate the giant ape form. At this moment, Tony would not be Su Wenyu's opponent at all, unless he developed an infinite gem version of the Mark series. Tony curled his lips and said, "Do you think my proposal is feasible?" Smith Doyle said, "This matter requires Su Wenyu's consent. After all, changing the rules temporarily would harm Su Wenyu's rights and interests." Seeing this, Tony shrugged his shoulders and said, "Then ask him when we get in the ring. If he agrees, then we'll settle on 3 Dragon Balls per match. If he doesn't agree, then we'll proceed according to the rules. Then it won't be decided in 3 matches. Request recommendation votes and monthly votes for automatic subscription." End of this chapter. Chapter 323 Su Wenyu and 039's Steady Progress. Chapter 323 Su Wenyu's Steady Progress. Tony spoke to Smith Doyle and then walked back to the audience area. Soon, in full view of everyone, another Iron Man suit was airdropped over. Tony walked out of his original battle suit, but did not change his suit directly. Instead, he ran out of sight of everyone backstage. Then Tony was seen walking out in his new battle suit and returning to the audience area. At this moment, Su Xiaoling watched Tony change his suit and said, "What a shameless act. This is his 3rd suit. Does that mean I have to change my armor every time I lose the remaining 3 games?" Su Wenyu glanced at his daughter and said with a smile, "Let him be. No matter how many times he changes his suits, the result will be the same." With 3 minutes left before the start of the match, Tina, who had been standing outside the ring, regained consciousness. Looking at the empty arena and himself standing outside the arena, he was confused for 3 seconds before he reacted. "Am I in a state of insanity?" Tina looked up at the virtual screen in the air. Her avatar had dimmed, and there was no Dragon Ball next to it. "Looks like I lost the game." Tina was a little discouraged. She originally thought that she would definitely win the championship of this competition, but after winning 1 victory, she was faced with 2 consecutive defeats. First, she lost to Su Wenyu and was knocked out of the ring by the opponent, and then she lost to Tony Stark because of Yong Mujang. This result made Tina a little disappointed. Then Tina did not stay any longer and returned to the audience area where the Eternals were. Watching Tina leave, people in the attention area were talking about it, all curious about what had happened to Tina. After all, she had been at that station for nearly half an hour. Gilgamesh saw Tina coming back and said with a smile, "I didn't expect to recover so quickly this time." Tina nodded and didn't say much. Ajax on the side said, "Don't be discouraged. This is just one chance. According to our understanding, there will most likely be another Dragon Ball battle at this time next year. You are not without a chance. Thinking about the possibility of a Dragon Ball battle every year in the future, Tina's eyes lit up. It has been thousands of years since she had the Eternal Devil. It doesn't matter if she waits a few more years for this disease. Moreover, she is the only one in the Eternal clan who has the Eternal Devil. In the future, she can let others fight and make a wish to cure her disease after winning. I understand. Maybe I'll need everyone's help to win in the future. The other Eternals all said that there was no problem and that they would find a way to participate in the battle for the Dragon Balls in the future and help Tina make a wish to cure the Eternal Demon. Soon the time for the match arrived and Eddie Brock appeared on the ring. The fourth round of the Dragon Ball competition begins now. Please welcome Su Wenwu and Tony Stark to the stage. As Eddie Brock finished speaking, Iron Man and Su Wenwu flew onto the ring. At this moment, Smith Doyle, the referee, appeared on the ring, glanced up at the sky above his head, and then said, "Before the game starts, Su Wenwu, I need to ask for your opinion." Tony Stark proposed during the break that this match would determine the ownership of the 3 dragons. If you win, you'll be crowned champion and possess the 7 Dragon Balls, giving you the right to make a wish. When the people in the audience heard Tony's proposal, they all thought that Su Wenwu would agree. After all, in their opinion, Tony was no match for Su Wenwu, as he had lost the game before. However, to everyone's surprise, Su Wenwu refused. "I refuse. I believe respecting the rules of the game is the best way to show respect to this battle for the Dragon Ball." Hearing Su Wenwu's words, everyone was surprised but also understood why Su Wenwu, who had the advantage, wanted to take a gamble like Tony did. Smith Doyle said, "Tony Stark, contestant Su Wenwu has rejected your proposal. The match begins now." As Smith Doyle announced the start of the match, Tony did not start fighting immediately. Instead, a synthesized voice came from inside the suit. "Su Wenwu, can I know your wish?" Seeing that Tony did not start a fight but asked about his wish, Su Wenwu frowned slightly, but after thinking about it, he realized that his wish was not something he couldn't express, so he said directly, "My wish is to resurrect my wife. In order to get my wife back, I will not allow any accidents to happen in this battle for the Dragon Ball." After hearing Su Wenwu's wish, Tony didn't say much, but said, "I understand." After saying that, Iron Man flew up and attacked Su Wenwu immediately. It's still the same 3 things: dropping bombs, Su Wenwu holding up the shield, laser beams, and chest cannons. Iron Man did not hold back at all and went all out, clearing all the bombs and launching a fierce bombardment at Su Wenwu below. Boom, boom, boom. Immediately, flames shot up into the sky on the ring, and the sound of explosions was endless. Facing Su Wenwu's protective shield, Iron Man used all the micro-missiles, Zeus machine cannons, armor-piercing shells on his arms, and high-explosive bombs, and attacked Su Wenwu like they were free, as if trying to break Su Wenwu's protective shield in one fell swoop. However, facing Tony's attack, Su Wenwu just held up the protective shield and remained motionless. The only attacks that had stronger penetrating power than the laser beams were able to create ripples on the protective shield. Su Wenwu still didn't care about the other attacks. He waited for Tony to run out of ammunition, and then used the 10 rings to dismantle the opponent's mecha. Bang! A full-powered chest cannon with an energy consumption of 60% hit the protective shield, causing Su Wenwu's 10 rings to tremble for a moment and then stabilize. The audience was not at all surprised by this result. Even Pepper felt that Tony was going to lose again this time. As the ammunition ran out, Tony blew up the entire ring under his feet except for the part where Su Wenwu's shield was intact. Seeing that all the ammunition was exhausted, Iron Man stopped fighting and immediately flew down from the air. Seeing this, Su Wenwu said, "You're done, now it's my turn." Immediately, 5 10 rings flew out from Su Wenwu's hands and attacked Tony. Facing Su Wenwu's flying ring, Iron Man continuously shot out palm cannons from both hands to interfere. Boom, boom, boom. Although 1 or 2 missiles were successfully blocked, the other 10 rings still broke through the defense line and hit the armor directly. Boom. The originally indestructible gold titanium alloy was like paper in front of the 10 rings and was damaged on the spot. Request recommendation votes and monthly votes for automatic subscription. End of this chapter. Chapter 324 Winner Tony Stark. Chapter 324 Winner Tony Stark. Su Wenwu moved even closer to Tony, ready to demonstrate how to dismantle the mecha with his bare hands. Soon, under Su Wenwu's attack, Tony's suit was completely destroyed. Be prepared to admit defeat. At this time, Tony ignored the defense and drove the battle suit directly to fly at high altitude, looking like he wanted to delay time. Seeing this, Su Wenwu didn't hesitate. 10 rings flew out from his arms and instantly attacked Tony's suit. The 10 rings struck the battle suit the moment it hit it, completely destroying it. However, at the moment when the 10 rings flew out, a thick laser shot straight down from the sky, along with a large number of bombs. Boom, boom, boom. Before he could retract the 10 rings, Su Wenyu instinctively sensed the danger and moved to the side with all his strength. However, the speed of the laser was even faster, and it hit Su Wenyu directly. The subsequent explosion of the bomb blew Su Wenyu away. Boom, boom, boom. Everyone in the audience area was also stunned by the sudden attack. They really couldn't understand what was going on with this attack from the sky. Besides, wasn't Tony's armor destroyed by Su Wenyu? At this time, a replay was playing on the virtual big screen. Tony did not appear in the mecha destroyed by Su Wenyu. Then the scene changed and an iron armor appeared above the ring, close to the stratosphere. Seeing this scene, everyone present felt Tony's cunning. He actually flew above the ring before the match started. After the match, he used remote control to put on an empty battlesuit to attract attention to the ring. However, before the game started, Tony did not change his suit, but let Jarvis control the suit to fight and attract Su Wenyu's attention. In order to prevent the other party from discovering him in the air, he flew to the stratosphere above the ring and waited. At the last moment, when the mecha was destroyed, he descended in altitude and blew Su Wenyu away with his chest cannon and bombs. At this moment, Su Wenyu also stood up, but because he did not have the protection of the 10 rings, he was directly blown out of the ring area. He was covered in dust and the clothes on the upper body were burned by the explosion. Looking at Tony Stark appearing on the ring, Su Wenyu did not feel upset but was glad that he had chosen to proceed steadily and not accept the challenge of the 3 Dragon Balls, otherwise who knows how many more tricks would come next. Let me see how many more suits you can bring. I won't hold back in the next match. After saying this, Su Wenyu returned directly to the audience area. Smith Doyle came to the ring, raised Tony's arm and announced, "The winner of this ring battle is Tony Stark. The current number of Dragon Balls held is 4:3. Seeing Tony's victory, Pepper and Happy shouted and cheered for Tony, but the others were not optimistic about Tony. Tina shook her head and said, "Tony's luck is over. Su Wenyu won't give him any more chances. I just don't know how many more armors he can summon." Ivan Vanko also smiled when he saw Tony's remote-controlled battlesuit. It seemed that the other party had also embarked on his own path. But he was also a little curious about how many more battlesuits like Tony could be sent over. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look up at the sky above his head. Su Xialing looked at her father and said, "Father, Tony Stark is so despicable. Fortunately, you did not agree to his conditions, otherwise we would really be in a passive position." The death merchant on the side presented a new set of clothes and handed it to Su Wenyu. After Su Wenyu changed his clothes, he said in a cold voice, "I won't give him any more chances. There can be no mistakes in resurrecting your mother. The Dragon Ball competition has improved so much from your generation to this one. I don't know what kind of variables will appear next time, so this time, we can only succeed and not fail." Su Xialing and Su Shanqi nodded in agreement. It was true that the standards of the second Dragon Ball battle were too high. Happy saw Tony coming back and said flatteringly, "Tony, your strategy is truly brilliant. No one expected that your true form would have appeared above the ring so early." However, Tony wasn't very interested. He just nodded perfunctorily and sat in the audience area to think. Pepper, who was standing by, saw Tony's expression and knew that the next game would not be easy, so she did not disturb him. Although Tony now has 4 Dragon Balls, he knows that he no longer has the strength to fight. There are no battle suits on the Seraph satellite in the stratosphere, and the gold titanium alloyed battle suit is just as it showed just now. As long as Su Wenyu uses all his strength, he can easily destroy it. The tactics just now can only be used once. Su Wenyu will never be fooled again, and the 10 rings will not all leave the body. As for the battle suits he collected in the villa, those suits could not fly over to provide support because they did not even have arc reactors installed. The only battle suit he could use now was the one he was wearing, and his only means of attack were the palm cannon and the laser cannon on his chest. All other ammunition had been used up. Is it possible that he will be defeated by Su Wenyu 4 times in public? Thinking of such a scene, Tony shook his head. Now he and Su Wenyu had 1 win and 1 loss in the competition. No matter what means were used in this battle, the result was a draw. It was a pity that Su Wenyu did not accept the bet of 3 Dragon Balls, otherwise he would have dared to find a way to fight. After all, if necessary, the Seraph satellite can also be launched as a missile. It also has many arc reactors on it and has a self-destruct program. It can be pushed down and smashed into the ring, easily destroying the entire ring and even affecting a larger area, including the audience area. But this is only the last resort, and it is very risky and may not succeed. The most important thing is that he has to win 3 games in a row to eliminate Su Wenyu. Tony felt helpless when he thought of this. Soon the ring was repaired again, and Eddie announced, "Please invite Tony Stark and Su Wenyu to the stage for a sparring match." The two appeared on the ring again. This time, Tony did not call for new support suits. After all, every time Tony's suit flew over, it made a lot of noise. Smith Doyle didn't waste any time and announced the start of the game. Su Wenyu looked at Tony's battle suit, which was covered in cracks and had a lot of paint damaged, and said, "Aren't you going to change your uniform? Or are you planning to have the suit provide support from the air this time? But no matter what method I use, I will not give you any more chances." Request recommendation votes and monthly votes for automatic subscription. End of this chapter. Chapter 325 I Can Also Love the Assassin and 039's League. Chapter 325 I Can Also Love the Assassin's League. After hearing Su Wenyu's words, Tony Stark knew that the other party would definitely pay attention to the sky above his head. The method of Seraph flying down to self-destruct may not necessarily succeed. However, the next second, Tony opened his visor and said, "Since you are an affectionate and loyal man, I admit defeat in this match." After saying this, without waiting for Su Wenyu to react, Tony walked down the stage and said to Smith Doyle, "Oh right, there's more than just this one, there are 3 more." After saying that, he turned his head and looked at Su Wenyu and said, "Protect your wife this time and don't let yourself have any regrets. You may not have another chance to make a wish to the dragon in the future." After saying that, Tony Stark walked towards Pepper Potts in the audience area without looking back, leaving Su Wenyu with only his back. At this moment, Su Wenyu looked at Tony's back and felt somehow moved. After resurrecting his wife, he really couldn't let Yingli take any risks anymore. Tony was right, he might not get a second chance to make a wish. Su Wenyu clasped his fists and said, "Thank you." Everyone present immediately gave Tony a warm round of applause for his unrestrained attitude. Thor said a little depressed, "Why didn't I get such an opportunity? I really envy Tony and Su Wenyu's luck." In his opinion, resurrecting his brother is no worse than resurrecting his lover. Both are making a wish to resurrect family members. Of course, there were also people present who reacted quickly and guessed that Tony had no hope of winning by doing this. Otherwise, he would be defeated by Su Wenyu 4 times and his reputation would be ruined. Tina crossed her arms and said, "What a clever little fellow." Smith Doyle then announced, "Because contestant Tony Stark conceded defeat, the winner is Su Wenyu." Since Tony Stark gave up all 3 of his last matches, this year's Dragon Ball Championship champion is Su Wenyu. Except for Su Wenyu and his accompanying spectators, all other contestants and spectators will be escorted off the island by staff shortly. With Smith Doyle's announcement, the champion of this Dragon Ball battle was announced. The winner was Su Wenyu. The other contestants felt a little disappointed that they could not see Su Wenyu making a wish to the dragon, but they also followed the organizers' instructions and began to board the plane in an orderly manner to leave the island. This time, Smith Doyle did not leave any contestants except the champion to participate in the Dragon Ball wish, mainly to avoid accidents. After all, they are Earth Dragon Balls. Anyone who makes a wish to Shenlong can have it fulfilled, so the risk is too great. If it were Namek Dragon Balls, there would be no such risk. After all, it has to be made in the Namek language, which is an encrypted wish. Soon, except for the champion Su Wenyu and the spectators they brought, all other people on the island left the island under the arrangement of the staff. At this moment, Smith Doyle came to the ring, and Su Wenyu stood beside him. Soon, the big white robot came with a tray with 7 Dragon Balls on it. "Su Wenyu, I will confirm your wish with you again. You are going to resurrect your dead wife Yingli." Su Wenyu looked at the 7 Dragon Balls in front of him, and his breathing became heavier unconsciously. Thinking that he would soon see his wife, he said excitedly, "Yes, my wish is to resurrect my wife Yingli." Smith Doyle nodded and said, "Make sure not to make any changes." Su Wenyu nodded and said, "No changes will be made." Just as Smith Doyle was about to summon the dragon to make a wish, Su Wenyu suddenly spoke, "Mr. Smith, I am willing to pay any price to resurrect my wife. If you need me to join the League of Assassins like Selena did before, I can do that, as long as I can resurrect my wife." Regarding Smith Doyle's repeated confirmation, Su Wenyu thought that it might be the same as Selena's, and that he needed to join the other party's organization. He then directly and openly expressed his thoughts. In his opinion, as long as Yingli could be resurrected, he would be willing to destroy the world and release the devil, not to mention such a small matter as joining the other party's organization. After all, these things of the 10 Rings gang are nothing but external possessions to Su Wenyu. Having lived for thousands of years, he no longer cares about these things. At worst, he can merge with the 10 Rings gang, or pass them on to his children. At this moment, Su Xiaoling, who was not far away, curled her lips and thought to herself, "I knew it was like this. How could making a wish be without any cost?" This is just recruiting people for the Assassin's League. Su Shanqi was not at all surprised by his father's choice. He knew that his father was really willing to do anything to resurrect his mother. He even took him, when he was still young, to kill all the forces that killed his mother. As for the Death Merchant and other members of the Ten Rings gang, they had no ability to dissuade their boss from his choice and just watched quietly from the side. Smith Doyle was stunned for a moment. What was Su Wenyu talking about? In order to make a wish, Su Wenyu can also love the Assassin's League, patriotic. You should know that he has never thought of getting Su Wenyu to join the Assassin's League, mainly because the other party has his own power, and is extremely powerful and has a long life. He just didn't expect that the other party is so love-brained that he is willing to give up everything for his wife. But since he has come to my door, it would be foolish to refuse him. Smith Doyle then spoke. Su Wenyu, I want to emphasize one thing to you. Joining the Assassin's League has nothing to do with the dragon wish. Su Wenyu's eyes lit up, and he thought to himself, I knew it was like this. How could he give the dragon the opportunity to make a wish for no reason? Yes, I joined the League of Assassins voluntarily. This has nothing to do with making a wish. Smith Doyle reiterated. Su Wenyu, are you sure you're doing this voluntarily? Su Wenyu suddenly grasped Smith Doyle's hands and said affectionately, yes, I volunteered. When I first learned about the Assassin's League's mission, I was very interested, but because we were on different continents, we never cooperated. Now the purpose of the Assassin's League is even more eye-opening to me. I really like your attitude towards evil. Su Wenyu, will never be reconciled to evil from now on. Watching Su Wenyu's eloquent words, Smith Doyle's mouth was as hard to suppress as AK's. Okay, Su Wenyu, I've sensed your sincerity. I agree to your joining the Assassin's League. As for the specific process, we'll discuss it after you make your wish. Now let's start making the dragon wish. When Su Wenyu saw that Smith Doyle turned the topic to making wishes, the smile on his face became even wider, and he thought to himself, I knew it would be like this. He is still a young leader, and he actually wants me to take the initiative to bring it up. Smith Doyle placed all 7 dragon balls on the ground, and then shouted in the expectant eyes of the crowd, come out, Shenlong. As these words were shouted out, the dragon ball emitted a golden light that shot straight into the sky. At the same time, the originally clear sky became as dark as night. As Smith Doyle's strength increased, the dragon became even more powerful, and the night enveloped the entire earth, but did not break out of the range of the earth. At this moment, the golden beam of light that rushed into the sky turned into a green dragon. Request recommendation votes and monthly votes for automatic subscription. End of this chapter. Chapter 326 Resurrection of Yingli. Chapter 326 Resurrection of Yingli. The other side. With the appearance of the dragon, the other half of the earth instantly turned from day to night, causing countless people to panic. The day suddenly turned into night, and this was the second time such a phenomenon occurred. Countless people were wondering what was happening on Earth. At this time, the contestants and spectators who had already left the island on the plane also looked out of the plane in confusion. The sky suddenly turned dark. Tony looked at the dark sky, sighed and said, the dragon appears again. Inside the Trident building, Nick Fury stood up from his chair, walked to the window, looked at the dark sky outside, and murmured. The sky curtain appeared again. Then Nick Fury picked up the phone on his desk, called Coulson, and said, Coulson, the sky curtain appears again. Coulson's voice came from the other end of the line. Yes, sir, the entire world has fallen into darkness. Nick Fury nodded and said, start investigating. This time, I must find some information for me. I want to know what exactly is causing this phenomenon and assess the harm it is causing. Coulson immediately took the order and said, yes, sir. With the emergence of Sky Curtain, intelligence organizations from all over the world took action again. The reappearance of Sky Curtain after a year made everyone nervous. And Su Rue on the plane said, Father, this night phenomenon may be related to the dragon's wish. Chaka looked at his daughter and said, why do you say that? Su Rue said, during the competition, I communicated with people in other spectator areas. The last time we held the Dragon Ball contest was a year ago, and this phenomenon also occurred at that time. And now is probably the time for Su Wenyu to make a wish to the dragon. Chaka nodded and said, Su Rue, your analysis makes sense. This possibility does exist. Of course, we can't rule out other reasons, unless we can see the scene of the dragon making a wish. Su Rue also nodded, but if this phenomenon occurred for the second time, Wakanda would also investigate after returning. Wishing scene. Su Wenyu also widened his eyes as he looked at the dragon that appeared in the sky. Is this the dragon that can grant any wish? It's indeed different from the Sholong of Kunlun. Su Xiaoling, Su Shanqi and other members of the Ten Rings gang were all stunned when they saw the huge dragon in the sky. It turns out that the so-called wish for a dragon can actually summon a dragon. Especially Su Xialing, who lives in Hong Kong, murmured, "Shenlong, are all myths and legends true?" As for the members of the Assassin's League, those who had seen the dragon even again would marvel at its greatness, while those who saw it for the first time would naturally be stunned. Host Eddie Brock was also very confused. "This is not the same as our dragon." Venom in his body was wondering, if he possessed the dragon, would he also have the ability to fulfill any wish? Just as everyone was lost in thought, a cold voice uttered from the dragon's mouth, "The human who summoned me, tell me your wish. I can help you realize any wish, but only one." Looking at the dragon that appeared for the third time, Smith Doyle's mouth curled up slightly. After making this wish, his strength will once again see a rapid improvement. As for the upcoming New York battle, he is not worried at all. As Shenlong spoke, everyone present and Shenlong turned their eyes to Smith Doyle. Even Su Wenyu thought that Smith Doyle would tell him his wish. Smith Doyle looked at Su Wenyu and said, "Su Wenyu, tell the dragon your wish." Su Wenyu was a little surprised that he was asked to make a wish himself. In this case, Su Wenyu did not hesitate to take a step forward and said, "Great Shenlong, I hope you can resurrect my wife Yingli." After hearing Su Wenyu's wish, a red light flashed in the dragon's eyes. "It's very simple, your wish has come true." The next second, Su Wenyu's wife Yingli appeared in front of everyone. However, before everyone could react, the dragon in the sky turned into 7 dragon balls again, and flew in all directions at an extremely fast speed, flying to all parts of the world. The dark sky turned into day again, and the sun shone on the earth. Su Wenyu looked at his wife who had appeared, walked up to her in disbelief, and then asked, "Yingli, is that you?" Yingli heard the voice, turned to look at Su Wenyu, and said in disbelief, "Wenyu, am I not dead? How could this happen?" Seeing that it was really his wife, Su Wenyu hugged Yingli into his arms and said excitedly, "Yingli, now that you're resurrected, I will never let you be in any danger again." At this time, Su Xialing and Su Shanqi also ran onto the stage and came to Yingli's side and shouted, "Mother." Yingli looked at Su Xialing and Su Shanqi in front of her and said in disbelief, "Is it Xiaoling and Shang-Chi? I didn't expect you guys to be this big already. What on earth happened? How could I be resurrected?" Su Wenyu nodded and said, "Yingli, these are our children, they have grown up." Looking at the family of 4 hugging each other excitedly, Smith Doyle had no interest in watching any longer, but spoke directly, "The rewards for this year's Dragon Ball Championship have been distributed, and the wish has been granted. Everyone, we should get out of here." Hearing Smith Doyle's words, everyone present nodded, while Yingli looked at the man who spoke in a daze. She didn't know what had happened during the time she died. Soon, the staff of the Assassin's League began to board an Airbus. Except for some post-disaster staff on the island, Smith Doyle and others took the plane and left here and returned to the Assassin's League headquarters in New York. Su Wenyu's family and the members of the 10 Rings gang they brought with them also boarded the plane they came on separately. However, Su Wenyu and others did not choose to return to the 10 Rings gang headquarters. Instead, they took a plane with Smith Doyle and others to the headquarters of the Assassin's League. Although his wife has been resurrected, Su Wenyu has not forgotten that he wants to join the Assassin's League. He needs to finalize this matter first, and then decide on the arrangements for the 10 Rings gang, his children, and his wife Yingli. However, on the plane, Su Wenyu and Yingli had a lot to say. Request recommendation votes and monthly votes for automatic subscription. End of this chapter. Chapter 327 All Parties Plans. Chapter 327 All Parties Plans. Taj. Karl Mordo came to Master Ancient One's room and said, "The Supreme Being." Gui looked at Kelmud and gestured to the tea in front of him. Seeing this, Karl Mordo took a sip of tea, and as if his mind had calmed down, he began to speak. "I'm so sorry, Sensei. I failed in this year's Dragon Ball competition and am not eligible to make a wish." Ancient One didn't seem to care about Karl Mordo's failure, but instead asked, "What did you learn from this competition?" Karl Mordo thought for a moment and said, "This world is very mysterious, and it has many powers and forces that we don't understand. The development of technology has also exceeded my expectations. Although I had read about Asgard and Thor in my collection of books before, I never expected that they would actually appear on Earth and destroy my mirror dimension with Thor's hammer. Besides that, I also saw werewolves, vampires, Eternals, and more. I just don't understand. With so many capable people on Earth, why don't we let them join us in fighting the dimensional invasion?" Hearing Karl Mordo's question, Ancient One said calmly, "Everyone has a different mission, and their mission isn't to fight against dimensional invasions. Just like our mission is not to be a superhero and fight violence in the city." Hearing the words of Master Ancient One, Karl Mordo nodded, then thought of something and said, "Actually, I wanted to talk to Smith Doyle, the organizer, about using the Dragon Balls to make a wish to resolve the dimensional invasion, but after the competition, he sent everyone away except the champion. Also, when it comes to resurrecting people, something that goes against the laws of nature, I'm always a little worried about the negative consequences. After hearing what Karl Mordo said, Ancient One knew that his disciple was still struggling. He was a pure naturalist and always believed that mistakes that led to death should not be intervened by external forces. Ancient One shook his head and said, "So you're planning on using the Dragon Balls to interfere with the dimensional invasion?" Karl Mordo argued, "That's different, Dragon Ball, just like the magic items we use." Ancient One said calmly, "Karl Mordo, take a good look at this competition experience." Karl Mordo nodded and left the Supreme Being's room. Asgard. Heimdall came to the palace and began to report to the God King everything he had seen. After listening to Heimdall's report, Odin said with some disappointment, "So Thor still failed and didn't win the championship and get the chance to make a wish to the dragon." Heimdall nodded and said, "Yes, God King." However, Prince Thor did not gain nothing. His divine power was further awakened, and he was even able to release thunder without the aid of Mjolnir. The only pity is that this was done while Thor was unconscious, and he didn't master this ability after waking up. Upon hearing this news, Odin nodded. This was also good news. "How much have you seen about Shenlong's wish?" Heimdall shook his head and said, "When I made a wish, the scene was blocked, and the entire earth was plunged into darkness. It might be the power of the dragon that blocked my vision. However, as the earth returned to normal, there was a new woman on the stage. Judging from their reactions, their wish must have come true." Odin thought for a moment and then spoke, "Let Thor stay on Earth and prepare for the next Dragon Ball War. Next year, you will continue to search for the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls on Earth. Once you find them, use your abilities to inform Thor." Heimdall nodded. His ability was not only to observe the universe, but also to pass information to the observer when necessary. The other side. The Eternals also started discussing it on the plane. Ajax said, "Everyone, Tina failed this time. She didn't get the wish and can't cure her eternal demonic madness, but we can't give up on the next chance. I hope everyone will take action and help Tina win when the next Dragon Ball battle comes." Jinger asked, "What do we need to do?" Gilgamesh also spoke, "I will do everything in my power to help Tina." Circe asked, "Chief, can't we talk to Smith Doyle? At a certain price, let the other party use the dragon to heal Tina." Seeing this, the other people nodded. If they could reach an agreement directly, that would be the best option. Ajax said, "I will talk to Smith Doyle about this matter, but breaking the rules like this is not that easy. The other party may not agree, or may require a huge price to agree. So we have to have another plan. When the Dragon Balls appear again, that is, before the next Dragon Ball contest begins, everyone should use their abilities to collect as many Dragon Balls as possible. I believe that with our strength, collecting the Dragon Balls won't be that difficult. If you can collect all 7 at once, you'll be eligible to make a wish. Even if you only collect a portion and then have the best fighters participate in the competition, it'll be a huge advantage." After hearing Ajax's arrangement, everyone nodded and agreed, saying that they would help Tina collect Dragon Balls. On the plane, Eddie Brock had some ideas after this battle for Dragon Ball and wanted to communicate with the boss, but after seeing the boss closing his eyes to rest, he didn't say much. Smith Doyle did not chat, but closed his eyes and rested his consciousness into the system space. With this wish for the Dragon Ball and the Dragon Ball's departure, the 3 dark wish draws that were originally unusable were lit up again. Smith Doyle can be said to be full of anticipation for this 4th lottery wish. "The last time I obtained Piccolo's ability, I brought back the Cat Sage and Senza beans, which was a great harvest. As his strength improves, Smith Doyle is even more excited to see what changes will happen to the characters and companions this time around. After all, we've already entered the Dragon Ball Z arc. Will Vegeta, Nappa, the Ginyu Force, Frieza, Super Saiyans, and others appear? And what about number 18? Thinking of this, Smith Doyle couldn't wait to click on the character wish lottery and observe the characters on the planet. Request recommendation votes and monthly votes for automatic subscription. End of this chapter. Chapter 328 Time Stopping Skill. Chapter 328 Time Stopping Skill. Smith Doyle first clicked on the character wish lottery. Coming to the bottom of the lottery, Smith Doyle looked at the meteorite above his head with anticipation, only to see that, just like last time, the characters inside had changed a lot. Many weak characters who had not been drawn did not appear again because of his improved strength. The characters that can be seen at present are Raditz, young Son Gohan, in the Vegeta period, King Ken Son Goku, Vegeta, Nappa, Chihiro, Sabo, and Dodoria. These are all in very conspicuous places around the meteorite, while deep in the meteorite are the members of the Ginyu Force, Ginyu, Geese, Gudu, Rikum, Bat and the Namek warrior Nilu. Looking at the characters appearing above, Smith Doyle was a little excited. He was sure that as his strength increased, he had already reached the period of Vegeta's invasion and the Namek chapter. It was foreseeable that the next time he made a wish, he would completely enter the Namek chapter. It's exciting to think about the time when King Frieza, Vegeta with 1,000,000 combat power, Son Goku, Piccolo and Super Saiyan Goku will appear. Without thinking about the next time, Smith Doyle looked at the characters above. It can be said that the weakest one is Raditz, whose combat power of 1,500 is even lower than his. Next is Son Gohan with a combat power of 2,800, Nappa with a combat power of 5,000, and Son Goku with a normal combat power of 8,000 and a King Fist of 1.6. Starting from Vegeta, the combat power is 1.8. Among Frieza's subordinates, the lowest one, Kaie, has 1.8, Dodoria has 2.2, and Sabo has even higher numbers, as well as the Ginyu Force and Neru. Looking at these powerful warriors, basically starting from Nappa, they are all capable of Starburst. The combat power level of 1.8 can already be regarded as an elite warrior in the universe. Even in the Marvel Universe, the Starburst level can be regarded as a sub-god level even if it is not a god. Although there may be a big difference in the diversity of abilities, it is definitely enough to bluff people. Among the people in front of him, Smith Doyle was actually most interested in Gudu. Although he only had a combat power of 1, his superpower was the most powerful, the time-related superpower. Gudu could stop time for as long as he held his breath. If Gudu had not died early and had weak combat power, this ability would have been superb. This superpower is much more powerful than Hit's Flash. After all, Hit from the 7th universe became the #1 killer in the universe by relying on the ability of Flash and his own powerful combat power. If we look at it from a long-term perspective, among this group of characters, Gudu's ability is the most powerful superpower. In the later stages, let alone holding his breath for several minutes, Masters can decide life and death in just a few tenths of a second or even less. It is simply ridiculously powerful. As for Jinyu's body-changing ability, Smith Doyle didn't think much of it, and thought it was not as important as the opponent's combat effectiveness. If the first person he values is Gudu, the second person he values is Son Goku, who has the Kaioken and even learned the Spirit Bomb, and the third person he values is Neru, who is a little bit of a guess. After all, he has fused with Piccolo. If Neru is added, I wonder if his combat power will instantly soar to 1,000,000 like Piccolo fused with Neru. Of course, this is just Smith Doyle's guess. The most likely possibility is that the combat power will be directly increased by 5, and there is a small probability that the combat power may soar to 150 million. In addition to these three special characters, Smith Doyle's expectations for other personnel are ranked from high to low in terms of combat effectiveness. After observing for a while, Smith Doyle did not hesitate any longer and directly launched a full-strength Kamehameha towards the top of his head. He was thinking of Gudu in his mind, and it would be best if he could shoot down Gudu's light ball in the meteorite. Soon, under Smith Doyle's full-strength attack, a ball of light shattered. Congratulations to Smith Doyle for receiving a character card for Son Goku. A card appeared before him, depicting Son Goku, clad in red and in his Kaioken form. Skills: Kamehameha, Kameryu Martial Arts, Kaioken, Spirit Bomb. Initial combat power 9,000. After using the character card, you will gain the abilities of Son Goku and the bloodline of the Saiyan. Smith Doyle was somewhat disappointed when he saw that the character he got from the card draw this time was Son Goku from the Vegeta Invasion chapter. He really valued Gudu's superpowers. Time Stop was an absolute magical skill. Moreover, if he missed this chance, there would be only one chance left. If he couldn't draw Gudu next time, as his combat power increased, the characters of the Ginyu Force would basically be eliminated. Just like the previous characters such as Goku, Krillin, Yamcha, and Yajirobe, they will no longer appear. However, although it is not his first wish, Smith Doyle is also very satisfied with Son Goku's ability. The Kaioken improves his combat power, but he doesn't know how many times it can be increased with his physical fitness. Even 2 times is a huge improvement. As for the Saiyan bloodline, Smith Doyle already possessed it, and this body was fixed according to the Saiyan situation, with the tail of the Saiyan clan. However, because he was originally from Little Monkey King and still has the bloodline of Sun Wukong, Smith Doyle has never transformed into a giant ape. The main reason is that he is not sure whether he can regain his sanity. After all, in the GT chapter, Sun Wukong has reached Super Saiyan 3 and lost his sanity when he transformed into a giant ape. With his previous combat power of 2,000, the Earth would be in trouble after the transformation, and it might even be destroyed by him. Only by obtaining Vegeta's royal blood can he feel at ease and bold to give it a try. After confirming the result of the character wish lottery, Smith Doyle did not immediately perform the fusion, mainly because the improvement was too huge. His basic combat power at this time was only over 2,000. If he fused Sun Wukong with a combat power of 9,000, once he could not control his breath, the plane would be destroyed and everyone on board would die in an instant. After all, not everyone on the plane was not afraid of a plane crash. The character wish draw was over, and Smith Doyle turned his attention to the item wish draw. Click on the item wish lottery and look at the meteorites above your head. There are various items in each ball of light, and there are some updates to the items this time. Frisia Army Combat Suit 1, Frisia Army Combat Suit 2, 2nd Generation Combat Power Tester, 3rd Generation Combat Power Tester, Xian Single Person Spaceship, Namek Spaceship, Frisia Large Spaceship, Treatment Cabin, Space Capsule, Senza Beans, Spirit Tree Fruit, Spirit Tree Seedling, Rui Rod, Somersault Cloud, Sword of King Kai, Potara Earrings, Time Machine, Android 8, Android 16. The number of items far exceeded Smith Doyle's expectations. Request recommendation votes and monthly votes for automatic subscription. End of this chapter. Chapter 329, Fruit of the Universe Developer Spirit Tree. Chapter 329, Universe Developer, Spirit Tree Fruit. Looking at the densely packed balls of light, Smith Doyle discovered that even items that had been obtained before did not disappear when making a wish for items, which was different from the rules for characters. However, when he saw Android 8 and Android 16, Smith Doyle was stunned. Wait, these two are also considered items. Smith Doyle thought about it and felt that Android 8 and Android 16 were purely mechanical, so it was not completely inappropriate to put them in the inventory. Not to mention Android 8, Android 16 is really powerful with a combat power of 11 billion, which makes him invincible at this stage. However, the opponent's light ball was at the deepest part of the meteorite, and he was not sure of getting it. There are indeed a lot of good things inside, and there are also many items that are hidden and cannot be seen. As Smith Doyle drew the lottery, the figure in front of him blasted a Kamehameha towards the celestial body above his head, and then shattered one of the light spots. Congratulations to Smith Doyle for obtaining the fruit of the spirit tree. When Smith Doyle saw that it was the spirit tree fruit, he was stunned for a moment. The spirit tree fruit was said to be a fruit that only the king of gods were qualified to enjoy. In the movie, a Xian named Darls who looks like Son Goku obtains the fruit of the spirit tree and searches the entire universe for planets with life to plant it. As for the specific effects, it seems that the effects of the fruits grown will be different due to the different energy of the planet. For example, Darls had been planting spirit tree fruits on other planets in the universe and had eaten countless of them, which increased the combat power of a low-level Xian warrior to 3, exceeding that of Vegeta when he invaded the Earth. But it was different on Earth. After eating just one, his combat power soared 10 times, from 3 to 30. Moreover, the Earthen Dragon Ball is so nutritious that a spirit tree fruit cannot drain the entire planet, let alone a continent. It seems that the affected area is only a city or a Japanese island. Therefore, Smith Doyle deduced that the nutrients of the planet determined the effect of the spirit tree fruit, and if it was planted in the Kaishan realm, the effect would be even more powerful. What he drew this time was just a spirit tree fruit, but it was a spirit tree fruit whose effect he didn't know how much. Considering the previous operation of Senza beans, can this fruit be cultivated into seeds and spirit tree seedlings? Normal fruits have seeds inside that can germinate and be cultivated, but I don't know if the same is true for the fruits of spirit trees. If it can be done as I guessed, then I will be rich and can start planting spiritual trees throughout the universe. Moreover, in Smith Doyle's opinion, the spirit tree is much more convenient than another equally famous chakra tree. Planting the chakra tree takes a long time of 1,000 years, and the Itsutsuki clan must be sacrificed. There are too many changes during this period, and the planting cycle is too long. But the spiritual fruit tree is different. It can take root as soon as it touches the ground and grow into a towering tree in a short time. It can also produce fruit within 3 days, which is quite fast. And depending on the nutrients of the planet, the combat effectiveness of the fruits grown will also vary. The stronger the environment, the better the effect and the less side effects. It can be said that the spirit fruit tree is really a super auxiliary weapon, but the planting of the spirit tree is against the will of nature and is not suitable for planting on Earth. Of course, whether the fruit can have seeds is just my guess. Maybe the fruit of the spirit tree is a fruit tree in the Kaishan realm, and the fruit cannot be cultivated. Regardless of the outcome, Smith Doyle made a profit on this move. If he couldn't plant anything, he'd eat it to increase his combat power. If he could plant something, he could keep increasing his combat power. This move was a huge win for him. 2 of the 3 wish draws had been completed, and Smith Doyle's eyes fell on the partner draw. The last partner drawn in the lottery was Sage Karen, who was of great help to his forces, as he could improve the strength of his subordinates, cultivate senzu beans, and create super divine water. Clicking on the partner wish card draw, Smith Doyle looked up, hoping to see some characters deeper in the world. Bull Demon King, Sea Turtle, Oolong, King Pilaf, Martial Arts Tournament Host, Dandy, Namekian Great Elder, King Yama, and in the depths of the planet, Smith Doyle even saw Android 17, Android 18, Xiaowu, Ban, Zamasu, Babadai, Old Kai, Evil 2-Star Dragon, Ultimate Shenlong, Whis, etc. Looking at the host of the world's #1 martial arts tournament above, compared to Oolong and Turtle, the host is also a good choice. However, now that we have Eddie, there is no shortage of hosts. However, the appearance of Android 18 still caught Smith Doyle's eye. As a former Dragon Ball fan, who wouldn't envy Tu Lin for marrying Android 18? Even with Bulma and Fox, he was still a little moved. However, the light ball of Android 18 was too deep inside, and Smith Doyle did not have any hope this time. But since he had already appeared on it, he had a chance to get it. It was just a matter of time. Although there are many light balls above and the partners involved are very wide, even including dragons, Smith Doyle used the Kamehameha wave with all his strength in order to avoid getting partners like Oolong and Oolong, hoping to get a powerful partner, which is now in the Marvel Universe. As Smith Doyle put all his effort into it, he fired a Kamehameha wave and a partner summoning card appeared in front of him. Congratulations to Smith Doyle for winning the title of World's #1 Martial Arts Host in the Support category Battle Partner category. Seeing that the person who won the title of the World's #1 Martial Arts Tournament host, Smith Doyle knew that Eddie's qualifications as a ring host were gone. After all, this one was a professional. However, compared to Bulma and Karen, the martial arts tournament host can provide him with much less help. But how can I put it, if 2 of the 3 wish lottery opportunities were of great help, it can be said to be a great harvest. One should not be too greedy. Just after Smith Doyle completed the 3 lottery wishes for people, items, and partners, the system prompt sound appeared in Smith Doyle's mind. Smith Doyle, the creator of Dragon Ball, your combat power is about to exceed 10,000. The power of the dragon has been greatly improved. Please choose the direction of the dragon's evolution 1. The ultimate Shenlong possesses the powerful ability to grant wishes, granting the world's greatest wishes and even forcibly altering the age and size of those with the greatest power. Those below the multiverse power level are affected by Shenlong's wishes. Side effect: if all Dragon Balls are not collected within the allotted time, the wishing planet will explode. 2. The Namekian dragon has 3 wishes, but can only revive 1 person at a time. 3. The Earth Dragon in the Dandy version can revive multiple people at the same time and has 2 wishes. Request recommendation votes and monthly votes for automatic subscription. End of this chapter. Chapter 330 Smith Doyle and 039's Choice. Chapter 330 Smith Doyle's Choice 1. The ultimate Shenlong possesses the powerful ability to grant wishes, granting the world's greatest wishes and even forcibly altering the age and size of those with the greatest power. Those below the multiverse power level are affected by Shenlong's wishes. Side effect: if all Dragon Balls are not collected within the allotted time, the wishing planet will explode. 2. The Namekian dragon has 3 wishes, but can only revive 1 person at a time. 3. The Earth Dragon in the Dandy version can revive multiple people at the same time and has 2 wishes. As for the current Earth Dragon, it can only fulfill 1 wish and can only resurrect a dead person once. That is to say, if a person who has been resurrected by the dragon dies again, the Earth Dragon will not be able to resurrect him. Looking at the evolutionary directions of the 3 dragons above, Smith Doyle began to compare them. First up is Ultimate Shenron. Choosing this evolution path significantly increases the limit of wishes. After all, Earth Shenron can't affect being stronger than its creator. Not to mention using Shenron to change or even transfer a person. If the opponent is powerful enough, Shenron would need their permission to transfer them. After the battle on Namek, the transfer of Son Goku was rejected. However, the ultimate dragon can ignore those who are stronger than the multiverse, similar to the level of a single universe, and can even make a wish through the dragon to exile the opponent to the edge of the universe or even turn him into a baby or an old man. In addition, Dragon Ball is allowed to fly to various planets in the universe. This is an opportunity to come into contact with all kinds of powerful beings in the universe. Dragon Ball is no longer limited to the Earth. It can be said that it has mixed benefits and disadvantages depending on how you look at it. However, after making a wish, if all the Dragon Balls are not retrieved within a year, the planet where the wish was made will explode. This is a serious side effect. He can't just randomly explode a planet, right? He has to go to another planet every time he makes a wish. That would make him a god of destruction. Moreover, there is no suitable spaceship on Earth at present, and even he himself did not draw a spaceship. Obviously, making a wish once will not be enough to retrieve the Dragon Ball within the specified time. If he makes a wish on Earth, there is no doubt that the Earth will be shattered. The second direction is the Namek version of Shenlong. The number of wishes has been greatly improved. First of all, there is no longer a limit on death, and the same person can be resurrected an unlimited number of times. The number of wishes has also become 3, but the disadvantages are also obvious. One wish can only resurrect one person, and it cannot resurrect a large number of people. And referring to the fact that Namek once suffered a genocide-level disaster, in the end only the Great Elder, Piccolo who flew to Earth, and the powerful Super Namekian slug in the universe survived. Referring to this situation, how can we create a situation where an evil dragon will appear in Namek's Dragon Ball? Moreover, the Namek version of the Dragon Ball is huge in size. The advantage is that it can encrypt wishes and requires the Namek language. As for the final Dende version of the Earth Dragon, it takes into account the advantages of the Namek Dragon, will no longer limit the number of resurrections, and combines the characteristics of the Earth Dragon that can resurrect on a large scale, and the number of wishes is increased to 2. Moreover, the size of the Dragon Ball has not changed, and the appearance of the dragon has not changed. Overall, after comprehensive comparison, Smith Doyle is more optimistic about the Dende version of the Earth Dragon, which can be said to be a combination of the abilities of the Namek Dragon and the Earth Dragon. At the same time, Smith Doyle also noticed one thing, that is, his combat power exceeded 10,000 points, and the ability of the dragon was enhanced. So, will the dragon also be enhanced when the combat power reaches 100,000, 1,000,000, 100 million and other levels? When a super dragon appears in the future, will the Dragon Balls fly to other universes and start a war in the multiverse? Thinking of this, Smith Doyle was a little excited. At the same time, he also had an idea, which was whether the Dragon Balls could be fused and evolved, such as taking into account the ultimate Shenlong and allowing the Dragon Balls to fly to the entire universe. Finally, after much consideration, Smith Doyle chose the Dandy version of the Earth Dragon as the direction of evolution. With Smith Doyle's selection, Dragon Ball's abilities have undergone new changes. The other side. On the plane, Su Wenyu held his wife Yingli's hand and recounted everything that had happened since she lost her. Yingli was not at all impatient with Su Wenyu's chatter. As a loyal listener, she was also curious about how Su Wenyu lived during his absence and how his 2 children grew up. Yingli still feels very regretful for missing her child's growth. Su Xiling and Su Shanqi on the side also talked about their experiences from time to time. They were very happy about their mother's resurrection. After their mother came back, their father also looked the same as in their childhood memories. Su Wenyu told what happened to him and asked curiously, "Yingli, do you remember what happened after you died? Does the soul have a home?" Hearing Su Wenyu's words, Yingli's face turned pale. The destination of the soul. Wenyu, you don't want to know. The world of the soul is not a paradise, and I don't want to go back to that place. Su Wenyu actually wanted to say, I'm quite interested. And judging by Yingli's reaction, the soul actually retains memories after death. I just don't know where the soul goes, the underworld, hell, heaven, or somewhere else. However, seeing Yingli's pale face, Su Wenyu shook Yingli's hand and said gently, okay, I won't ask. And I promise that you will never be in danger again, and I will never let you go to such a dangerous place alone again. Su Wenyu chose to join the Assassin's League before making a wish, partly because the previous 2 wishmakers had applied to join. He thought there were reasons he didn't know about, and seeing Smith Doyle emphasizing his wish, he also applied to join. Another reason was for his wife Yingli. His enemies had killed his wife when they came to his house. After seeing so many extraordinary people, Su Wenyu also felt the changes of the times. Those rotten fish and shrimps under his command may be able to beat ordinary people, but they will have no chance of winning against extraordinary people or even the strongest among them. It is impossible for him to keep Yingli with him all the time. There will always be times when he cannot take care of her. But the Assassin's League is different, based on his investigation and observations of the battle for the Dragon Ball. Even the on-site staff of the other party are all extraordinary people, and their subordinates are at the werewolf and vampire level at the lowest. If I join them and arrange Yingli in the other party's headquarters, then my wife's safety will be greatly improved. Otherwise, according to the development of the Dragon Ball battle, he would not have much confidence in obtaining the qualification to make a wish again, and he would not allow himself to lose Yingli again. Request recommendation votes and monthly votes for automatic subscription. End of this chapter. Chapter 331 New Rules of Competition. Chapter 331 New Rules of Competition Assassin's League Headquarters. At this moment in the conference room, Su Wenyu looked at Smith Doyle and said, "Mr. Smith, regarding my joining the Assassin's League, do you think it requires a ceremony or a contract?" Seeing that Su Wenyu took the initiative to mention this matter, Smith Doyle understood that the other party had no intention of going back on his word and was determined to thoroughly implement what he had said before. Smith Doyle looked at the Assassin's League leaders in the conference room and said, "Since Mr. Su Wenyu wants to join the Assassin's League, I naturally won't refuse." Considering Su Wenyu's strength, Smith Doyle decided that although he didn't know what the other party was thinking, he still had to show due respect to him for insisting on joining the Assassin's League. "I'll have Fox choose an auspicious day to hold a joining ceremony for you at headquarters and inform everyone that Mr. Su Wenyu will be a member of the Assassin's League." After hearing Smith Doyle's arrangement, Su Wenyu was quite satisfied. At least with his ability, the other party did not do things perfunctorily. Then he said, "I want my wife to settle here, just like John Wick's lover." Smith Doyle could probably guess some of Su Wenyu's thoughts. After all, the Assassin's League was safer than the Ten Rings gang, and since Su Wenyu had joined the Assassin's League, the focus would naturally be here. It was impossible to let the other party guard the Ten Rings gang headquarters. Otherwise, would the other party join just for the sake of the title? No problem. As a family member of a member, your wife can naturally stay here. Of course, not all families of the Assassin's League are qualified to live here at the headquarters, but with Su Wenyu's strength, there is no problem at all. Hearing that his request was granted, Su Wenyu smiled, then thought of his Ten Rings gang and asked, "Chief, you also know that I have a Ten Rings gang under my command, which has been established for many years. Will this organization be merged into the Assassin's League?" Hearing Su Wenyu calling him leader, Smith Doyle nodded with satisfaction. The other party's identity change was very rapid, but the Ten Rings gang was merged into the Assassin's League. Smith Doyle could not accept this proposal. Although the Ten Rings gang had a large number of members, Smith Doyle looked down on them. The Assassin's League has a very strict review mechanism and does not accept a large number of people to join. Besides, the Ten Rings gang was founded by you, Su Wenyu. It would not be appropriate to simply disband it and merge it into the Assassin's League. You have your own children too, leave something for them. Su Wenyu was not surprised to hear Smith Doyle's words. The other party did not accept the Ten Rings gang, and even his children indirectly rejected it, asking him to give up the Ten Rings gang. Su Wenyu smiled and said, "It seems that the Ten Rings gang doesn't have this blessing. Let Xiaoling and Shang-Chi take charge." Smith Doyle nodded and said, "I'll have someone arrange accommodation for you. Once a date is chosen, I'll notify you of the initiation ceremony. Don't leave during this time. After the joining ceremony is completed, you can go and take care of other things. I guess you have a lot of things to deal with after your lover's resurrection this time." Su Wenyu nodded. When they were on the plane, his wife Yingli mentioned that she had been resurrected and wanted to take her children and Wenyu back to Taro village. Although she had lost the power of the dragon, her children might have a chance to inherit some of it. Then a member of the Assassin's League came in, took Su Wenyu out of the meeting room and arranged accommodation for Su Wenyu's family and the 8 accompanying Ten Rings gang members. As Su Wenyu left, Smith Doyle looked at everyone in the conference room and said, "The second Dragon Ball contest has concluded. What are your thoughts on this event?" Fox asked. "The Dragon Ball incident is involving more and more people and forces. Although the Assassin's League has made significant gains twice thanks to the Dragon Ball battles, the last time was the addition of werewolves and vampires, and this time, we have the high-level combat power of Mr. Su Wenyu. But I want to ask, Chief, should this Dragon Ball battle continue? I'm worried that more and more people will be eyeing the Dragon Balls, and their strength will grow stronger." Fox was also a little worried. Thor, the Eternals, and the mystic from Norse mythology had all appeared. Who knew what kind of person would appear next time? These 2 events had been held safely, but what about the future? Would those who were not qualified to make a wish really obey the rules of the game? Smith Doyle heard Fox's words and said, "The Dragon Ball battle will continue unless there are any unexpected events. If anyone dares to disrupt the battle for the Dragon Ball, then our Assassin's League will deal a severe blow to them, physically destroying them and wiping out their forces. As for the military force, you don't have to worry. I have enough confidence in my strength. Do you have any good suggestions regarding the rules of the competition and the battle for the Dragon Ball?" Wesley thought for a moment, then said, "According to the current competition rules, the only considerations are the expansion and sturdiness of the arena. Unless the scope of participants is expanded, the changes to the competition rules can be better considered. But the expansion of the participants will also involve the spread of news about Shenlong. If more people knew about the wish, it would naturally lead to evil prying eyes. Hearing Wesley's words, everyone nodded. Alexei said, if the number of participants is increased, it will not be fair to those who collect the Dragon Balls. After all, there are only 7 Dragon Balls. Unless we have collected all the Dragon Balls in advance, there won't be any problem expanding the scope of participants. Smith Doyle also agreed with Alexei's words. After all, if one can participate in the competition without collecting Dragon Balls, then what is the point of collecting Dragon Balls? However, Smith Doyle thought that the dragon now had 2 wishes, which meant that he could mark out one wish and give the other one as a reward to the other party. Then he said, the matter of the dragon and the wish is not suitable to be announced to the whole world. That will bring not hope, but destruction and trouble. This way, the Dragon Ball collection and the champion's wish remain unchanged. I'll give you some time to think about innovations in the competition format. If there are 2 wishes, how can we make the other wish benefit more people, or add another competition that doesn't require collecting Dragon Balls? This will give you some time to make a decision. You don't have to make a decision now. In a month, each of you here will come up with a plan for me to consider and choose from. Book friends, please brainstorm. If you have good suggestions, please write them down and I will adopt them as appropriate. Request recommendation votes and monthly votes for automatic subscription. End of this chapter. Chapter 332 Eddie, I propose to form a 7-person team. Chapter 332 Eddie, I propose to form a 7-person team. After Smith Doyle finished instructing everyone on their tasks, Eddie Brock said, Boss, after hosting this fight and now managing a media company, I have an idea. After hearing Eddie's words, Smith Doyle said, Tell me what you think. Eddie glanced at everyone present and said, Boss, my thoughts mainly involve superheroes, that is, extraordinary people. I've found that neither the boss nor other superheroes have made good use of their personal image IP, which has spawned a lot of piracy markets. We have a large number of extraordinary people. We can form a team of extraordinary people, perhaps a team of 7 people like the number of Dragon Balls. The 7-member team is mainly responsible for punishing evil and promoting good, and implementing the purpose of the Assassin's League, while the media company is mainly responsible for the promotion of the 7-member team and the creation of its IP. Fan economy, media copyright and advertising revenue, peripheral product sales, games and digital media, and film and television dramas. The benefits of this are, firstly, it can promote the ideals of the Assassin's League and the extraordinary. Secondly, it can also generate sufficient profits. The market for creating a personal superhero IP will be no less than 100 billion. The so-called DC Comics can never compare to that. Current superheroes, whether it's you, Boss, Iron Man, or Whiplash, don't care about wealth. But I believe that in the future, due to the influence of the bosses, some civilian heroes will emerge. They may not have enough money, and the establishment of the 7 will alleviate this problem. Also, the wealth earned by media companies from superheroes can be invested in charities, whether it's superhero property insurance, setting up orphanages to adopt abandoned children, or establishing relief organizations. These are all very good ways to do it. Hearing Eddie's words, Smith Doyle felt more and more that this thing sounded so familiar. The 7-man team reminded him of an American TV series he had seen in his previous life, The Boys. The Ward Company inside is the same as what Eddie said. The only difference is that the extraordinary people of Ward Company are artificially developed by injecting human compound number 7 during infancy, while Eddie's company directly selects from the extraordinary people. Speaking of which, Smith Doyle was somewhat interested in Eddie's idea, so he asked, Where are you going to select the personnel for the 7-man team? Eddie smiled and said, Boss, famous superheroes like you and Tony are definitely not suitable to join this 7-man team. This team is not worthy of your status. My idea is that 4 to 5 of the 7-man team in the early stage can be selected from the organization. For the other 2 to 3 people, we can recruit them from around the world through open auditions. This way, from the outset, the group's media companies can build momentum and attract a lot of attention to build IP and promote our ideas. Of course, boss, if you and Whipsuo's IP can be put into the company's operation, it will be very beneficial for opening up the market in the early stages. Hearing Eddie's idea, Smith Doyle nodded. The idea of a 7-man team was interesting. If 4 to 5 members of the team were all from the Assassin's League, it would ensure that the control of the team would always be in their hands. On the other hand, the global selection would also mobilize everyone's enthusiasm and public participation. Smith Doyle knows that not all ordinary extraordinary people on Earth have a good material life, and some of them even live in poverty. At the same time, with the emergence of the world's #1 martial arts host, Eddie's hosting job will also be relieved. Eddie, that's a very good idea of yours. I strongly support the formation of a 7-member team. However, the core team building and the spirit of the Assassins League's purpose must be thoroughly implemented without the slightest wavering. Also, for the open positions, we must mobilize as many people as possible during the selection process. I suggest you create a voting website and let the extraordinary people who sign up for the 7-person team show themselves there. Then, the public can vote for the extraordinary person they want to join the team. As for this company, I will also hand over my personal IP operations to you, but I won't be participating in other activities. I'll just use it to make some genuine action figures and toys. I'll go talk to Ivan Vank. I think there won't be any problems. As for Tony Stark, I think he would be more interested in having him invest in the company through IP. Hearing that his boss was going to include his own IP as well as Whiplash and Iron Man's IP, Eddie was very excited and said, "Boss, please give us a name for the 7-man team." Smith Doyle felt a bit of evil interest and said, "The 7-member team is called the Black Robe Patrol." Eddie murmured, pick, and correct things and people who are practicing wrong things. "Boss, the Black Robe Patrol is a really great name." Hearing Eddie's flattery, Smith Doyle was happy for a moment, and then he said, "In that case, the media company should also change its name to Red Ribbon Group." Eddie nodded and said, "Good boss." Eddie was very excited at the moment. If he had been in charge of an entertainment media company before, it would have been a promotion and a pay raise. Now that he was involved in a team of extraordinary people, it would have been like he was reaching the peak of his life. Thinking about the launch of the Black Robe Patrol, he could imagine how big the Red Ribbon Group would become in the future. It would definitely become a second-tier company under the Universal Capsule Group and would not be weaker than Ivan Vank's Vank Industry. Smith Doyle glanced at everyone in the conference room and said with a smile, "Everyone, please support Eddie's proposal. Those who don't mind exposure and being in front of the public can contact Eddie and become a member of the 7-member team. Of course, the team's personnel will not remain static. There will be a withdrawal mechanism to replace blood." After hearing Smith Doyle's words, Wesley in the conference room became interested, and Alexei was a little excited. He always hoped that his name could be as widely known as Captain America. Perhaps this was an opportunity. Natasha's sister Yelena also had some ideas about the Black Robe Patrol. Compared to some people who are ready to make a move, Eddie also hopes that powerful people in the organization such as Selena and Michael can join in, as well as John Wick, Wesley and others who also have symbiotes. Request recommendation votes and monthly votes for automatic subscription. End of this chapter. Chapter 333 Spear of God Bureau. This is not a terrorist. Chapter 333 Spear of God Bureau. This is not a terrorist. Smith Doyle looked at the people whispering to each other and said, "Regarding the Black Robe Patrol, please discuss this with Eddie privately. Submit the specific list of applicants and I will review it. Besides Eddie's suggestion, do you have any other ideas?" Then Fox spoke, "Boss, there's something I need to report to you." Smith Doyle looked at Fox and asked, "Go ahead." Fox began to report. "Last time, boss, you gave us instructions on cyber fraud and human trafficking in Southeast Asia. After cracking down on them, we also established assassin brotherhoods in the capitals of Thailand, Malaysia, South Korea, Singapore, and other countries. According to the latest intelligence, telecom fraud and human organ trafficking have resurfaced in that area. Compared to the last time, there have been quite a few changes. They're hiding deeper, being more secretive, and finding someone to protect them and transfer benefits. In order to keep their business going, I heard they're looking for replacement organs for some high-ranking officials in the local area and neighboring countries, and they're storing them in a live reserve, so that in the event of an accident or need, they can perform life-saving surgery to replace the organs. Day, please display the information on the screen." As Fox finished speaking, the dull voice of the artificial intelligence sounded. "Yes, Miss Fox." Soon, videos, text, news reports, photos and other audio and video materials all appeared on the screen. Fox pointed at the photos and other information above and said, "The other party's behavior is extremely bad, and the harm it has caused to people is enormous. Not only those who were kidnapped, but also the entire family of those who were defrauded are suffering. Some victims have lost large sums of money, or even their families have been destroyed and they have chosen to commit suicide by jumping off buildings. According to the intelligence we have, the harm these organizations are causing is enormous, and the damage and impact they are causing is far more widespread than that of ordinary gangs. Based on their destructive power and scope, they can no longer be considered an evil force, they can be considered terrorists without any problem. During the introduction, Fox also played a lot of video files. It can be said that he had a certain understanding of these forces and personnel, and even marked the approximate location of the other party's industry. Wesley looked at Fox's introduction and video files and said, "How can this be considered telecom fraud? They can be considered terrorists." Everyone present nodded solemnly and said, "They can be completely treated as terrorists and should be humanely destroyed." Even Eddie Brock, who had reported many dark stories, was stunned. How could the situation there be so serious? Smith Doyle frowned slightly, then asked, "Didn't we strike once? How could it develop to this point? How did you notice it this time?" Fox then released a photo and said, "It was this Hong Konger named Lee Zongji who approached our assassin brotherhood in Bangkok seeking help, saying his daughter was missing in Thailand. That's how I learned this information. Our local personnel discovered this information while investigating the case of Lee Zongji's daughter. They immediately reported it to the person in charge in Bangkok, who immediately reported it to headquarters. This information was just compiled yesterday, less than 24 hours have passed." Alexei asked in confusion, "I can't imagine that so many people go missing there every year." Mr. X then said, "Justice needs to be achieved with our own hands, even if it means we have to shed blood." Smith Doyle, the leader of the Assassins' League, had zero tolerance for such an evil organization. He was very angry at the moment and then said, "Since the evidence is conclusive, then according to the rules of the Assassins' League, such evil forces must be completely destroyed. This time, not only will the ringleader be executed, but the remaining accomplices will also be punished, and the park they built will be wiped off the face of the earth." Wesley said, "Leader, let us take on this mission. The symbiote loves the heads of these scumbags the most." John Wick, who seldom spoke, also spoke. "Chief, I apply to participate in this mission." For John Wick, killing these scum and terrorists is simply redemption for his past. Eddie Brock also shouted, "Boss, Venom and I are also joining this mission." No one else present dared to fall behind, and they all applied to participate in the task of eradicating the electronic fraud park. Smith Doyle looked at the excited expressions of the crowd and knew very well that the Assassins' League was just like this, hating evil and hating evil. He then stretched out his hands to ask everyone to be quiet. As everyone quieted down, Smith Doyle spoke, "Has the Lee Zongji issue been resolved?" Fox shook his head and said, "Probably not yet. After all, it hasn't been 24 hours yet." Smith Doyle nodded, then said, "We've taken over Lee Zongji's matter. At the same time, we will adopt a zero-tolerance approach towards human organ trafficking, human smuggling, cyber fraud and other such activities. Since they've resurfaced, we'll eliminate this evil organization and force. As part of our regular mission, we'll conduct a cleanup every once in a while, denying them the space and time to survive. The Assassin Brotherhood will offer a certain reward to individuals and organizations that report relevant intelligence, and will report and destroy it as soon as possible after confirming that it is correct." Wesley, John Wick, Eddie Brock, and Selena, the four of you, with Selena as your captain, will immediately travel to Thailand after this meeting to contact Lee Zongji and help him find his daughter. Selena, if necessary, use your vampire ability to obtain memories through blood to shorten the search time. Also, mobilize all members of the Assassin Brotherhood in Southeast Asia. After assisting Lee Zongji, immediately head to Burma to completely eliminate these evil forces. Selena will dispatch a team of vampires to screen all fraudsters through their blood memories. Those who were forced to commit fraud and have a desire to resist, or who were forced to do so to save their lives, and whose crimes are minor and not very harmful, will be given a chance to repent. For those who voluntarily or even actively join, all will be treated as terrorists. The four people named by Smith Doyle immediately accepted the order and said, "Yes, Chief, I promise to complete the mission." Request recommendation votes and monthly votes for automatic subscription. End of this chapter. Chapter 334, The Power of Kwangbiao. Chapter 334, The Power of Kwangbiao. The previous chapter has a 404 error, and the content has been modified. As the meeting ended, Selena, Wesley, Eddie Brock, and John Wick walked out of the conference room, returned to their respective residences for a brief rest, and immediately took Airbus One to the Assassin Brotherhood in Bangkok. At this time, under the guidance of the staff, Su Wenyu, who had already checked in, saw Airbus One taking off through the window. Just after coming back, it flew away. Did something happen? The other side. Smith Doyle came to the training room. He had not used the reward extracted from the system yet. His consciousness entered the system space, and he looked at the character card of Son Goku in front of him who was bursting into the Kaioken state and chose to fuse. The character card turned into starlight and merged into Smith Doyle's body, and the Sion blood in his body was directly integrated. Smith Doyle's normal combat power instantly soared to 11,000 points, and at the same time, a terrifying momentum spread out with Smith Doyle as the center. In an instant, everyone in the Assassin's League headquarters felt a terrifying pressure coming down. Ordinary people just felt that the air was a little oppressive and their hearts were a little uncomfortable, but for extraordinary people, especially those with strong strength, they could feel the horror of this energy even more. The cat immortal on the Kalen Tower, with sweat dripping from his forehead, said, "It's terrifying. How could Smith burst out with such power?" In the room, Su Wenyu's expression became solemn, and he murmured, "In the end what happened?" Su Xiling and Su Shanqi asked, "Father, what's wrong?" Yingli asked nervously, "Wenyu, what's wrong?" Su Wenyu said, "There is a very powerful person in the Assassin's League." As soon as Su Wenyu finished speaking, his body sank and his steps became heavy. The terrifying pressure spread out from the Assassin's League as the center, and the clouds above were stirred and torn apart. People throughout New York also felt the heaviness and depression in their hearts. At this time, the red aura on Smith Doyle's body was surging, and he directly activated the 2x Kaioken combat power, which directly reached 22,000 points. At the same time, he wanted to try how many times he could activate the Kaioken at most. Aha! In an instant, the red aura on Smith Doyle's body became stronger, and the terrifying aura made the training room shake. The Assassin's League seemed to have just experienced a small earthquake. At this moment, Smith Doyle's combat power reached 44,000 points. At this moment, Su Wenyu felt the threat of death and dared not breathe. The next second, the pressure disappeared instantly, and it was Smith Doyle who dissipated the Kaioken and controlled his own breath. Hoo-ho! Smith Doyle was panting. After just unleashing the 4x Kaioken, he found that he could only fight for 3 minutes at most. His body would not be able to bear it beyond this time. As for the 10x Kaioken, he could not use it at all. As expected, my normal combat power of 11,000 points and my current physical condition are completely inadequate to meet the requirements of a 10x Kaioken. Cat Immortal breathed a sigh of relief as he watched the Karanta stop shaking, wiping the sweat from his forehead. It finally stopped. Smith Doyle is simply a monster. Compared to other extraordinary people who don't understand Chi, Cat Immortal knows better than anyone how terrifying Smith Doyle is at this moment. Many ordinary members of the Assassin's League thought that a small earthquake had occurred and even walked out of their houses and came to the open space. Smith Doyle in the training room had no idea what was happening outside. After adjusting his breathing, he took out the spirit tree fruit from the system space. Looking at the fruit in his hand, Smith Doyle thought that if he wanted to plant a spirit tree, he needed to make sure whether there were seeds in the fruit. After all, it could only be planted if there were seeds. In order to determine whether there are seeds in the fruit needs to be opened. Thinking of this, Smith Doyle gently stroked the spirit tree fruit in his right hand with his left hand, and the fruit instantly split into two. Looking at the spirit tree fruit that had been cut into two halves, Smith Doyle frowned slightly. There was no trace of seeds except white flesh inside. Seeing this, Smith Doyle put half of the fruit directly into his mouth, chewed it, and then swallowed it. During this process, he still did not find any traces of seeds. Is it in the other half? Smith Doyle then used his left hand to cut the remaining half of the flesh into smaller pieces, but there was still no trace of the seeds. It seemed that the idea of cultivating a spirit tree through the fruit of the spirit tree had failed, and Smith Doyle then ate the remaining half of the fruit. After eating the fruit pulp, Smith Doyle used the Frisia Core's second-generation combat power detector obtained from the system to determine his combat power of 22,000 points. Seeing that the spirit tree fruit doubled his normal combat power, it can be confirmed that this fruit is definitely not the spirit tree fruit planted by Darls on Dragon Ball Earth. As for the Kaishan realm, it is even more impossible. Although he lost the opportunity to plant the spirit tree, Smith Doyle was still quite satisfied with the doubling of his normal combat power. After all, the spirit tree seedlings could be extracted later, and the increased combat power now was real. Now he could burst out a maximum of 88,000 combat power in Kaioken mode, and even 22 combat power in Giant Ape mode, which was a very terrifying existence on Earth at this stage. Looking at the host of the world's #1 martial arts tournament who was still in space, Smith Doyle also directly materialized him. "Mr. Smith." Looking at the host of the world's #1 martial arts tournament, Smith Doyle said, "I hold a martial arts tournament here every year, and I may also hold the world's #1 martial arts tournament in the future. The job of host will be handed over to you from now on." The host of the world's #1 martial arts tournament said excitedly, "Great. I really enjoy this kind of work." Smith Doyle then took the host out of the training room and asked the staff to arrange the host's accommodation, living needs and understanding of the world here. The other side. The whole of New York felt mental pressure because of Smith Doyle's anger. Although SHIELD felt something was wrong, it did not investigate anything. It only detected a very low-level earthquake of only about magnitude 3 in New York. It recorded this phenomenon and believed that it might be a human reaction caused by the earthquake. This phenomenon was announced through the media, indicating that the earthquake had caused the human body's magnetic field to be disrupted, resulting in feelings of psychological depression, and that people did not need to panic. Request recommendation votes and monthly votes for automatic subscription. End of this chapter. Chapter 335, Killing the Wolf and Greedy Wolf. Chapter 335, Killing the Wolf, Greedy Wolf. The Other Side. After a 10-hour flight, Selena and others successfully arrived in Bangkok from New York. As soon as they got off the plane, the four of them were picked up by a Rolls-Royce arranged by the Bangkok head of the Assassin Brotherhood and taken directly to the local Assassin Brotherhood. In the car, Wesley asked Selena, "Where do we begin our investigation?" Selena glanced at the information in her hand, then said, "Let's meet Li Zongji first and see what other information he has learned. I've already asked the Assassin Brotherhood to pick up Li Zongji. I believe we'll see him when we get there." At this time, Li Zongji came to the Bangkok Assassin Brotherhood again. After learning that his daughter was missing, he came to Bangkok and called the police on the same day. But there were no clues for several days. He was a police officer in Hong Kong. Through special channels, he knew that the Assassin Brotherhood had a very powerful intelligence network and even had branches in various countries all over the world, so he found this place. However, after informing the other party that his daughter was missing, the staff here told Li Zongji that the Assassin Brotherhood mainly deals with intelligence against criminal forces and does not accept cases of missing persons. However, if he had gold coins issued by the Assassin's Brotherhood, he could try to issue a bounty mission and see if anyone would accept it. To this end, Li Zongji took out all his savings, $500,000 in exchange for 2 gold coins to investigate his daughter's disappearance. He also said that he had 2 properties in Hong Kong, and if he could really find his daughter, he would sell one of them as a reward. Li Zongji's mission aroused the interest of a member of the Assassin Brotherhood. After investigation, Li Zongji's daughter was not found, but relevant information such as organ trafficking and online fraud was found, and it was reported immediately. Li Zongji came to the service desk and asked, "Yuan Ming, is there any clue about my daughter?" Yuan Ming is a Chinese who was transferred from New York to Bangkok to work as a receptionist, responsible for the hotel's front desk. "Mr. Li Zongji, I don't have any news yet. But I have some good news for you. Your mission has attracted the attention of headquarters, and they have sent an adjudicator to take charge. The other party is about to arrive at the Bangkok Assassin Brotherhood. I believe that your daughter's matter will be resolved soon." Li Zongji frowned slightly, then asked, "Why did my daughter's disappearance alarm your headquarters?" Yuan Ming said with a professional smile on his face, "Mr. Li Zongji, don't worry. At least in my opinion, this is a good thing." Yuan Ming knew that the headquarters had sent out an adjudicator, and the matter was definitely serious, but Li Zongji's matter would definitely have a result. If the other party's daughter was still alive, she would definitely be rescued, and if she was dead, revenge would be avenged, so it was good news from every perspective. Although Yuan Ming told him not to worry, Li Zongji was very nervous inside. After all, he had alarmed the people at the other party's headquarters, and there must be something big going on behind the scenes that he didn't know about. This made him even more worried about his daughter's safety. At this time, an extended Rolls-Royce stopped at the door of the Bangkok Assassin Brotherhood. Soon the receptionist at the door came forward to open the car door, and Selena and the other 4 got out of the car. Wesley, John Wick, and Eddie were all wearing special bulletproof suits, while Selena was wearing a black leather jacket. The 4 of them exuded a powerful aura and attracted everyone's attention. The head of the Bangkok Assassin Brotherhood was accompanying them. After entering the hotel, the group of 5 went straight upstairs to the conference room on the top floor. Li Zongji took a look and didn't care. He didn't recognize the person in charge here and was full of worry about his daughter. A few minutes later, the phone at the service desk rang. Yuan Ming answered the phone and said, Yes, right here. Okay." Yuan Ming hung up the phone and then said to Li Zongji, "Mr. Li Zongji, the adjudicators from headquarters have arrived and they want to see you. Songpa, take Mr. Li to the conference room." Li Zongji nodded, followed the staff into the elevator, and went to the conference room on the top floor. As the door of the conference room opened, Li Zongji walked in. Looking at the 4 men and 1 woman in front of him, Li Zongji was not very clear about their identities. At this time, one of the men stood up and said, "Mr. Li, please take a seat. I am Li Minjaya, the head of the Bangkok Brotherhood of Assassins. These four are the adjudicators from headquarters. They have something they would like to discuss with you. After hearing the other party's words, Li Zongji came to the conference table and sat down, then said, I wonder what you all want to know. Selina then spoke, tell me about your daughter. Have you got any new clues during this period? Li Zongji said, from yesterday to today, there has been no new news. I took my daughter's photo and visited various streets to ask, but no one said they had seen my daughter. Can I know what exactly has alarmed you big shots? Although my daughter's disappearance is very important to me, it shouldn't be a big deal in your eyes, and it shouldn't alarm you. Listening to Li Zongji's words, Selina said, Mr. Li Zongji, due to your mission, our organization has discovered that the cyber fraud and human organ trafficking forces that we once eliminated have resurfaced in this area. Therefore, headquarters has sent us here to deal with this evil force. Because it was your commission that led us to discover this intelligence, the leader of the headquarters decided to come here first to help you find your daughter, and then deal with those forces. Hearing the other party's words, Li Zongji said nervously, you mean, there's a possibility that my daughter has fallen into their hands? Selina nodded, this possibility cannot be ruled out, and the probability is even relatively high. Li Zongji quickly asked, will my daughter's life be in danger? Selina thought for a moment and said, based on the time your daughter disappeared, if she fell into the hands of these people, her chances of survival are still relatively high at this time. However, since you currently have no new leads, we will mobilize our resources and prioritize finding information about your daughter. Li Zongji quickly asked, what can I do? Li Zongji had just finished speaking when he heard his cell phone ringing. When I took it out and looked at it, it was the police station's phone number. It's a call from the police station. It might be related to my daughter. I called the police as soon as I got here. Selina nodded, Mr. Li, please answer the phone first. Maybe they have some clues. Request recommendation votes and monthly votes for automatic subscription. End of this chapter. Chapter 336 The Assassin Brotherhood and 039's Promise. Chapter 336 The Assassin Brotherhood's Promise. Seeing this, Li Zongji did not let his phone continue ringing, but chose to answer the call and use the loudspeaker. Cuijia, this is Li Zongji. Any new leads? Cuijia on the other end of the phone said, Mr. Li, our people found a female corpse on the beach. I hope you can identify it. Hearing the voice on the phone, Li Zongji's face turned pale and he said, I am coming over now. Cuijia said, do you want me to pick you up? If possible, it would be best to come to the scene for identification. Selina said, we'll take you to the scene. It's a good opportunity for us to go and take a look together. Li Zongji saw this and said, it will take time for you to come pick me up. Tell me the address and I'll go there directly. After Cuijia told him the address, Li Zongji hung up the phone. Selina said at this time, let's go now. Maybe things are not what you think. Wesley, who was sitting next to him, frowned slightly. Li Zongji's daughter couldn't have died just like that, could she? This trip to Bangkok did not start smoothly, and this man would not be as lucky as John to have the chance to collect the Dragon Balls and resurrect his daughter. After all, in the current battle for the Dragon Balls, it is difficult for ordinary people, even powerful supernatural beings, to have a chance. Li Zongji was very nervous, but he couldn't jump to conclusions before seeing the body, so he nodded reluctantly and said, then I'm sorry to trouble you. Everyone immediately left the meeting room, and the Assassin Brotherhood arranged 2 Rolls-Royces to take Li Zongji, Selina and others to the scene. At this moment, Li Zongji and Selina were sitting in the same car, while Wesley, John Wick and Eddie Brock were sitting in another car. Eddie said, this Li Zongji's daughter can't be so unlucky, right? We've already arrived, and something bad has happened to her. Wesley said helplessly, I hope it's not his daughter, otherwise it would be a huge blow to him. John Wick said expressionlessly, if she really is his daughter and she died of homicide, I will make the forces and people behind it pay a heavy price. Eddie sighed and said, whether it's his daughter or not, it's a human life. Inside another car, Li Zongji looked at the scenery outside the window, his mind filled with memories of his daughter. Since his wife died, he raised his daughter alone and never remarried. But I don't know when it started, the daughter entered a rebellious period, and a huge gap has appeared between the father and daughter. This time, the daughter secretly ran to Bangkok alone to play, and did not tell him in advance that such a thing happened. He simply didn't know how to explain to his deceased wife, and he was also very painful. His behavior of protecting his daughter eventually became the reason for the widening gap between father and daughter. Selina looked at the man in front of her with a sad face and said, Mr. Li, we are here this time with a mission as leader. We will prioritize completing your mission. As long as your daughter is still alive, we will rescue her. Even if she really gets into an accident, as long as there's even a little bit of human error, we'll make that person pay a heavy price, no matter what kind of power or strength that person has here. Li Zongji nodded. He understood what the other party meant. Unless it was an accident, the other party would give an explanation for his daughter's matter as a reward for his discovery of the resurgence of online fraud and human organ trafficking. But if it was a pure accident, then the other party would be powerless. Li Zongji sorted out his emotions and said in a low voice, "Thank you." Soon the vehicle drove to the beach in Bangkok. At this moment, there were several police cars parked on the side of the road, a cordon was set up, and a large number of onlookers surrounded the scene. Media reporters also rushed to the scene as soon as possible. The police officer in charge of the area saw two Rolls-Royces coming and thought that the other party was passing by and did not pay much attention until the other party's car stopped and 4 Europeans and Americans and 1 Asian got out of the car. At this time, Selena, Eddie Brock, John Wick, Wesley and others and Li Zongji got out of the car one after another. Seeing the other party getting out of the car, this attracted the attention of the surrounding police. Cuijia was surprised to see Li Zongji actually getting out of the Rolls-Royce. Wasn't the other party a policeman from Hong Kong? And why are there 4 Europeans and Americans together? With doubts in his heart, Cuijia ran over, came to Li Zongji, and said, "Come with me, I'll take you to identify it." Cuijia then glanced at the 4 people who had come over with him and asked Li Zongji, "They are?" Li Zongji did not hide the identities of Selena and others. Their identities were much more useful here than his own. "They are from the Assassin Brotherhood. They are the helpers I found." Cuijia stopped. He was not an ordinary police officer in Bangkok. His father-in-law was the chief of the Bangkok Police Department. Ordinary police officers might not know about the Assassin Brotherhood in Bangkok, but he knew it very well. For this reason, he and his father-in-law went there to meet the other party's leader. Cuijia asked in surprise, "The Assassin's Brotherhood? I don't think there were many white people there." Li Zongji said in a low voice. "They came from New York headquarters." Cuijia glanced at Li Zongji in surprise. He hadn't expected the man before him to have such a connection. He didn't look or dress like someone who could be transferred from the Assassin Brotherhood's New York headquarters. He then tentatively asked, "Your daughter's matter shouldn't be worth transferring people from the New York headquarters." Li Zongji did not hide anything and said directly, "It's not worth it. They came here with other plans, but they decided to help me find my daughter first." Even so, Cuijia was very shocked. What kind of virtue and ability did Li Zongji have to actually report his daughter's missing case to the Assassin Brotherhood? You have to know that the other party would not take on such matters. They only deal with gangster forces. From what he learned from his father-in-law, the other party's several operations were to wipe out several local gangs, most of which were gangsters who mainly sold white powder. Cuijia looked at Selena and the others and said, "Come in with me." Cuijia then led 5 people into the yellow line area and walked under the bridge. "The body is there." At this moment, a yellow cordon was set up in an area under the bridge, and outside the cordon a large number of media were taking pictures there. Li Zongji walked in directly, and the police on the side immediately stopped him. "Stop." Cuijia took out his ID, and the police on the side did not stop him. Selena and others also walked in together. Seeing Cuijia's arrival, the police officer who was recording and taking photos greeted him, "Officer Cui. Request recommendation votes and monthly votes for automatic subscription." End of this chapter. Chapter 337, All-Seeing Jinghanchao. Chapter 337, All-Seeing Hands, Jinghanchao. At this moment, a white cloth was covering the corpse, leaving only the calf exposed, but it was still possible to see at a glance that the deceased was a female. Li Zongji looked at the scene in front of him and his breathing became short. At this time, Cuijia fell behind Li Zongji and came to the side of Selena and others, and whispered, "I had dinner with Mr. Yuan Zongji. I don't know what brought you to Bangkok." Selena glanced at Cuijia in front of her. She didn't care at all that he knew Yuan Zongji, but she still spoke, "Mr. Li's daughter is missing, and we are responsible for this commission." Seeing that the other party didn't say much and considering that the environment was not appropriate, Cuijia didn't ask any other questions. He just said that knowing their identities was enough. Li Zongji took a deep breath, walked forward with heavy steps, then squatted down and lifted the white cloth. After taking another look, Li Zongji covered the area with the white cloth again, then closed his eyes and exhaled. Even though she is not his daughter, at least there is still hope that she will survive. Then he immediately stood up and walked in front of Selena and the others and said, "Not my daughter. My daughter has been missing for 6 days. Having said this, Li Zongji knelt down and said, "My daughter is my only relative. I really can't lose her. I beg you." Eddie Brock quickly helped Li Zongji up. There were a bunch of media behind him, and he didn't want anyone to exaggerate or distort the report. We promised you that as long as your daughter is still alive, we will bring her back to you. Cuigia was not surprised at all by Eddie Brock's words. As long as Li Zongji's daughter was still alive, he would definitely be able to find her with his power. In fact, they are not without the ability in Bangkok, but the manpower invested is not that great. He is the main person in charge of this case at the police station. After all, it is just a missing person case and it is impossible to mobilize much manpower. However, the other party came from the New York headquarters, so the manpower invested is obviously different. Selena on the side said, "Since this is not your daughter, we are now going to start searching for your daughter. Let's get out of here now." Li Zongji also nodded, and then several people left the scene. After sending a few people away, Cuigia received a call from his wife on the way back to the police station. She said she was bleeding, so he immediately called the emergency number. His wife was 6 months pregnant at the time, which was a dangerous situation. The other side, Cuigia's father-in-law, Director Guess, met the mayor's secretary general and asked, "Is the mayor all right?" Mayor's secretary Jing Hanchao glanced at the other party and asked, "What did you hear outside?" Director Guess said, "One media outlet wrote some reports of attacks, but don't worry." Jing Hanchao was silent for 2 seconds, then took Director Kai to the outside of a conference room. He pushed open the door of the conference room and saw the mayor himself lying inside receiving emergency treatment. Director Kai walked in and took a deep breath when he saw the scene. He turned his head and looked at the mayor's secretary in surprise. Then the two of them left the room. Director Guest thought for a moment and then said, "I know Mr. Yuan. The wax baths there are very helpful for physical recovery." Jing Shaozi sighed and said, "The mayor has a heart problem, and a wax bath can't fix it. He's waiting for surgery to get a new heart." Director Guest looked at the other party and asked solemnly, "Why are you telling me this?" Jing Hanchao handed a document to the other party and said, "You are our friend. The IRS is investigating you, but they've sorted it out for you." Director Guest opened the document and took a look, and found that it was true and the other party had not deceived him. He knew that the other party would not help him for no reason, so he asked directly, "What do you want me to do?" Jing Hanchao said, "In the case of the Hong Kong father looking for his daughter, tell your son-in-law not to be so nervous." Hearing that the other party did not speak, Jing Hanchao reminded, "You're going to be a grandfather soon, so you don't want to see anything happen to your relatives." Then Jing Hanchao patted Director Kai on the shoulder and turned to leave. At night, Cuigia received a call from his father-in-law and went directly to his father-in-law's house. His father-in-law was the director of the police station and his immediate superior. "Dad, we checked Ting Ting, and there's nothing else wrong. The doctor said she was a bit naughty, moving around and kicking people, which caused the bleeding. There's nothing wrong with her body." When Director Kai heard Cuigia's words, he thought of Jing Hancha's warning to him. "I'm glad you're okay, you're going to be a father soon. You should pay more attention to Ting Ting's safety during this period. Women are most emotionally unstable during this time." When Cuigia heard his father-in-law say this, he nodded and said, "Yes, father. I will take good care of Ting Ting. Dad asked me to come here, is there anything else?" Director Guest then spoke, "Cuigia, I heard that the case of that Hong Kong man has already alarmed the media." After hearing his father-in-law mention Li Zongji's matter, Cuigia originally planned to talk about the Assassin Brotherhood's involvement in this matter. Now, after hearing his father-in-law's question, he opened his mouth and said, "Yes, a body was found on the beach today, so he was asked to go and identify it." It just so happened that there were a lot of media outlets at the time, and he knelt at the scene, so the media got the information and reported it. Hearing his son-in-law's words, Director Kai frowned slightly. He didn't know about this matter originally, but after meeting Jing Hanchao today, he already had a general understanding of the whole story. Although the other party did not say it explicitly, the implication was that Li Zongji's daughter was in the other party's hands, and that the big shot above needed the other party's daughter's heart for a heart replacement surgery, and his handle fell into the other party's hands. Thinking about the safety of his family and his future, and considering that Li Zongji was just a foreigner from Putuo, how could he really turn the world upside down in this land, he said seriously. "Cuigia, after you hand the things over to the other party tomorrow, don't ask about this case anymore. This case will be over soon." After hearing this, Cuigia assumed his father already knew that the Assassin Brotherhood had taken over this matter. After all, his father really knew Mr. Yuan, so he spoke, "Dad, you already know it. I was just trying to tell you. But I think it would be beneficial for us to continue to follow up on this matter. Now the media has reported on this matter, and they have promised to resolve it, but they will not face the media or the public. Li will leave with her daughter, and the credit will still go to our police department, which will also help promote the safety of our area." Hearing his son-in-law's words, Director Guess was stunned for a moment, and then immediately asked, "Wait, what do you mean, and who are they?" Request recommendation votes and monthly votes for automatic subscription. End of this chapter. Chapter 338 Iron Man and Whiplash IP Investment. Chapter 338 Iron Man and Whiplash IP Investment. After hearing his father-in-law's words, Cuijia also realized that his father-in-law didn't know about the Assassin Brotherhood's involvement, so he immediately said, "Dad, Li Zongji's incident has alarmed the Assassin Brotherhood." For white people came to the New York headquarters this time, and one of their tasks was to help Li Zongji find his missing daughter. As for what the other tasks are, I haven't found out. Hearing his son-in-law's words, Director Guess was also stunned on the spot, and then asked uncertainly. It turned out to be someone from the Assassin Brotherhood headquarters. This is trouble. If it was just a killer registered by the Assassin's Brotherhood, the chief might not care. After all, he was the chief of the Bangkok Police Department. But since he was from the New York headquarters, he had to take it seriously. Moreover, although Secretary Xing Hanchao was well connected, it was not something that could be made public after all. At most, it is the kind of behavior of threatening, soliciting, and hinting. It is extremely difficult to mobilize the violent organs to do something openly, especially when the mayor is seriously ill and needs a heart transplant, and still wants to be re-elected. Thinking of this, Director Kai took out his cell phone and called the head of the Bangkok Assassin Brotherhood directly. "Mr. Yuan?" A hearty laugh came from the other end of the phone, and the other party said, "Haha, guess the director." Director Guess asked, "Mr. Yuan, I heard that your headquarters has sent 4 people. I wonder if something big has happened. It would be a great honor if I could provide some assistance." When Yuan Zongji heard Director Kai's words, his smile widened. As the head of a branch, they basically have good relations with some local officials and politicians. With the existence of the powerful weapon of wax bath, basically no branch has a bad relationship with local officials. And because they will clean up the local gang forces, the connection with the police station in this regard is naturally not weak. Officially, the Assassin Brotherhood will not hold a press conference to declare that they have eradicated the cancer, nor do they need to achieve political achievements such as wiping out gangsters and drug dealers. Naturally, such political achievements will become local credit under the condition of cooperation. With the dual combination of wax baths and political achievements, each branch is invincible in the local area. Guess the game, no help at the moment. But with the headquarters coming down, there will definitely be some action. If you do a good job, you will definitely get some credit. Yuan Zongji knew very well what the purpose of the people coming from headquarters was. After all, it was he who reported the information. However, he would not inform outsiders until the dust settled. If he alerted the enemy, he would become a sinner. After hearing the guess game quickly guessed the other party's goal in his mind, and said at the same time, "Haha, thank you very much, Mr. Yuan. My son-in-law is investigating the missing daughter case of Li Zongji in Hong Kong, and he happened to see someone from your side. In this case, my son-in-law and the entire police department will do our utmost to help him find his daughter. I will also use some resources to look for it, hoping to find some clues." Yuan Zongji smiled and said, "Thank you for your hard work in guessing the situation. If you have any clues, please let me know." After exchanging a few pleasantries with Mr. Yuan, Kaiju hung up the phone, then stood up and walked around the living room thinking. At this time, Cuijia looked at his father-in-law who seemed to be willing to help with all his strength, and he also sighed at the strength of the other party's organization. However, after all, it was a powerful organization spread all over the world, with branches in various countries and powerful weapons such as wax baths. Although the other party's behavior was illegal, they were also doing the work of a vigilante. Sometimes they even did things that he wanted to do but couldn't do because the other party had a protective umbrella. Cuijia accepted the existence of such a force. After all, New York was full of superheroes. He couldn't accept such a vigilante organization, since the king of Thailand hadn't said anything. The chief was probably thinking about his own safety. He knew where Li Zongji's daughter was from his conversation with Xing Hanchao. She was in the hands of Xing Hanchao's secretary, but he didn't know which faction was working on Secretary Zheng's behalf. If I had just exposed the person, who knows whether Mr. Yuan would think that I was in cahoots with Secretary Zheng and the others after confirming the news. After all, I found out too quickly. If the other party thinks I am their accomplice, wouldn't I also be in trouble given the way they do things? However, Director Kai had no intention of helping Secretary Zheng to conceal the matter. Firstly, Xing Hanchao's threat made Director Kai, the Public Security Bureau chief, very unhappy. Secondly, he might not be able to hide it and there was a high probability that he would be found out by the other party in the end. So when to expose Secretary Zheng is a very important matter. By then, Secretary Zheng will be arrested, Li Zongji's daughter will be rescued, and the mayor will be doomed without a replacement heart. Does he have the opportunity to go further? Bangkok is the capital, and the mayor's level is several levels higher than his administrative level. He has no hope of reaching the top in one step, but he can take advantage of this opportunity to move up a step. It is not impossible for him to make some efforts. Thinking of this, Director Guest made a decision in his heart, then looked at his son-in-law and said, Cui Jia, you must continue to follow up on Li Zongji's case and make sure you give it your all. But inside the police station, you shouldn't be too obvious. Hearing his father-in-law's words, Li Zongji was stunned for a moment, then said in disbelief, Dad, you mean the bureau? Guessing interrupted, I didn't say anything. But you have to remember what I just reminded you, don't make a big fuss on the surface, but go all out in secret. I have something else to do here, so I won't keep you here, take good care of Ting Ting. After saying that, he went straight to the study. He also wanted to use his connections to pave the way on the one hand, and on the other hand to find a way to investigate who might have kidnapped Li Zongji's daughter. The other side. Inside the Assassin's League headquarters, Smith Doyle called Tony Stark and said as the call was connected, Tony, there's something I need to discuss with you. At this moment, Tony is thinking about the research and development of new armor in the laboratory. After seeing the strength of the contestants this time, Tony will naturally not sit idly by. He wants to launch research projects on anti-Thor armor, anti-Tina armor, anti-Su Wenwu armor, etc. What's the matter? Smith Doyle directly told Tony about Eddie Brock's ideas, including the boys' plan and the establishment of the Red Ribbon Group. Request recommendation votes and monthly votes for automatic subscription. End of this chapter. Chapter 339 Clues. Chapter 339 Clues. Tony was surprised to hear Smith Doyle's thoughts. Man, isn't the Avengers enough for you? You're actually planning to form a superhero team, and you're planning to have them follow the path of idols? Smith Doyle started to complain. Don't you think Nick Fury is slow? It's been so long. Aside from the two of us and Whiplash, are there any other members of the Avengers? The rest are all civilian and logistical staff assigned by that black sauce egg guy. I think the Avengers base is about to become a base for people with connections. And don't you think it's a good idea to hang this organization outside of SHIELD? After hearing Smith Doyle's words, Tony thought for a moment and said, Indeed, that black sauce egg guy is unreliable. I always feel like he's hiding something from us. In that case, my IP image and other things will be converted into shares and incorporated into your Red Ribbon Group. Seeing Tony readily agree, Smith Doyle also said, Okay, I'll ask Fox and Pepper Potts to come, and you just need to sign it then. Tony then hung up the phone and devoted himself to the research and development of the armor. After Smith dealt with Tony Stark, he called Ivan Vanko. Without any hesitation, Ivan Vanko naturally supported his boss unconditionally and invested in the Red Ribbon Group with his own IP. After getting the IPs of the two people, Smith Doyle thought of Captain America. According to the information sent back by Natasha, Captain America had been found and revived. Maybe he could first find out where Captain America's IP is currently. If it is an SHIELD, he could set a trap for Nick Fury. If you are in the military, you can also make the other party pay a large sum of money. But we need to investigate where it is. The next day, Bangkok Brotherhood of Assassins. At this moment, in a house, Selena and others as well as Li Zongji were all gathered together. Looking at the woman who was brought in, Li Zongji frowned slightly. Because he had seen the woman in front of him before, she was a street prostitute. He had asked her before if she had seen his daughter, but she replied that she had not. However, the street prostitute Xiaoman did not look good at this time, with dark circles under her eyes. Obviously she had been beaten. Selena said, You said you met Li Zongji's daughter. Xiaoman looked around in fear, then her eyes fell on Li Zongji, and she said tremblingly, Yes, I have seen his daughter. His daughter was kidnapped by a corrupt policeman. Li Zongji shouted angrily, Why did you say you hadn't seen my daughter when I asked you 2 days ago? Xiaoman rolled her eyes at Li Zongji and roared, Why should I believe you and tell you this? Didn't you hear me say I was a black policeman? Black policeman, don't you understand? You're a foreigner with no power and influence, asking questions on the street. After I tell you, what happens next? Are you going to get shot to death by the enemy, and then kill me? As a street prostitute, Xiaoman had long witnessed the darkness of Bangkok's underworld, and she simply did not believe that Li Zongji was capable of solving the problem. But although Xiaoman didn't know what this hotel was or who were the people in front of her, she knew that she had no ability to enter this place. Even the corrupt police didn't dare to be presumptuous, and only big shots could enter this place. Furthermore, Xiaoman believed that the 4 Europeans and Americans before her were capable of punishing the corrupt police. Hearing the prostitute's words, Li Zongji took a deep breath. He understood her instinct to seek profit and avoid harm, but he was still very angry. After all, this was information about his daughter. If he had known it sooner, he would have been able to get it back sooner. Wesley then spoke. Tell me about that corrupt policeman. Who is he? Where did he kidnap the person? How did you know? Afterwards, Xiaoman no longer hid it and directly told the whole story. She said that when she was riding a tricycle, she happened to pass by a T-junction near the seaside and saw criminal policeman Aubin driving there and tying Li Zongji's daughter into the car, and then the other party drove away. Hearing that the other party was actually a criminal police officer from Bangkok, Li Zongji simply couldn't imagine the darkness here. You know, he came to call the police a few days ago and was very anxious, and the person who kidnapped his daughter actually appeared in front of him many times. Why did he kidnap my daughter? Xiaoman said in a low voice. They might be sold as piglets to fraud companies in Myanmar, or sent to Pattaya, or even sold as organs. Pattaya is the country's sexual capital, and Li Zongji knows very well what his daughter will face if she is sold there. As for the other 2 answers, each one is more miserable than the other. At this time, Selena picked up the phone, dialed the number and ordered, "Bring here a detective named Aubin from the Bangkok police station. I want to see him within the hour." After saying that, Selena hung up the phone. The other side. Cui Jia was looking through the surveillance videos of each vehicle on the Bangkok police station's intranet. Since his father-in-law hinted that there was a problem within the police station, he wanted to investigate from within. As he checked the video recordings, he soon saw a suspicious video. But before the video finished playing, he suddenly saw a prompt that the video had been deleted and there was no such video. Cui Jia immediately took his notebook to the department responsible for electronic information technology, opened the laptop and started asking questions. Why does no such video appear? A colleague nearby took a look and explained. Maybe there was a problem with uploading or someone from our police department deleted the video. Cui Jia spoke directly. Help me find the person who uploaded this video. At the same time, they nodded and said, yes, the IP address will show the result quickly. The IP address was quickly found out. After getting the address, Cui Jia left the police station with his notebook, got in his car and prepared to go to the home of the person who uploaded the video. However, the car just wouldn't start at this time. Considering the urgency of time and the fact that the video had been deleted, the person who uploaded it would be in danger of his life. He immediately stopped his colleague Tak, who was about to drive away from the police station. Cui Jia still trusts Tak. Tak, please take me here. Seeing that it was Cui Jia, Tak agreed. In the car, Cui Jia called his father-in-law directly. Dad, I found some clues. Someone uploaded a video of a woman being kidnapped in Hibbian, but before I could finish watching it, it was deleted from the police station. Tad and I are heading to the home of the person who uploaded the video. Someone inside is in trouble. Tad, who was driving, widened his eyes. Is this something he can hear? Request recommendation votes and monthly votes for automatic subscription. End of this chapter. Chapter 340 Disgusting Blood Memory. Chapter 340 Disgusting Blood Memory, monthly ticket +4. Hearing that his son-in-law found the clue so quickly, the director guessed that he was very satisfied with his son-in-law's ability. If Cui Jia wasn't really capable enough, he wouldn't have become his son-in-law. Cui Jia, find the person who uploaded the IP address and take him away for protection. Also, you and Tad, please be careful. Since someone has discovered the video and deleted it, the uploader's information has also been leaked. This means that the enemy may have rushed over at this time. You must be prepared for battle and protect your own safety. Cui Jia nodded and said, Dad, I see. Seeing Cui Jia hang up the phone, Tad swallowed and said, Cui Jia, I didn't hear anything I shouldn't have heard, did I? Cui Jia looked at Tad and said, Ade, I believe you. There is a black policeman among us, and this time we must catch him. Thinking that Cui Jia's father-in-law was the director, Tad shouted, I have no ties to crime. Corrupt police officers are simply tarnishing our image. Cui Jia, I will definitely help you this time. The other side. In less than an hour, the corrupt policeman Aubin was brought before the members of the Assassin Brotherhood. When Li Zongji saw Aubin being brought in, he couldn't help but get angry and started beating him up. The defenseless Aubin was no match for Li Zongji and was beaten until his face was covered in blood. Why did you kidnap my daughter? Why did you kidnap my daughter? Li Zongji asked while beating him. Do you have any children? Do you have any family? Where did you take my daughter? However, even though Aubyn's face was covered in blood, he remained silent. Say something. Aubyn was very clear about his situation and knew that he could not say anything. If he said it, he would die immediately, but if he didn't say it, he might still have a chance of survival. At this time, Selina came over. Thinking of the boss's instructions to resolve this matter as soon as possible, she spoke directly, "Don't bother, let me take care of the rest." Selina came in front of Aubyn, got a little of his blood on her body, and put it in her mouth. Soon, Aubyn's memories flooded into Selina's mind. Because the memory began to collapse recently, the disgusting things Aubyn did also appeared in Selina's mind, just like watching a movie. Selina frowned slightly and continued to explore the other party's memory. Soon she found that the other party had kidnapped Li Zongji's daughter and placed her in a small house, and the recipient was an organ trafficking organization. After confirming the matter, Selina opened her eyes and said, "He kidnapped your daughter and sent her to the hut. He's selling her organs. I know the address, let's go now. He is no longer useful." After saying that, Selina walked outside. Li Zongji was a little confused. He didn't know how the other party knew the information. Is this the ability of a supernatural person? Then he didn't dare to delay and followed immediately. Eddie Brock and others also got up and walked out. When passing by Aubyn, Eddie instantly turned into venom and bit off Aubyn's head. The other side. When Chief Guest received another call from his son-in-law, he learned that his police officer Tad had encountered the enemy while protecting the hostages. While fighting with the enemy, in order to protect the children on the rooftop, he was knocked off the roof and died on the spot. Upon hearing this result, Chief Guest's face turned pale. Tad was the second detective he favored in the police station besides his son-in-law, and he actually died in this incident. Director Guest thought about the preparations he had made and the information he had investigated, so he called Yuan Zongji directly after hanging up the phone with his son-in-law. "Mr. Yuan, we found some clues regarding the disappearance of Li Zongji's daughter. We even lost a highly skilled criminal police officer to this. It's a heavy loss. Li Zongji's daughter was kidnapped by an organization involved in human organ trafficking. According to our intelligence, their factory is located in the suburbs. It's ostensibly a pig slaughterhouse, but in reality, it's a place where organs are harvested and traded. To ensure the safety of Mr. Li's daughter, I suggest you take action immediately. I will also immediately request special police dispatch to crack down on criminals. But Mr. Yuan, you know that applying for this kind of action in Bangkok requires some time and reporting, so the action will be slower than yours. I'll send you the address of that slaughterhouse right away." When Yuan Zongji heard the information about the guessing game, he also agreed. "Thanks for the information. We also have some clues. We will cooperate with you afterwards. By the way, the traitor in your police station is Aubyn. We also got some clues from him. We can't return him to you, so don't thank me." After the chief hung up the phone, he breathed a sigh of relief. He thought that the time he had notified the police was fast enough. He didn't expect that the other party had already obtained the intelligence and even caught the corrupt police in his own police station. The next step was to see how much power he could unleash through his own connections, and how to apply for special police operations to crack down on human trafficking organizations. The other side. In order to avoid any further complications, Xing Hanchao, the chief secretary, decided to perform a heart transplant on the mayor tonight. He went directly to the small house where Li Zongji's daughter was imprisoned and stuffed the other party's daughter, Li Yangji, into his trunk. At this time, Li Yangji's hands and feet were tied and she could not move. She was also injected with drugs and fell into a coma. After loading the people into the car, Xing Hanchao drove directly to the slaughterhouse in the suburbs controlled by the mercenary Chris, which was the site of a human organ transplant operation he cooperated with. The other party provides him and the mayor with a large amount of funds every year to ensure their safety within the country, and if any of their people need an organ transplant, the other party will make every effort to find suitable personnel, just like the heart that the mayor urgently needs this time. In fact, Xing Hanchao does not need to do such dirty work personally, but because it is an operation on the mayor, and a living heart only has 6 hours to live after leaving the host body, he has to watch the heart removal and then bring the heart back to his boss and perform the operation immediately. In order to ensure that there would be no accidents during the whole process, Xing Hanchao personally took Li Yangji to undergo heart removal surgery. Not long after Xing Hanchao took Li Yangji away from the cabin, Selina and others also drove to the cabin where Li Yangji was imprisoned. Entering the room, everyone saw at a glance that there was a crack on a wooden board in the room. Li Yangji stepped forward and opened a cellar and appeared in front of everyone. Request recommendation votes and monthly votes for automatic subscription. End of this chapter. Chapter 341. Start taking action. Chapter 341 Start Taking Action. Li Zongji walked down the stairs to the cellar and began to observe the surrounding environment after entering. However, the result disappointed him greatly. He did not see anyone here, including his daughter. But in the cellar, Li Zongji saw chains and shackles used to imprison others. At this time, Eddie Brock picked up a bracelet at the corner of the stairs and asked, "Is this your daughter's belonging?" Looking at the familiar bracelet, Li Zongji took it and said, "Yes, this is my daughter's bracelet." Selina checked the traces around her and then said, "Your daughter was taken away. Judging from the traces at the scene, it shouldn't have been long." Just as Selina finished speaking, a text message was sent to her mobile phone. She took out her phone and saw that it was a message from Yuan Zongji. It said that the force behind the kidnapping of Li Yangji was a human organ trafficking organization, and the address was located in the suburbs, which was apparently a pork slaughterhouse. According to the above information, Selina said, "Our people have found information about the force behind your daughter's kidnapping. It's very likely that your daughter has been taken away by that force. Now let's go directly to the other side's lair and rescue your daughter." After saying that, Selina walked out of the cellar, and the others followed immediately. Li Zongji took a look at his daughter's bracelet in his hand and quickly followed. Now his only hope was to rely on these people to rescue his daughter. After everyone got in the car, it started immediately, and then 2 Rolls-Royces drove towards the address given by Yuan Zongji. Not long after Jing Hanchao drove the car into the slaughterhouse and brought Li Yangji in, Selina and others also arrived at the door of the slaughterhouse. Looking at the slaughterhouse in front of her, Celine got out of the car and said directly, "According to the intelligence from the Bangkok officer in charge, the target's lair is here. Everyone, our goal is not to let a bad guy go." Eddie Brock clenched his fist and snapped his fingers and said, "No bad guy gets away alive." Wesley glanced at Li Zongji and reminded him, "The enemies inside may have guns and other weapons. When you follow us, be careful to protect yourself and find cover." Looking at the large slaughterhouse in front of him, Li Zongji asked with some concern, "Can you give me a gun? I'm pretty good with guns." At this time, John Wick, who had rarely spoken along the way, took out a pistol from his body, handed it to Li Zongji, and said, "Protect yourself." Wesley was a little surprised. "You still have this thing?" In Wesley's opinion, John Wick should no longer need guns after getting the help of the symbiote. You know, even if he has gunfighting skills and bloodline abilities, he rarely carries guns after getting the symbiote. John Wick said calmly, "Habit." Selina glanced at the 4 people and said, "Let's get started." As Selina finished her words, she took the lead and rushed in. Wesley, John Wick, and Eddie Brock followed closely behind. Li Zongji was stunned when he saw the other party's terrifying speed. It was obvious that these were not ordinary people. Could it be that the 4 of them were all extraordinary people? No wonder only 4 people dared to lead me to the lair of this human organ trafficking organization. You know, ordinary police stations may not be able to defeat such evil forces. Bangkok Police Station. CUIGA has now received news from the technical department that the person who deleted the video was criminal policeman Aubin, but he did not find Aubin in the police station, and no one even answered the phone. CUIGA came to the director's office and reported to his father-in-law, "Director, my colleagues in the technical department said that the video was deleted by Aubin. I suspect he is the traitor, but we can't contact him now." Director Kai looked up at his son-in-law. He already knew about Aubin's situation and knew that he had been dealt with by the Assassin's League. He then said, "I already know about Aubin's problem. Nothing good will happen to him. CUIGA, there's going to be an operation soon. You're going to be part of it. It's related to the person behind Li Zongji's case." At this moment, there was a knock on the door of the director's office, and a police officer came in and reported, "Chief, the SWAT team has been assembled." Director Guest stood up and said, "Let's go and wipe out this cancer entrenched in Bangkok." Seeing his father-in-law mobilizing the special police team, CUIGA hurriedly followed. Entering the slaughterhouse, Selina said to John Wick, Wesley, and Eddie Brock, "First find Li Yangji. No enemies along the way need to be taken alive." "Yes." X3 Eddie Brock instantly transformed into Venom and said, "You can eat these heads." Eddie said nonchalantly, "The bad guys' heads are yours." Eddie and Venom had reached a consensus long ago that Venom could eat the heads of evil elements, especially those with serious crimes. Wesley on the side immediately transformed into the symbiote Scythe, and John Wick's axe symbiote also appeared. The 3 men's bodies immediately grew taller and more powerful, making Selina's body look petite in front of them. However, in terms of strength, Selina was the strongest one. The 4 began to search the slaughterhouse, and they attacked any enemies that appeared along the way. No one was a match for them. The other side. Jing Hanchao followed Chris into an operating room. The equipment here was very complete and looked more formal than that of an ordinary hospital. This was the operating room where Chris was going to remove the organs. A special box containing the heart organ was placed on the table next to the operating room. At this time, Li Yongji was tied to the operating table and fixed. Several doctors in white coats stood beside her, looking at the body in front of them with indifference. They had already removed countless organs and had no reverence for life. They were willing to do anything for money. As for the oath they had made in the past, it had long been forgotten. Li Yongji on the operating table has woken up. Looking at everything in front of her, tears of regret flow from the corners of her eyes. She knows that there is no hope for her. She regretted running to a strange country alone, and even more regretted not listening to her father's advice. She had never expected that the world outside was so dangerous. But it was no use regretting it, she was about to die. If she were given another chance, she would never run away to another country alone. Not all places are as safe as theirs. Request recommendation votes and monthly votes for automatic subscription. End of this chapter. Chapter 342 Crush Them. Chapter 342 Crush Them. The doctor had just given Li Yongji general anesthesia and was about to perform a heart removal operation when the staff in the monitoring room sounded the alarm. The entire slaughterhouse knew that someone had invaded, and even everyone in the operating room heard the sound. Jing Hanchao looked at the doctor who had stopped in front of him, his expression unchanged, and said to Chris in a steady voice, "What happened?" As a mercenary coming back from the battlefield, Chris has also accepted many fellow mercenaries under his command, and has also set up a graded security alarm for his own security. At this time, this sound represents the most dangerous alarm, indicating that the enemy cannot resist and must retreat immediately. This alarm had never rung since it was first set. Hearing the sound, a drop of cold sweat dripped down Chris's head. He said in a panic, "This is the most dangerous alarm, representing an irresistible enemy. We need to retreat immediately. I even suspect that the King of Thailand has sent troops to suppress me." As Chris was speaking, he was about to leave the operating room. At this time, several doctors also put down their scalpels. They had just injected Li Yongji with anesthetic and were now preparing to retreat. Jing Hanchao's heart sank when he heard Chris' words, but he retorted, "It can't be the army. I've already arranged for the Bangkok police station. Not only will there be no military, but even special police. Even if there is any action, I will not be uninformed." Seeing this, Chris said, "I don't care if you received the message or not. We must retreat and transfer immediately." Jing Hanchao pulled out a gun from behind his back and pointed it at Chris. "Even if there really is danger, there wasn't even a gunshot outside. Isn't that a bit of a fuss? How long does it take to remove the heart? Can't your men even buy enough time to block it?" Jing Hanchao didn't want to know what had happened, but since he didn't hear any gunshots outside, it meant that the threat was not big and he believed that the military and the police had not taken any action. As long as Chris's men could buy some time, he could leave here with the heart. His leader hasn't appeared in public for many days, and his re-election campaign is imminent. If he doesn't go out to canvass for votes, his support rate will fall below that of his competitors. Chris's face turned ugly when he saw himself being pointed at with a gun. He knew that if he was doing this business, he would need the protection of the other boss, so even though he was pointed at a gun, he still explained, "This is the highest alarm, and it can't be triggered by mistake. When it sounds, it means my people won't be able to stop it for more than a few minutes. Take this child with you. We can still perform the surgery in another place." When Jing Hanchao heard that he couldn't even hold out for a few minutes, what was the point of doing a heart removal surgery? He immediately said, "Quick, take this girl with you." He couldn't possibly abandon Li Yongji. You know, it's not easy to find a suitable match. Who knows when he'll find such a suitable person next time? The mayor doesn't have time to wait any longer. Chris said to the doctor beside him, "Quick, take this girl and evacuate together." At this time, Li Yongji on the operating table had lost consciousness due to general anesthesia and did not know what was happening. Inside the slaughterhouse, Li Zongji rushed in cautiously, pistol in hand. However, he did not see any enemies. Apart from the alarms above his head and occasional screams, even the sound of gunfire was rare. After turning a corner and leaving the pig slaughtering area, Li Zongji felt nauseous. There were 7 or 8 corpses lying in front of him. They were all holding guns, but none of them had their heads left. The blood flowing from their necks had dyed the ground red, especially the marks on the neck, which made him, a police officer with many years of experience, feel creepy. He already knew that the other party was a superhuman, but this way of dying, which seemed like having his head bitten off by a large carnivore, still made him feel uncomfortable. After all, this was somewhat different from what he had imagined. As Li Zongji quickened his pace, although he still didn't see a single living person, he finally discovered that not all dead enemies were headless. Some were killed by a sword in the throat, or through the heart, or by a sword beheading. Li Zongji had no mercy on the deaths of these scum, but the way they died by the sword was more in line with his fantasy of the extraordinary people. Selena and the others were like a no man's land. The enemies here were no match for them at all, especially since the four of them killed separately. In a short time, they killed all the enemies here except those outside the operating room. With Selena's speed, the enemies were killed on the spot without even seeing who the enemy was. Soon the four of them gathered outside the operating room. Eddie Brock saw that there was no one around, so he said, "It seems that the little girl Li Yangji should be in this room. Chris's operating room is the most highly defended place here. It is difficult for ordinary people to break in from the outside. Even blowing up the door takes some time." Eddie looked at the thick stainless steel door in front of him and said, "Give it to me." Just when the venom was about to cover the entire door, the door opened from the inside. However, Chris did not look at the secret passage and secret door in the operating room. They also had to come out from inside before they could evacuate through the secret passage. Looking at the door they opened, Eddie Brock and others all smiled, while Jing Hanchao was stunned for a moment. "Who are you?" However, no one responded to Chris's words. Selena rushed in instantly. Chris, Jing Hanchao and several doctors flew up instantly and hit the walls around them. As for Li Yangji, who was originally carried by the doctor, she was held in Selena's arms. After confirming that the other party was alive, Selena said, "The target was successfully rescued." Seeing this, Eddie Brock naturally didn't show any courtesy and simply bit off the heads of the remaining people. After Selena handed Li Yangji to Wesley for support, she looked at Jing Hanchao, who was wearing a suit and had no head. She squatted down, dipped her hand in the other's blood, and then put it into her mouth. Soon, everything about this human organ trafficking organization was known, and their activities and their plan to replace the mayor's heart were also known. Selena said, "The enemy we cleared out this time, the human organ trafficking organization, has been completely destroyed. They often kidnap single tourists or lure foreigners to the region with promises of high salaries or through telephone scams, then remove their organs and sell them. They are an unforgivable evil organization. Li Yangji is one of the victims, and there are millions more like her. Request recommendation votes and monthly votes for automatic subscription." End of this chapter. Chapter 343 Wanted. Chapter 343 Wanted, Happy New Year. But this time, it's not just this organization that's destroyed, but also the umbrella that protects them. This organization survived in the local area thanks to the mayor's protection, and they mainly targeted foreign tourists and did not attack locals, so there was no major incident. Then Selena pointed at Jing Hanchao's body and said, "This guy is the mayor's secretary. The mayor has a heart problem and needs a heart replacement. Li Zongji's daughter and the mayor's heart are a good match. If we had come an hour later, the little girl would never have woken up." John Wick then asked, "When are we going to deal with this mayor?" Eddie Brock also spoke up, "We will not give him the chance to die from his illness. Letting such a scumbag linger in the hospital is a disservice to the victims." Selena nodded and said, "We'll go take care of him later. I know where he is." Selena's ability to obtain memories through blood is very convenient, and there is no need to keep anyone alive to interrogate them for information. However, no one has the idea of becoming a vampire. Li Zongji soon found the operating room. He had grown accustomed to the headless bodies around him. After seeing his daughter, he quickly ran over to Wesley and took her from him. He thanked her. "Thank you all. Thank you for saving my daughter." Selena said at this time, "Mr. Li, your daughter has been rescued. She was anesthetized, so it will take some time for her to wake up. Let's leave now." Li Zongji said excitedly. Okay, let's get out of here first." Selena and her group of 6 left the destroyed den. An hour after they left, Director Kai brought a group of armed police to the human organ trafficking organization and immediately took over the place. After entering and seeing the results inside, Director Kai's expression did not change. He just took away a copy of the surveillance video from the disguised slaughterhouse, and led Cui Jia and the armed police to collect evidence that this place was a slaughterhouse on the surface but was actually a place for human organ trafficking. The other side. After Selena and others returned to the Assassin Brotherhood, they asked the Assassin Brotherhood to directly send Li Zongji and his daughter out of Bangkok and fly directly back to Hong Kong. John Wick sneaked into the meeting room where the mayor was and watched the mayor, who was checking the ventilator and waiting for his heart. John Wick walked up to the mayor and said softly, "You won't get a new heart." Then John Wick reached out and grabbed the mayor's neck, breaking it. After seeing that his electrocardiogram had returned to 0, he left the scene. After half an hour, Selena looked at John Wick, who had returned, and asked, "Solved?" John Wick nodded. "It was solved without alarming anyone." Wesley said, "It's a good thing for him that he didn't lose his reputation." Selena smiled and said, that may not be the case. It depends on whether the director is willing to give the mayor a decent treatment. Li Zongji's problem has been resolved. Now we have to deal with the biggest problem of this trip. To address the issues of electrocution and organ trafficking in areas like Myanmar, we will first strike the main industrial parks. After we eliminate these forces, we will return to New York. In order to prevent the resurgence of these organizations, mobilize the Assassin Brotherhood's power in Southeast Asia, and permanently resolve the problem there, I recommend issuing a wanted warrant. 1510100013. All registered members can accept this task. After hearing Selena's proposal, Wesley said, I agree. John Wick also nodded, I agree. Eddie Brock also stated, I agree. Selena nodded and said, then I will submit this proposal to the headquarters, and have them issue this wanted warrant to all assassin brotherhoods. Everyone, prepare to depart for southern Myanmar. We will completely crush them within a week. After a week, we will return to headquarters to attend Su Wenwu's induction ceremony. The other side. Smith Doyle received the wanted warrant reported by Selena, and approved it after taking a look at it. He knew that combating wire fraud and human organ trafficking was a long-term endeavor. After all, this kind of no-cost business was too profitable. As for the expenditures to eliminate these organizations, he could also earn some money to use for his combating expenses. With Smith Doyle's approval, all the killers registered with the Assassin Brotherhood around the world soon received the contents of the wanted poster. One of the killers looked at the text message on his phone, and the corner of his mouth curled up slightly. It's been a while since I've seen such a large-scale mission. Looks like I need to get involved. Gold coins are hard to earn these days. Because of the existence of wax baths, even though the Assassin Brotherhood has fewer missions than in the mainland hotel era, these registered killers are still flocking to it. In addition, many newcomers apply to become registered members just for the opportunity to enjoy the wax bath quota, and some apply to resell the wax bath treatment opportunities. However, the difficulty of registration has increased a lot compared to before. While Selena and others went to southern Myanmar to wipe out these forces, countless killers also took action, especially the Southeast Asian killers who were relatively close. After all, the settlement unit was US dollars, and the price was still very considerable. Not long after Smith Doyle approved the wanted warrant, the Eternals leader Ajak and the speedster Macri arrived near the headquarters of the League of Assassins on a spaceship. Ajak was teleported down from the stealth spaceship, and then walked alone to the outside of the Assassins League base. Looking at the guard at the gate, Ajak said, Hello, I am Ajak from the Eternals, here to visit Mr. Smith Doyle. Please inform me. The guard at the door heard the woman in front of him directly say the name of his boss. After thinking for a while, he asked his colleague next to him to report. As for himself and the other guards, they still stood guard at the door. Ajak actually had the ability to ask Macri to teleport her to the door outside the Smith Doyle building, and even asked Macri to use his super speed to send herself to Smith Doyle, but out of respect for the other party, she did not do so but visited according to the normal procedure. Request recommendation votes and monthly votes for automatic subscription. End of this chapter. Chapter 344 Visitor Eternal Ajak. Chapter 344 Visitor Eternal Clan. Ajak didn't stay at the door for long. The guard who went in came out after communicating on the phone behind the door. The chief has agreed to your visit. Please follow me. As the gate opened, Ajak followed a guard in. Soon a shuttle bus stopped in front of him. Ajak got on the shuttle bus and drove towards the base in the distance. Sitting on the shuttle bus, Ajak observed everything in the base, and soon his eyes fell on Kalen Tower. I believe that everyone who enters here will pay attention to the Kalen Tower. The 3,000-meter-high Kalen Tower is a very conspicuous existence in the base of the Assassins League, and it cannot but attract attention. As the shuttle bus stopped in front of a white building, Ajax came to Smith Doyle's office under the guidance of the waiter. Smith Doyle looked at Ajak who came in. He knew that the Eternal Leader's visit was probably about the Dragon Ball, but seeing that he came alone, he asked, Ms. Ajak, I wonder what the purpose of this visit is. Ajak walked up to Smith Doyle and said, Mr. Smith, I have something I want to consult you about. Smith Doyle asked with a smile on his face, don't know what it is? Ajak directly asked what he was thinking and said, the Shenlong is said to be able to grant any wish. If the earth is broken one day, can we make a wish to the Shenlong to restore it? Hearing Ajak's words, Smith Doyle thought of Tiamu, a member of the celestial creatures who was being conceived on Earth. When she broke out of her shell, the Earth would shatter directly, and most of the creatures on Earth would die with the destruction of the Earth. Thinking about Ajak's ending, he was killed by Icarus, another Eternal member who looked like Superman, because he had compassion for the life on Earth and wanted to protect them. He followed the mission given to them by the Celestials to ensure the birth of new members of the Celestials. However, according to the situation in the Earth 199999 universe, the remaining Eternals worked together to kill the new god Tiamu who was about to be born, and Icarus plunged into the sun after choosing to help his people, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. However, in addition to this timeline, Smith Doyle also knows two other different timelines. One of them is that the Eternals did not prevent the god Tiamu from appearing, the Earth exploded directly, and only a few people survived. In another timeline, the witch Agatha designed to absorb the unborn Tiamu and gained powerful power. However, both results eventually attracted Alyssum from the god group. However, Agatha can design to absorb Tiamu. Then when she gets the spirit tree, can she plant it in the Atlantic Ocean to absorb the god Tiamu to make the fruit of the spirit tree more powerful? However, it should be noted that if she does this, she will have to face Alyssum of the god group and even the entire Eternals. Smith Doyle thought of many things in an instant, and said to a Jack in front of him, "The power of the dragon is beyond your imagination. Restoring a planet is very simple." Hearing this answer, a smile appeared on a Jack's face. If the dragon could restore the planet, it would be a best of both worlds. It would allow the Celestials to be born smoothly and the Earth to be preserved, and the life on it would also be able to survive. Besides the Dragon Ball battle, are there other ways to get a chance to make a wish? Hearing a Jack's words, Smith Doyle knew that the other party had begun to consider using the dragon to make a wish to restore the Earth, so he spoke directly, "No, but you can consider collecting all the Dragon Balls in advance so that you can make a wish directly." A Jack calculated the time for the gods to appear in his mind. It would take more than 10 years before the god group Diamo would appear, so there was plenty of time to collect the Dragon Balls. If we win the Dragon Ball Championship, can we not use the wish yet and use it when needed? Smith Doyle shook his head at a Jack's idea. "No, if you win the championship and don't make a wish, it will be considered as giving up your wish." Ms. Jack mentioned making a wish for a shattered planet. Does this mean that the Earth will explode one day? Ajax smiled and then said, "Planets in the universe don't exist forever. Even stars like the sun will eventually go out." It was naturally impossible for a Jack to confide in Smith Doyle, and it was naturally impossible for him to tell him about the birth of the Celestial group. "Can I know how often the Dragon Ball battle is held?" Smith Doyle did not hide anything and spoke directly. "It's held once a year." Ajax nodded. "Thank you for letting me know, Mr. Smith. The Dragon Ball is Tina's only hope to eliminate the eternal demon disease. In the upcoming battle for the Dragon Ball, we will go all out." Smith Doyle shrugged his shoulders and said nonchalantly, "Then I'm even more looking forward to the upcoming battle for the Dragon Balls. I wish you good luck." A Jack then took out a business card and said, "Here is my contact information. If you need any help, please contact me." After finishing his words, a Jack said goodbye and left. When leaving the Assassin's League, a Jack saw Su Wenwu's family in the Assassin's League, and he was sure that the woman among them should be the wife that Su Wenwu wished to resurrect. However, a Jack became curious about the fact that Su Wenwu and others did not leave and stayed in the Assassin's League. He decided to find out whether the people who had made a wish to the dragon before also stayed in the Assassin's League like them. If this is true, then she should consider whether there is something behind this that she doesn't know. After seeing a Jack leave, Smith Doyle began to think about Tiamu, a member of the Earth's celestial god group. Smith Doyle thought about how to maximize the benefits of this celestial god group that was to be born on Earth. Successfully giving birth to the other party and then using the Dragon Balls to restore the Earth is the most unprofitable thing. If he remembered correctly, after Tiamu's death, the US government investigated and found that Tiamu's body was entirely made of raw adamantium. You can imagine how huge this resource will be. Moreover, this is not adamantium or secondary adamantium but original adamantium, which is harder and easier to use than vibranium. However, if they want to obtain Tiamu's body, the Eternals need to help and kill Tiamu. I just don't know whether Tiamu's body itself is made of original adamantium, or whether Circe combined the power of the remaining Eternals to change Tiamu's molecular structure. Request recommendation votes and monthly votes for automatic subscription. End of this chapter. Chapter 345 I advise you not to be ungrateful. Chapter 345 I advise you not to be ungrateful. However, the possibility of the Eternals, who already know that the Dragon Ball wish can restore the Earth, attacking the unborn Celestials again has become extremely small. Thinking that there was still more than 10 years before the birth of the Celestial group, Smith stopped thinking about it and would make a decision about the future when that time came. Smith Doyle had just put aside the matter of the birth of the Celestial group, and the next second a portal appeared directly in front of him. Looking at the portal that appeared, Smith Doyle frowned slightly, and then saw Carl Mordo walking out from the other side of the portal. Seeing that it was Carl Mordo who came out, Smith Doyle instantly appeared in front of him, grabbed the clothes in front of him, and threw Carl Mordo directly into the portal that had not yet closed, and said, "Didn't your parents tell you to go through the front door when visiting someone?" The other side of the portal. Bump! Carl Mordo fell a distance on the ground before stopping. At the same time, because Carl Mordo suffered a collision, the portal could not stay closed. Carl Mordo got up from the ground, thinking about Smith Doyle throwing it back and the other party's words, which made him feel very embarrassed, and murmured, "It seems that it was very rude of me to just open the portal and go there. Fortunately, I opened the portal in my room instead of in the training square of Kamartaj. Otherwise, it would be really embarrassing if my fellow disciples saw this scene." Although his behavior was impolite, Smith Doyle threw it back directly, which made Carl Mordo quite dissatisfied. However, thinking that he had something to discuss with the other party, even though he felt a little unhappy, Carl Mordo still had to visit Smith Doyle. This time, Carl Mordo did not open the portal to Smith Doyle's office, but opened it outside the gate of the Assassin's League headquarters. The guards looked at the light circle that appeared in Carl Mordo, who walked out, and immediately became alert. After all, a black man who looked like a superhuman appeared outside the gate of the Assassin's League, so they had to be serious. Carl Mordo came up to the guard and said, "Hello, I am Carl Mordo, the mystic from Kamartaj. I am here to visit Mr. Smith Doyle. Please inform him." The guards saw that the other party was there to visit their leader, so they asked one of them to go in and make the appropriate announcement. After a while, the guard came out and said, "Mr. Carl Mordo, please follow me." Smith Doyle was very unhappy with Carl Mordo's behavior of directly opening a portal to his office, and cursed, "You are such an uneducated fellow. You still want to become the supreme sorcerer?" Smith Doyle had no good impression of the mage Carl Mordo. Even the leader of the Eternals, Ajak, knew that normal visits had to go through the main gate. It was simply outrageous that a mage like Carl Mordo dared to open a portal directly to his office. If it weren't for Ancient One's sake, Smith Doyle would definitely not just throw the other person back, but let him feel the consequences of breaking into someone else's room. But what happened today? Ajax had just been sent away when Carl Mordo came over. Maybe Thorodinson will come to visit him soon. It didn't take long before Carl Mordo, led by the waiter, arrived at Smith Doyle's office. After the waiter left, only Carl Mordo and Smith Doyle were left in the office. "Mr. Smith, I am very sorry for my behavior just now. I hope to gain your forgiveness." Carl Mordo thought about the other party's strength and decided to apologize. Although he had Kamartaj behind him, Smith Doyle's strength was also very powerful. The speed just now that made him unable to react in time could cost him his life. After all, the other party could throw him back and naturally kill him. Seeing the other party bow and apologize, Smith Doyle did not say anything about forgiveness, but asked, "Tell me why you came to visit me." Carl Mordo didn't care whether Smith Doyle forgave him or not. He felt that he had already given his attitude enough, so he stood up straight and stated the purpose of his trip. "Mr. Smith, the main purpose of my visit this time is to discuss with you the Dragon Ball wishing and dimension invasion matters. The mages of Kamartaj, led by the Supreme Master, the Ancient One, protect the Earth from invasions from other dimensions. I hope you can make a wish to the dragon to protect the Earth from invasions from other dimensions. Whether it's strengthening the temple's protective shield magic or fortifying the Earth, it would be best if it could prevent the Earth from invasions from other dimensional demons once and for all. I believe this is why the Supreme Being allowed me to participate in the last Dragon Ball contest." After hearing what Carl Mordo said, Smith Doyle knew very well that this was definitely the guy's own idea at the beginning, not that of the Ancient One. Smith Doyle said with a stern face, "Are you teaching me how to do things?" Carl Mordo asked in return, "Mr. Smith is a household superhero. I don't think such a wish should be difficult for you." After hearing Carl Mordo's words and directly asking him to use the Dragon Balls from the moral high ground, Smith Doyle became even more disgusted with him. "Your stupidity has taught me never to try to find golden shit. Your race is truly hopeless. Go away, I don't want to see you again." Hearing Smith Doyle's words, Carl Mordo's face turned ugly, and he said angrily, "Mr. Smith, I didn't expect you to be a racist. You should know that in Kamartaj, Master Ancient One does not discriminate by race when it comes to those seeking to learn from him. My fellow apprentices come from all races and skin colors. Also, using the Dragon Balls is to better protect the Earth, which is completely different from the private wishes of other wishers. Why don't you agree?" Hearing Carl Mordo's question, Smith Doyle sneered and said in a cold voice, "Imagine being qualified to make a wish for the Dragon Ball, and then you will become the champion of the Dragon Ball battle in the future. If you can't win the championship, don't talk to me about your wishes. Giving people the right to make a wish is already my greatest kindness. I advise you not to be ungrateful. Request recommendation votes and monthly votes for automatic subscription. End of this chapter. Chapter 346, Karl Mordo Seeking Death. Chapter 346, Karl Mordo Seeking Death. Karl Mordo was very confused and angry about Smith Doyle's decision to win the Dragon Ball Championship himself before making a wish. It is because of the protection of us mystics that people on Earth can live in peace and happiness. Without our protection, not only the people here, but even the Earth itself will cease to exist. Take out the Dragon Ball and make a wish to strengthen your defensive magic or to stop the alien demon from invading the Earth. Is that difficult? Or is it because I'm black that you have a problem with me and that's why you're unwilling to do this? Dragon Ball should not be in the hands of a racist. Hearing Karl Mordo's words, Smith Doyle was so angry that he laughed. If he dared to agree to such a thing without a critical moment, then everyone would come to him and find a good excuse to use the Dragon Balls. You want to use the Dragon Balls without respecting my rules, then should Thor Odinson, the son of Odin, make a wish to be taken care of. Can Athena, who has the Eternals as her backing, also make a wish directly? Should the Skrulls, who have no home, also make a wish to obtain a habitat, or even other races in the universe? Even the black dog in front of him questioned whether the Dragon Ball should be in his hands. Snapped. Smith Doyle appeared in front of Karl Mordo in an instant and slapped him directly in the face. Karl Mordo was knocked to the ground by the slap. You should be thankful that your teacher is Master Ancient One. Otherwise, people like you don't even have the qualifications to set foot here, let alone yelling in front of me. And the one protecting the Earth is the Ancient One. You don't think you have the ability to resist the invasion of the dimension, do you? Karl Mordo was lying on the ground in a daze, with one side of his face swollen. He didn't expect that Smith Doyle would hit him. You know, he was the disciple of the Supreme Sorcerer. Thinking of this, he was completely angry and stood up from the ground in an instant, and two fan-shaped magic weapons appeared in his hands instantly. Seeing that the other party dared to resist, Smith Doyle was not angry but happy in his heart, and directly punched out. Boom! Karl Mordo placed the magic weapon in front of him, but it was smashed to pieces by Smith Doyle's punch. After Smith Doyle smashed the opponent's magic weapon, he slapped Karl Mordo in the face with his backhand. Snapped. This time, Karl Mordo did not fall, but his other cheek swelled up instantly. Seeing that both sides of the opponent were swollen, Smith Doyle joked. It looks more symmetrical this way. Hearing Smith Doyle's teasing, Karl Mordo's face turned red and he started to curse, "You Nazi, you racist. You are not worthy of wielding the Dragon Balls. You will only use them to destroy the laws and balance of nature." Hearing Karl Mordo's words, Smith Doyle's expression turned cold and he punched Karl Mordo directly in the mouth. Boom! Karl Mordo knocked a big hole in the office wall and flew out, landing on the lawn outside. After a few seconds, Karl Mordo climbed up from the lawn, only to see that all his teeth were broken by Smith Doyle's punch. Smith Doyle stood in front of the large hole created by Karl Mordo's collision, looking at him lying on the lawn. He said in a cold voice, "A dog can't spit out ivory. If that's the case, your teeth are meaningless." Karl Mordo was completely furious at this moment. He clearly meant well, but the other party treated him like this. Was it just because I was black? Karl Mordo slammed the ground with both hands, directly constructing a mirror space and wrapping Smith Doyle in it. At the same time, he immediately used magic, and saw the Assassin's League building in the mirror space crushing towards Smith Doyle. Smith Doyle was not at all panicked when he saw himself being pulled into the mirror space. He was not unfamiliar with magic. You know, Piccolo himself knew some magic and had the ability to learn magic. With his current strength, if it was Ancient One holding the Audiobook motor and the Time Stone, he would have to face it seriously and even be prepared to overturn at any time. However, Smith Doyle did not take Karl Mordo, who could not even beat Cassius, seriously at all. Smith Doyle looked at the building crushing towards him, and immediately released his control over his chi and launched a full-strength burst. Boom! Just the energy emitted by Smith Doyle, a full 22,000 combat power, was enough to make the mirror space constructed by Karl Mordo with magic begin to crumble. As for the surrounding buildings, they were completely destroyed by Smith Doyle's outburst of anger. Karl Mordo looked at the shaking mirror space, immediately increased his magic output, and shouted, "This is impossible, hold on." With Karl Mordo's full efforts, he finally stabilized the mirror space and resisted Smith Doyle's anger. Looking at the mirror space that was about to be destroyed in his rage, Smith Doyle curled his lips and said, "Your strength is even weaker than I expected. With your strength, I don't think you have the possibility of succeeding the Supreme Mage." The next second, Smith Doyle made the classic gesture of Sien Nappa. Smith Doyle put his fingers together and lifted them up. Boom! In an instant, everything in the entire mirror space was destroyed, and the entire mirror space shattered. Crack. As the mirror space shattered, both Smith Doyle and Carl Mordo returned to the real space. At this time, many people had gathered around the two of them, but the moment the wall of Smith Doyle's office was broken, the artificial intelligence Day-Day sounded the alarm, and many people gathered around in an instant, and even Su Wenyu rushed to the scene. Smith Doyle looked at Carl Mordo, who had fainted due to the shattering of the mirror space and his attack that destroyed the mirror space. Smith Doyle walked up to him, grabbed him, and threw him towards Kamartaj at a speed as fast as a meteor. In the eyes of everyone, Carl Mordo, covered in blood, was thrown out of the Assassin's League by Smith Doyle. Su Wenyu and others asked, "Chief, what happened?" Smith Doyle clapped his hands as if there were dust on them, and began to speak, "Nothing, just cleaning up the trash." "Okay, it's okay, everyone go back. By the way, let the staff repair my office. Request recommendation votes and monthly votes for automatic subscription." End of this chapter. Chapter 347, Ancient One, how did my arrangement turn out like this? Chapter 347 Ancient One, how did my arrangement turn out like this? After Carl Mordo flew for a distance in the air, Master Ancient One appeared beside him. Looking at his disciple who had fainted, Gui sighed and then used magic to catch him. She gave the Dragon Ball to her disciple Carl Mordo at the beginning and asked him to participate in the Dragon Ball battle in order to let him know that in addition to the secret mages like them in Kamartaj, there are other powerful humans and creatures on Earth. On the other hand, it is also to change some of the disciples' ideas so that they will not become paranoid in respecting the laws of nature. In addition to these 2 points, in Ancient One's opinion, Carl Mordo is one of the disciples she is more satisfied with in the future besides Stephen Strange. She plans to hand over the inheritance of the Sorcerer Supreme to Stephen Strange. As for Carl Mordo, she hopes that he and Smith Doyle will get to know each other through the Dragon Ball battle and establish a good relationship. This can be regarded as paving a good path for Carl Mordo's future. However, things went against one's wishes, and no one knew what Carl Mordo and Smith Doyle had to talk about, but in the end it ended up like this. Ancient One also shook his head and did not use the time stone to restore Carl Mordo's body to the state before his injury. He simply opened the portal and took his disciples back to Kamartaj. This incident was also to teach Carl Mordo a lesson, hoping that he could change. Assassin's League. Su Wenyu returned to the room, and his mind was filled with the 2 people he met today. First, the members of the Eternals came to visit, and then came Carl Mordo. However, compared to the Eternals who left safely, Carl Mordo was obviously much more miserable. As for the purpose of the other party's visit, Su Wenyu knew that it was definitely inseparable from the Dragon Ball and the Dragon Wish. But it was obvious that Carl Mordo made an impolite request and ended up like this. In fact, in Su Wenyu's opinion, Smith Doyle was already very kind. He gave away the opportunity to make a wish to the dragon through a competition and guaranteed the safety of the contestants. It could be said that he was very generous. But even with such generous behavior, some people are still not satisfied and even have a prying heart. You know, even with the condition of joining the Assassin's League, in Su Wenyu's opinion, Smith Doyle is very generous and just. You know, the other party has been in charge of Dragon Ball for so many years, but has never made a wish to become the master of the earth or the president of the United States. At this time, Yingli beside her asked, "Wenyu, I heard the alarm just now. What happened?" Su Xiaoling and Su Shengli also looked at their father eagerly. They were very curious about what caused the alarm. Su Wenyu said, "I don't know what Carl Mordo said, but it seems he angered the leader. He was beaten half to death and thrown out. I don't know if he's still alive." After hearing this, Su Xiaoling said, "It's obvious he's here for the Dragon Balls. This mystic really doesn't know his place." Su Shanqi also echoed and said, "A sacred object like the Dragon Ball will definitely attract the attention of other powerful beings. Fortunately, Mr. Smith is powerful enough to protect it all." Su Wenyu nodded at his son's words. The terrifying aura Smith Doyle exuded made him feel the threat of death. Thinking that Carl Mordo couldn't even defeat Thorodinson, he wondered where he got the courage to act so brazenly in front of the leader. Could it be Kamartaj behind the scenes? Yingli heaved a sigh of relief when she heard that the enemy had been beaten half to death and thrown out, and then she said, "Wenyu, after you have completed the joining ceremony for Weiju, I want you to take me and the children back to Taro village. Now that I've been resurrected, I hope my family there won't be sad about my death." On the other hand, this world doesn't seem as peaceful as it was back then, and Shang-Chi and Xiaoling are still weak. I want them to see if they have a chance to master the power of the dragon. As the master of the power of the dragon, Yingli is very clear about the power of this force. You know, the reason why she fell in love with Su Wenyu at first sight was not without the fact that Su Wenyu could not beat her, However, for the sake of love, she finally chose to give up the power of the dragon. When Su Wenyu heard his wife mention Taro Village, he fell silent. Su Wenyu has a very complicated feeling about this place. Because of the rejection of him there, he and Yingli were unable to stay in that paradise to get married and have children. Yingli even gave up the power of the dragon in order to be with him. If Yingli had not given up the power of the dragon, he would not have died at the hands of his enemies. Although the main reason was because of himself and his enemies, if Taro Village did not force Yingli, how could Yingli die with the power of the dragon? He took a look at his two children and found that their strength was weaker than he had imagined. If they could inherit the power of the dragon, he would feel more at ease. After handing the 10 rings to them, he would not worry that they would not be able to control this power. Okay, I'll talk to the chief and send you and the child back to Taro Village. Hearing that Su Wenyu agreed, Yingli smiled. She had not been there to accompany her children as they grew up, and now she hoped to pass on the best thing, the power of the dragon, to her children. A week later, Selena returned to the League of Assassins on Airbus One with the Vampire Squad, Wesley, John Wick, Eddie Brock and others. This week was not an easy one for them. They were constantly on the move. After destroying one cyber fraud park, they rushed to another one. Then they asked the members of the vampire team to argue about the composition of those staff members and decide the other party's life or death. It can be said that this team of vampires was almost destroyed later on. It was because those memories kept entering their minds in large quantities and without stopping. Even they were tired of it, especially when they saw the evil in these people more clearly. However, the results of this trip were also remarkable. All the exposed electronic fraud companies were wiped out, leaving no chance for the other party to move. In addition, a large number of killers from the Assassin Brotherhood came to make money. It can be said that the effect was so good that Selena was surprised. For this reason, the wanted warrant was not withdrawn because of their return, but became a long-term mission for the Assassin Brotherhood. I believe that there will be registered killers visiting from time to time. If anyone dares to become bigger and stronger and engage in some kind of electronic fraud park, there will be killers coming in groups to complete the task and get the reward. Request recommendation votes and monthly votes for automatic subscription. End of this chapter. Chapter 348 Taro Village. Chapter 348 Taro Village. Assassin's League. Today is the day Su Wenyu joins the Assassin's League. At this moment, the auditorium of the headquarters was opened again. The previous 2 times, the joining ceremonies of the werewolf clan and the vampire clan were held here. The auditorium that was reopened today was for Su Wenyu. You should know that neither John Wick nor Natasha's family held a ceremony here. Inside the auditorium, all the top leaders of the Assassin's League were present. Smith Doyle sat at the main seat, and on both sides were the elders of the Assassin's League, including Cross, Gunsmith, Mr. X and others. As for Wesley, Selena, Michael, Alexei, Eddie Brock and others, they stood in the auditorium below as witnesses. This time, in addition to Su Wenyu's family as witnesses, Balma, Poole, Karen Sage, the martial arts conference host, etc. were also present. Su Wenyu's family was also very curious about Poole and the immortal Karen. Only Yingli had seen animals that could talk, and even creatures with considerable strength, in Taro Village. During this period, the staff of the Assassin's League also popularized a lot of knowledge about the Assassin's League to Su Wenyu. He was very clear about the process this time and also wrote down the philosophy of the Assassin's League. Su Wenyu spoke on the stage in the auditorium. All things are false, all things are permitted, walk in darkness, serve the light. I will uphold the ideals of the Assassin's League, become a messenger walking the earth and a guardian of my own civilization. At this time, Fox came up with a parchment scroll in his hand and said, "We are the designers of our own actions, and we bear the consequences of our actions, whether glorious or tragic. When people's hearts blindly follow the so-called truth, remember that there is no absolute truth in the world. When people's behavior is constrained by morality or law, remember that any constraint can be broken. We work in the darkness to serve the light. We are assassins. Everything is false, and everything is permitted." Su Wenyu then spoke, "I, Su Wenyu, join the Assassin's League in the presence of all of you, and I swear to live by our ideals for the rest of my life." Then Su Wenyu signed his name on the parchment brought by Fox, and cut his finger to press a bloody fingerprint. Fox picked up the parchment with the signed contract and handed it to Smith Doyle. Looking at the parchment in his hand representing the allegiance contract, Smith Doyle looked at Su Wenyu below and said, "From now on, Su Wenyu will be a member of our Assassin's League and will be stationed at the New York headquarters." Following Smith Doyle's announcement, everyone present gave a warm round of applause. After the oath, Smith Doyle opened the banquet and waiters walked into the hall carrying delicious food and fine wine. This time, Smith Doyle gave Su Wenyu enough face. In the presence of all the senior executives, Su Wenyu joined the Assassin's League. Although no position was assigned to him, everyone knew that Su Wenyu would not be treated like an ordinary member. Su Wenyu was also very grateful for Smith Doyle's respect for him. Inside the auditorium, Eddie Brock reported the situation to Smith Doyle. During this week, in addition to completing missions, Eddie also brought Selena and Wesley into the 7-member team. Boss, Selena and Wesley have agreed to join the 7-member team here. I also want to bring Michael and Alexei into the team. As for John Wick, Eddie had communicated with the other party, and the other party would rather be the boss's driver than a superhero. And Eddie Brock is not stupid. Is he going to make things difficult for himself by taking away his boss's driver? When he communicated with John Wick, he was just expressing his attitude. After all, there were 4 people in the group, and he invited the other 2 but not John Wick. Wouldn't that be offensive? Smith Doyle, after hearing Eddie Brock's selection, thought for a moment and said, "No problem, as long as they agree, I have no objection." Why didn't John Wick go? Eddie Brock said, "Boss, John said he prefers being your driver to being a superhero." After hearing Eddie Brock's words, Smith Doyle nodded. He had no objection to John Wick's choice. Speed up the selection of members within the organization, and immediately launch a global audition for external personnel after the internal selection is completed. First, let the media build momentum. Also, throw out the concept of the 7-man group and hype up the Black Robe Squad. Eddie Brock nodded and said, "Yes, boss. After returning from this mission, I will be mainly responsible for this matter." Smith Doyle patted Eddie Brock on the shoulder and said with a smile, "I'm very optimistic about your 7-member team plan. Do a good job. How will you arrange yourself? Will you join the 7-member team?" Eddie Brock shook his head and said, "Boss, I am mainly responsible for the operations of the Red Ribbon Group and the Black Robe team. As for the 7-man team, I will not be joining them." Hearing that Eddie Brock was not planning to join the 7, Smith Doyle looked at him with a higher opinion. As the manager of the company, it was not a good choice for Eddie to join the 7. On the contrary, this method of not joining would be more beneficial to the development of the 7 and the company. It's a good idea, but you should put more thought into choosing the captain of the 7-member team. You have to know that in a group like this, the captain is the soul of the team. Eddie Brock also nodded. He was actually a little troubled about the choice of captain. It would be best if this captain could be the strongest person in the team. "Boss, once the personnel are confirmed, I will report it to you for confirmation." Smith Doyle nodded, and then Su Wenyu came over with Yingli. After Eddie Brock finished speaking, he did not stay by Smith Doyle's side, but gave up his position. Su Wenyu came over with his wife, holding a wine glass in his hand. "Chief, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to resurrect my wife Yingli. We 2 wives are very grateful to you. We respect you." After saying that, Su Wenyu and Yingli finished the drinks in their glasses. Seeing the 2 people's gratitude, Smith Doyle raised his glass and drank it all. Su Wenyu was very happy about Smith Doyle's courtesy and said, "Chief, Yingli wants to return to her hometown, Taro Village, after her resurrection. I'm going to escort Yingli and will be back soon. I hope you can approve it, Chief." Request recommendation votes and monthly votes for automatic subscription. End of this chapter. Chapter 349 Adult Bulma. Chapter 349 Adult Bulma. When Smith Doyle heard Su Wenyu mention that he wanted to send his wife back to Taro Village, he recalled things related to Taro Village. The actual location of Taro Village is not on Earth, but in another space parallel to the Earth. It's just that the Earth has a passage to enter Taro Village, where there are many Eastern mythical beasts whose strength is unknown, such as the 9-tailed fox, Dijiang, Kailan, and Shenlong. It seems that there are more mythical creatures than Kunlun. At the same time, there is a powerful dragon in Taro Village, and the dragon will give the Taro people mysterious powers, which is what Yingli calls the power of the dragon. At the same time, the dragon also sealed the devouring beast and the opponent's army in Taro Village. The sealed place is called the Dark Gate. Speaking of this beast-devouring dark army, in the movie introduction, only the power of the dragon and weapons made with dragon scales can cause damage to it. Ordinary attacks and even technological weapons have no effect at all. The weapons and attack methods of the 10 Rings Legion in the movie have no effect at all, and instead their souls are sucked away. Smith Doyle was troubled by this phenomenon. Theoretically, only weapons made of dragon power and dragon scales could be effective. Apart from that, only powers with the same attributes as dragon power should be effective. However, he didn't know what this power with the same attributes was, nor did he know whether the power of the Infinity Stones was effective against the devouring beast. However, now that Su Wenyu's wife has been resurrected, the devouring beast will have no chance to seduce Su Wenyu, and the other party will have no chance to escape the seal, and naturally will not pose a threat. but the existence of this thing is a time bomb. If there is a chance, we still need to enter Taro Village to study what the so-called dragon power is. Smith Doyle instantly thought of the Taro Village incident, and then said to Su Wenyu, no problem. I understand that you want to send your wife back to her parents' home. However, Taro Village is not a simple place. I hope you won't be disturbed by unknown forces there. If you feel something is wrong, don't make a decision. Instead, come back and discuss it with me. Although Smith Doyle didn't think Su Wenyu would be bewitched again, he still had to take precautions. After all, he was not used to pinning his hopes on others. Su Wenyu was quite happy to hear Smith Doyle agreed. As a typical love-brained person, helping his wife solve problems was his source of pleasure. Otherwise, he would not have taken off the 10 rings and chosen to retire. Then he asked with some surprise, Chief, do you also know Taro Village? Smith Doyle nodded, then said, a little bit. There are some mythical creatures there. Although I may not know the specific abilities of them, they are still very adorable in appearance. Hearing that the leader knew something about Taro Village, Su Wenyu also started communicating with Smith Doyle. Eddie Brock did not walk far. Looking at Su Wenyu, who was talking with the boss, he had the idea of pulling the other party into the 7-man team. However, after thinking about it, he finally chose to give up. On the one hand, the other party had just joined the Assassin's League, and on the other hand, the other party's strength was a little beyond the standard. Pulling the other party into the 7-man team would directly lose the dominance of the team. Moreover, the other party is an old monster who has lived for more than 1,000 years, so it is better not to set any ideas on him. Eddie Brock then approached Michael to see if he had any ideas about the 7-man team. After talking with Smith Doyle for a while, Su Wenyu said goodbye and left. He wanted to tell his wife Yingli the good news. Afterwards, important members of other organizations continued to toast and talk to Smith Doyle. After communicating with others for a while, Bulma came to Smith Doyle. Bulma came over and sat next to Smith Doyle, holding a glass of drink in her hand and said, Brother Smith, I'm an adult now. Looking at the wine glass in Bulma's hand, Smith Doyle shook his head. It had been 2 years since the dragon made a wish that materialized Bulma. No matter how you calculated it, Bulma was already 18 years old. Although I'm an adult, the drinking age here is 21. As he spoke, Smith Doyle took the drink from Bulma's hand, and Bulma took Smith Doyle's arm and whispered, you know that's not what I'm talking about. Smith Doyle knew what Bulma was thinking, and then he subconsciously glanced in Fox's direction. After all, although there was something wrong in their relationship before Bulma came of age, he didn't eat Bulma. He was not perverted enough to attack a child, even though he was not very old. Fox and Smith Doyle's eyes met. Fox had long been aware of Bulma's situation, but he didn't take it to heart. He just smiled and continued chatting with Melina. Melina also saw Bulma next to the leader at this moment and said, Fox, our chief scientist can't wait. Fox smiled and said, there's nothing I can do. The little guy has grown up now. Melina was surprised. Don't you mind at all? Melina has been in the League of Assassins for a year and is familiar with the relationship between Fox and the boss. The two can be said to have a relationship from childhood sweethearts to lovers. Bulma isn't the only one who has feelings for Smith. Look at Selena from the vampire clan, she has her own thoughts too. Melina looked over curiously and found that although Selena was sitting with the vampires, her eyes were looking at Smith Doyle without any concealment. And it's not just the vampire clan leader, there are many other vampire women and even other female members in the organization who have feelings for the boss. However, the vampires worship the strong, and Smith Doyle is the most powerful man they have ever seen. Many beautiful vampires want to climb into Smith Doyle's bed, but with Selena suppressing them, they dare not act rashly. In fact, Fox didn't say one thing, that is, your other daughter Natasha is not an easy person to deal with either. Don't think that she doesn't know Natasha's situation. Sometimes she takes advantage of the excuse that it is inconvenient to communicate by phone, and sneaks back to the headquarters at night to report the situation, and then leaves radiantly the next day. As Smith Doyle's first girlfriend, Fox didn't care whether Smith Doyle had more girlfriends. The truth was that the other party was getting stronger and stronger, and she couldn't handle it anymore. Another reason was that as long as she didn't die, she would always be the boss among them. According to the Eastern saying, she was the queen. She thought it was a good idea for several people to look after Smith Doyle together, and to be honest, she also thought Bulma was a very good girl. Request recommendation votes and monthly votes for automatic subscription. End of this chapter. Chapter 350, Heart of the Dragon. Chapter 350, Heart of the Dragon. Next day, Smith Doyle woke up from the bed, looked at Bulma who was still sleeping beside him, and went into the bathroom to take a shower. It's really funny to think about how Bulma cried and stubbornly shouted that she wanted more last night. But speaking of it, Bulma's physical fitness was unexpectedly good. Even when she was bleeding, she became more and more courageous. After washing up, Smith Doyle walked out of the bathroom and looked at Bulma, who was still lying on the bed resting. After giving her a kiss, he left the room. He let Bulma have a good rest while he went to the gravity room. He still needed to digest the sudden increase in strength through training, and strive to reach a new height with Kaioken. The other side. With the idea of leaving early and returning early, Su Wenwu and his family took his wife, children, and 7 members of the Ten Rings Legion on Airbus 2 from New York to Taro Village. On the plane, Yingli recalled what Su Wenwu told him, that the other party was herself who made a wish to the dragon to be resurrected. Although it doesn't look exactly like the dragon in Taro Village, who says all dragons have to look the same, even she herself knows that there are many kinds of dragons. She just doesn't know if there is any connection between the dragon in Taro Village and the dragon in the Assassin's League. I just don't know if the dragon in the Assassin's League is the same as the one in Taro Village, and whether they are both each other's guardian beasts. Looking at his thoughtful wife, Su Wenwu held her in his arms and asked, Yingli, what are you thinking about? Are you worried that those guys won't be able to accept your resurrection? Yingli looked at her husband with a smile on her face. This was a man worthy of her entrusting her life to. He actually resurrected her, making it worth it for her to give up even the power of the dragon for him. Speaking of which, after he gave up the power of the dragon, Su Wenwu sealed the 10 rings directly during those years in order to show that he was willing to be like Yingli. Wenwu, I'm thinking about the dragon in Taro Village. I used to be the master of the dragon power of Taro Village. I also told you that Taro Village has a guardian beast, the dragon. I'm a little curious, do the dragons of Taro Village and the dragons of the Assassin's League know each other? Hearing his wife's words, Su Wenwu was also a little curious. He had seen the dragon of the Assassin's League before. When it appeared, the sky changed color and the entire earth fell into darkness. Just based on this phenomenon, he didn't know how powerful the other party was. Moreover, the ability to resurrect others was so powerful that he couldn't understand it. The dragon of the Assassin's League also has the image of an Eastern dragon, and its body is also extremely huge. Thinking of this, Su Wenwu found paper and pen on the plane and drew the appearance of the dragon of the Assassin's League for Yingli. Looking at the Assassin's Alliance dragon drawn by Su Wenwu, Yingli said, very similar. The Shenlong from the Assassin's League also looks very powerful. But there are still many differences in appearance, and the colors are different. Yingli continued. I returned to Taro this time, on the one hand to inform my family that I was resurrected, and on the other hand to communicate with the Taro dragon, and at the same time to see if Xiaoling and Shang-Chi have inherited my dragon heart. Su Wenyu asked doubtfully, the heart of the dragon? Yingli smiled and said, of course, you don't think that anyone can master the power of the dragon. Otherwise, why didn't they choose a new wielder of the dragon power after I left Taro Village? After hearing Yingli's explanation, Su Wenyu finally understood. No wonder those guys in Taro Village hated him so much. Not only did he marry their guardian, but he also broke their roots. Su Shanqi and Su Xiaoling, who were standing by, were also very curious and asked doubtfully, Mom, what is the dragon heart? Yingli thought for a moment and then said, the so-called dragon heart is actually a special physique among Taro people. You need to communicate with the Taro dragon and awaken your physique with its help. Then you will be able to use the power of the dragon. Su Shanqi asked, borrowing the power of the dragon, will the dragon's power be reduced? Yingli shook her head and then said, Shang-Chi, it's not what you think. The ancestors of the Taro people once fought alongside the dragon god against the soul-devouring beast, and they made a pact with the dragon god for this. The dragon will grant the Taro people of the time the power of the dragon, the most prominent of which is the heart of the dragon. Those who possess the heart of the divine dragon consume not the power of the divine dragon, but the power nurtured by their own divine dragon heart. However, this power is also related to the divine dragon, so it can be artificially abandoned and closed. Those who possess the heart of the dragon can not only cultivate power themselves, but can also draw upon more dragon power when necessary. Su Xiaoling understood and said, it means possessing the heart of a divine dragon. Not only can you draw upon the power of the divine dragon, but you can also cultivate power through your own divine dragon heart. Su Wenyu asked doubtfully, Yingli, where did the dragon power you gave up go? Is it also returned to the hands of Taro dragon? Yingli shook her head and explained, all the dragon power I gave up has entered the dragon heart. If a Taro user activates the dragon heart I once controlled will also belong to them. The clan also hopes that a bloodline with the heart of the divine dragon can be born again within the clan, but it is clear that after so many years, the heart of the divine dragon still has not been activated. After hearing his wife's explanation, Su Wenyu and his children suddenly understood. As long as Su Shanqi and Su Xiling can inherit the bloodline and activate the heart of the dragon in Taro Village, they will instantly possess the power that once belonged to Yingli. This is also the reason why in the original work, Shang-Chi was able to fight Su Wenyu on equal terms as soon as he activated the heart of the dragon. This was mainly because he inherited the power of his mother Yingli. Su Wenyu then asked, "Yingli, can't you regain your dragon power? Or rather, reopen your dragon heart?" Compared to having his children directly inherit his wife's former power, Su Wenyu believes that it is better to let his wife regain control of her own power. As for Su Xiling and Su Shanqi, their children and grandchildren will have their own blessings, but the safety of their wives is the most important. Hearing Su Wenyu's words, Yingli understood what her husband meant, and then said with a smile, "After all, I gave up the power of the dragon and gave an explanation to Taro Village. It would be embarrassing to go back and open the dragon heart." Hearing Yingli's words, Su Wenyu waved his hand and said, "I'm going to talk to those guys. Your safety is the most important thing. We can first confirm whether Shang-Chi and Xiaoling have inherited the dragon heart. If they have, we can let them marry someone from Taro Village, which can be considered as leaving behind a spark of fire." Request recommendation votes and monthly votes for automatic subscription. End of this chapter.
Hello everyone, this is Shadow. Due to copyright restrictions on YouTube, I can't publish many of the audiobooks you love. That's why I've created a special paid service where you can enjoy over 300 high-quality audiobooks from platforms like Webnovel, Pocket FM, Audible, Wuxia, and more. Each novel comes as a one-time purchase, no subscriptions, no hidden fees. After payment, you'll receive full access via Telegram, along with all future updates for that novel. You'll find a wide selection of your favorite genres and titles, always in premium audio quality. Check the full list of available novels in the description. DM me now to get your favorite stories in audiobook form and start listening today. Also, you can request any novel so I can turn into audiobooks. Check out our Patreon for more details.